shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, officer.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
For what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Sorry guys, hold on 1 second. I think I need to switch that. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. That was a little bit questionable there. So I'm sorry if there was a little extra feedback. There we go. Okay, I think that's a little bit better, but maybe you guys can tell me. Hey Cece, good to see you. Trishy, good to see you. Star, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Good to see you guys. I'm sorry if it was buffering. I think it was buffering because I was actually like kicked off a StreamYard for a second, and so I apologize about that, guys. I apologize. I have a really great show planned for you all tonight, I think. We're going to meet a couple of kids who are on the autism spectrum. So we're going to kind of meet 4 different kids. And then I have another video that was sent in to me from one of our viewers. And I played it, but I only held it up to the screen. So I wanted to play it again for you all. And it's just like a really short video, but it's a point of view from a child that has autism who's going to the mall, into the mall with his mom. And so it just kind of shows, hey Ida, good to see you, Dan and Ida. So it just kind of really shows the differences between children on the autism spectrum. And I think that you guys will find it informative. The kids are really fun, sweet kids. So I enjoy showing it. Hey, Mary, good to see you. Lizzie, nice to see you. So yes, happy Saturday, everyone. And Nana's Dragonfly, nice to see you too. So we'll start out with that, but then I also included some clips from the first 7 days because I think our views probably have changed over the course of the year, right? So just going back exploring the first 7 days. Now, of course, I didn't find every single news clip, but it's kind of a throwback. Hey, Judy, good to see you. So I think it'll be good to kind of rewatch it. I did find the clips in there where they're showing where they're doing the scans of the house, like of the backyard. Hey, Norma. And so, yeah. I agree, Norma. I agree. And you know what's wonderful about the kids in this video too? They have an awesome message. So just one thing that I would ask to consider would be just kind of how the parents are dealing with the children who have autism, and just how the kids are dealing with it, you know, what they have to say about it and how it feels to experience it from their point of view. So I think it'll be really helpful. But let's go ahead and we'll get into our first clip here. Give me 1 second.
Welcome to SBSK, the YouTube channel where you'll meet friends who live with many different conditions. While watching these videos, you'll notice one thing. Although humans are incredibly diverse, we all have so much in common. So without further hesitation, let's meet today's friend.
There's a lot about him that is wonderful, and I think people really enjoy. He's a very outgoing, friendly guy, and I think that surprises people when they find out he has the diagnosis of autism. I think there's some stereotypes out there about people with autism, but you know what they say, you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism.
I have a really important question for you.
What?
When someone meets you, what do you hope they say?
Hi.
That's it? Mm-hmm. When they say hi, what will you say?
Hi.
Will that make you happy?
Yes.
Will you then be friends?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
If somebody wants to be Matthew's friend, how do they start?
Well, they need to be willing to answer questions, and sometimes it's the same question. He really loves having conversation, but it's hard for him to know, like, that next thing to ask. We've been working on that with him. So someone might have to be willing to answer, what's your name, a lot of times.
Do you enjoy feeling connected?
Yes.
Do you hope people answer your questions?
Yes.
Why do you think people are surprised when they learn he's so social?
Well, I think people have their sort of stereotype ideas of what autism means, and there are some people on the autism spectrum who prefer to sort of keep to themselves a little bit more and are sort of more on the introverted end of the spectrum. So, I don't know, but that's just always who he's always been. He always enjoys being around people.
Do you want people to ask you questions?
Yes.
Are you enjoying this interview?
Yes.
And it's cool I have my camera on, right?
Right.
Because I want people to understand that you're a cool dude who enjoys socializing. What's it like for you when you see a stranger take time to connect with Matthew?
I can always tell if it's someone who sort of gets it or doesn't, because, as soon as they see his excitement, and, you just know that a 17-year-old is just a typical 17-year-old is probably not going to be that excited about asking someone their name and how their day is or something like that. As soon as they sort of get it, and then the guard goes down and they warm up and they start responding to him, it's just a wonderful thing.
Do you have dreams?
Yes, I have dreams.
What is your dream?
To see my dad.
One of his favorite things to do is to ride elevators. So every Saturday my husband takes him out and they go ride elevators. And so Matthew is just over the moon, very excited about that. Imagine like a kid going to Disney. It's like that exciting for him. So he wants everyone to share in his excitement. And so he'll even try to, when the elevator's doors open, he'll like look around and ask if anyone wants a ride. So he really loves that.
When someone meets your son for the first time, what do you hope goes through their mind?
That he's a super friendly guy, and that it's not odd that he's asking them their name and just really excited and wanting to talk to them. Because we're kind of all looking at our phones these days when we're out and about in public, and he just wants to talk to people.
If somebody out there watching this meets you, what can they ask?
A question.
Is there a question you would like them to ask?
No.
Just anything?
Just anything.
What if they say, what's your name?
Matthew.
Is it okay if they ask that?
Yes.
All right, well, now everybody is properly equipped to socialize with you. How do you feel right now?
Happy.
Why do you feel happy?
To do the interview.
What makes
Okay, guys, so that's our first kid that we meet tonight, and his name is Matthew. I tried to choose kids that were all around the same age as Sebastian, and now you can see that the stereotypes between someone who is maybe more introverted on the spectrum, and then we also have people who are more outgoing on the spectrum too. Good to see you, Norma. And I know he's just awesome, right, Mary? I just love watching just the perspective of these kids. And just a little bit of background, Mr. Chris, this is a nice Mr. Chris, but he is a person who was a teacher, and then he started interviewing his students, and he started a YouTube channel. And he and his wife go around and they interview all kinds of kids and different people on the spectrum. They also interview people who have different diagnoses like schizophrenia, bipolar. So a very interesting channel. Definitely go check it out. I'm going to link it in the description too. But it's called Special Books by Special Kids because, of course, it did start out with the kids from Mr. Chris's class. And so Matthew kind of likes to roll over all of those stereotypes, right? He likes to be in the mix, and he really just wants to say hello. And sometimes he might ask the same questions over and over again, but it's because he enjoys to be around people, right? And that's just how he communicates. And he also loves riding elevators. That is his jam. He does that with his father. And he also enjoys watching other people and interacting with people on the elevators. So it's just something really fun that he enjoys, right? So we kind of see that even though Matthew is on the spectrum, he has autism, it's not the same for him as it would be, say, for another child with autism. Even his mom says if you meet one person with autism, you've just met one person with autism. So I really enjoy the perspective of the parents too. So yeah, exactly, Star. I really wish that too. I wish that they would have worked with Sebastian more and been more compassionate about his needs and just kind of how he sees the world, right? And we'll see that more with the other parents that we're going to meet tonight. And I just kind of wanted to show you more of the experience that I had with parents when I worked with people with special needs. Most of the parents were a lot like the ones we're going to see tonight. Just very compassionate, caring, wanted to make sure that their children were involved, concerned about their children's well-being, and things like that. Hey, Little Red, you're not tardy, you're just on time. And so, but I wanted to choose kind of, a variety of kids. And so let's go to our next clip, and we are going to meet another kiddo.
What makes you laugh most in the world?
Steve from Blue's Clues. He's always silly.
Are you thinking about the show?
Oh yeah.
Do you think about it a lot?
Yeah.
Why do you like Blue's Clues so much?
Cause of that funny Steve.
Are you zoning out? Yeah.
Is there difficulty because a lot of his symptoms you can't see physically?
Yeah. I think it makes it really difficult when we're out and about sometimes because at first glance, people will expect him to react differently.
What are all of John's diagnoses?
Well, autism spectrum, primary, expressive language disorder, receptive language disorder, sensory processing issues, OCD, possibly ADHD.
When I just asked you a question, you kind of looked off into the distance.
Mm-hmm.
What were you thinking?
Honestly, I have no clue.
Is it tough for you to express things sometimes?
I think so.
It's
very perplexed, very confusing.
When John's struggling to remember something, do you think that's because of his verbal ability or because of his memory?
John has one of the best memories of anyone I've ever known. He can recall things in detail that he may have heard one time many, many years ago.
What's the capital of New Jersey?
Trenton.
What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
I think that I have to meet him where he is and not always expect him to be where I am.
What's the question?
I want you to imagine you're walking down the street and you find a magic genie lamp.
A magic what?
A magic genie lamp.
I never find that.
I want you to imagine it, though.
I don't want to imagine it.
Just pretend! Use your imagination.
No, I don't see it.
Imagine a genie comes out and gives you one wish.
I don't see a genie.
What does it mean to meet him where he is?
I think it's kind of understanding what's going on in his mind, in his world at the moment, and kind of getting to where that is. And when he was younger, it was getting down on the floor and playing with him, and now it's more, kind of meeting him where he's at it.
I'm going to help you imagine it. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'm a genie. I just came out of the magic genie lamp.
Mm-hmm.
You have one wish.
Uh-huh.
What's your wish?
I wish that I could play games.
What's something that makes you sad?
What makes me sad is that I don't want to be at the water park all lonely.
Do you feel lonely at the water park sometimes?
Well, yeah.
Do you wish you had more friends to play with?
Yeah.
Say, I really need friends, Mom. I really need friends, Mom. But then, and I've talked to him about this, but then when he's presented with that opportunity, you know, I do my best to create situations where, you know, he can go with a group of kids and have, you know, a social outing. He just still wants to go off by himself.
Do you enjoy having a conversation with your new friends?
Yeah.
What kind of things do you hope a new friend talks to you about?
I don't even know.
Is that a tough one?
Tough, indeed.
What's the best way to introduce yourself to someone?
Ask them their names, where do you go to school, how old are they, what grade are they in, anything I can ask them.
When he was little, you know, he was taught this is how you are going to introduce yourself to people. Well, that's not what kids do. And now that, I mean, that is what he was taught to do. Undoing that is just almost impossible.
Do you ever feel confused?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be confused?
I don't know. It's confusing.
When John is making those attempts to make a friend and saying his name and going through that script, how do you hope other children respond?
Well, of course, I hope that they would say, hi, my name is such and such, you know, and try to make a connection with him and befriend him. Sometimes that does happen, but more often than not, it does not, because their perception is that, oh, this is really odd.
Do you ever discuss John's differences with him?
Yeah, we have. And he is completely, no, I don't know what you're talking about. He doesn't acknowledge it at all. And he will shut us down very quickly.
Is there anything unique about you?
Unique? I guess not.
What does unique mean?
I don't know. What does unique mean?
It means like special, one of a kind. Is there anything special about you?
What's special about me is I don't know what makes me special. I think everything makes me special. Everything makes me special. Everything that I play and like makes me special.
Do you want other people to think you're special?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Because I am special, and so are you, and so is everyone.
Yes, so great message from John there. And I really enjoyed listening to his parents talk about him and just kind of help us get to know more about how he handles the world. Good to see you, Butter Biscuit. And Butter Biscuit says, my son of 2 and my grandchildren have Asperger's syndrome, and all 3 intelligent, but all have different tics, afraid of the dark, sounds, textures, and emotions. Yeah, definitely. And it's really a broad range. So we definitely see that a lot. So thank you so much for sharing, Butter Biscuit. And I agree, Star, like Sebastian, because of the social and emotional dysregulation, it does cause some issues when it comes to being friendly with other people. And then, of course, sometimes there's limitations to their social interaction, right? They want to be social, but then when they are in that social situation, it can be a little overwhelming at times and seems to cause John to kind of go on his own, even though he wants to be around everybody else, but there are some limitations on that. So, it's really meeting him where he's at, like his dad was saying. And I thought that was an amazing way to put it, because it is difficult to kind of expect someone to with autism to meet you where you're at. You really have to go and meet that person where they're at. And so I think that was really awesome that his dad said that. And let's see, again, we hear another similarity with Sebastian, that John does wish he had more friends. And then we hear from his mom that she does try to create those social situations. And we heard that from Katie too, that sometimes those social situations didn't really pan out the way that they expected it to. Sometimes it wouldn't work out. she said that Sebastian would like to talk a lot about Minecraft, and maybe if the other person who was over playing, or maybe they were playing together, didn't really want to talk about Minecraft anymore, but Sebastian was really excited about it, that it would cause some conflict, which is understandable. And that is also common. You do hear a lot of that going on. So also, John is very literal, right? So when he was talking to Mr. Chris about the genie in the bottle, right? And Mr. Chris is like, hey, I need you to use your imagination. And he's like, well, I can't, I don't know what you're talking about. There is no genie, right? And then that's why Mr. Chris kind of like acted like the genie, and then John kind of understood more. So it's really important, again, to meet people on the spectrum where they're at, so they can have a better understanding, and so they can feel more comfortable and involved, right? And included in things. And so let's see here. What else do we learn about John? Oh, he likes Blue's Clues. So, a true crime fan. No, I'm just kidding. But he enjoys Blue's Clues, right? He does have other diagnosis other than the spectrum, right? So autism spectrum, but then also there's some sensory processing, OCD, and I saw Lil Red said that is a common occurrence too, OCD. And hey Tony, good to see you, hon. Good to see you. And then ADHD, right? She was kind of saying there is a little bit of ADHD there, but that again is not uncommon, and we do see that with Sebastian, that he had the combined type ADHD. Now with Sebastian, he also had the chromosome deletion and the pocket of fluid on the brain too. So those are other kind of diagnoses that go around, that go with the autism spectrum. And then we talk about John having some trouble expressing his feelings, and you could kind of see that when he's like, well, what makes you sad? His teacher says, what makes you sad? And he says, well, I don't know. You could tell there was something there, but he really wasn't able to easily express it. But again, there's a lot of good therapies that can help with that. And then, of course, making connections. And I thought it was really cute whenever John's mom was saying, I try to talk with him about this, but he kind of just shuts me down, and says, no, don't worry about it, mom, type thing. And so we are all unique, Mary. And I think that's like the best takeaway, and the best advice we got from John tonight was just the fact that we're all special, we're all different, we're all unique, and and we all want to be seen that way too. So it's a good thing. Yes, Lil Red, yes, did you hear him? So sweet and kind, just absolutely adorable, a doll. And just he sounds like a really fun kid to be around. He almost sounds like he and Sebastian would have fun playing video games together and things like that, because he says he enjoys the video games. And Butter Biscuit says you can't punish a child on the spectrum like you would a child that isn't. Sometimes they don't even know they're doing wrong. Absolutely, absolutely. And I have a really great video that kind of demonstrates that. I want to show you all later. Because yes, the behaviors that they're displaying are not to be, annoying or bad, or just kind of how the mean Mr. Chris, Proudfoot, would explain Sebastian, or how we've heard him being explained by other family members. Like when Terry says, oh, I can't believe he does stuff like that. And it's like, well, he does that because he's on the spectrum, right? Or the things that he's doing, it's not his fault. It's just, him trying to get through the world, right? Just like any of us. Hey, couponing, very good to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Star. Yes, Lil Red says those babies only see the world like they are. Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't take the time, in my opinion, you're missing out on something wonderful, because you could be experiencing something that you never have before. And we'll kind of see this more, as we listen to John and his parents, because there's just a little bit more that they go over. But it's like, if you don't want to meet him there, then you're going to miss out on really great things, from him. And Butter Biscuit says, my grandson was like Sebastian on his birthday with Melissa, wanting to show everyone how to figure games out and how to win. I would love Melissa off. If I were Katie, or I would have told Melissa off, excuse me, if I were Katie. Yeah, absolutely. And we see that too. Like, he wasn't being bossy, but it was made to seem like he was being bossy. I agree totally. He wasn't bossing. He was actually kind of strategizing with his teammate, right? Which is smart. That's a very smart thing to do, especially when it's a team effort, for you to kind of say, well, you need to get this many for this. And he was excited to know that. And then he got shot down. And I also noticed that whenever he was telling Katie something, I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it seemed like he was upset and he was telling her something. Melissa kept the camera on him. And I just thought, why? Why are you being nosy? Why do you feel the need to video record his being upset? It's really sad. And Star says, yes, they all seem to think of him poorly and treat him that way, though. Yeah, and it's sad because they're the ones that are missing out, and it almost seemed like they didn't want that team to win, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it seemed like, as petty as they were being with the game and everything like that, that was part of it. But that's just, all my opinion. Star says Sebastian is good at chess, so he's probably an excellent strategist overall. Absolutely. And, and chess is more, of a personal kind of game, of course. It's just one opponent against the other. But then when he's in a team environment, he even knows the wherewithal to be very socially acceptable, or he's doing well in that social environment, telling his teammate, hey, this is how we win. This is what we need to do to win against this other team, which is, something that I don't think he gets enough credit for. So thanks, Star. And let me go ahead and we'll play this next one.
Tell me about your dad.
He's great.
What's so great about him?
He always works, right?
I work a lot. Not always, though. I still spend time with you, right?
Yeah.
All right.
What's it like to be John's dad?
Well, it's fun, but it's also challenging because John has a hard time with certain things. But I like that he tries things. We try to give him as many things to do as we can.
What's it like to be John's mom?
It's an adventure. It is filled with lots of joy and challenges. But that's for every mom, right? I mean, every parent has challenges with their kids, especially when they're teenagers.
Do your parents ever annoy you?
Well, my mom does. She annoys me about everything.
But she loves you.
Yeah, I know.
For all of John's differences, does he still have some very typical teenage behavior?
Oh, yeah. I mean, first of all, just kind of wanting to shut everybody out and just go do his thing, which is pretty typical teen, I think, right?
What's something that makes you happy?
Video games.
Why do you love video games?
Video games are super swell.
What I really wish people would understand the most about him is that if you want to have a relationship with him, you have to put in the time. It's just not going to happen, poof,
I was your teacher for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Did I ever get on your nerves?
No.
Did I ever annoy you?
No, not at all.
He really, really wants to have friends. He really wants to make connections with people. And even if it seems like he doesn't, because quite often it seems like he doesn't, that's just a manifestation of his diagnosis. He's not sure what to do. He's not sure what steps to take to really make a connection with someone.
What do you want to be when you become an adult?
Well, I want to grow up to be like you.
Like me?
Yeah, because you're a teacher. I want to grow up to be one.
What do you think it's going to be like to be an adult?
Well, to know everything about being you.
Do you think when you're an adult you know everything?
Yeah, adults know everything.
I guess I do know everything.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to know? I can teach you anything.
Well, no, I guess not.
But I could teach you anything.
You can, but I think you already did.
When I was your teacher before?
Yeah.
That was some good times.
Yeah, good times, good times.
He's just very literal and can be very matter of fact about, very important topics.
Hey, look at us. It's like two old friends hanging out together.
We are not friends. You're my teacher.
Am I still your teacher?
You're my old teacher.
Well, if I'm not your teacher anymore, that means we can be friends now. Pound it.
No, you're still my old teacher. Pound.
Boom.
Ba-la-la-la.
Ba-la-la-la.
Now we're getting it.
And even when you do explain it to him, he just won't even accept it sometimes because he can't understand it, he can't see it.
No,
what?
I just my old teacher.
But teachers can be friends.
What? What? No, they can't, can they?
Teachers are only adults?
Yes.
Do you want friends your own age?
I do.
If someone's backing away from him, he can't pick up that they're not receptive. In his mind, oh, I'm a nice person. He'll say, I'm a nice person. I'm a nice boy, Mom. And I'm like, of course you are. I know you are.
Is that heartbreaking for you to witness?
It's really hard because he is a nice boy. But I also know that the reality in life for anyone is that not everyone is going to accept you.
If you could say something to the world, what would you say?
That I'm awesome.
What makes you awesome?
Everything makes me awesome.
Fortunately for Jonathan, he's very positive. And I really have to hand it to him. Like, he's just really confident.
Are you proud to be John's dad?
Very much, very much. Wouldn't have it any other way. I am so pleased that the young man that he's become, and I'm looking forward to seeing the man he will become in a few years.
He requires an investment in time and effort. And that, I think, is sometimes the hardest thing for people to understand, because putting myself in other people's shoes, we all want to be accepted the way we are too, right? And when you're reaching out to someone and you're trying to get them to make a connection with you and they don't, it can be hurtful. But you can't, with Jonathan, or in a lot of kids like him, you can't take that personally.
What's your favorite thing to do in the world?
My favorite thing to do in the world is... My favorite thing to do in the world is gonna make new friends.
I'm making new friends too.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I'm your friend. Right?
Uh-huh.
You just said I'm your friend.
What?
You just said it.
No, I just said uh-huh.
We're friends then. Hey, how...
Actually, I meant no.
Oh.
Okay, guys. So again, his mom is awesome lady. I think she's wonderful, and just the way that she puts things into perspective for us as well. I mean, the reality of life is that with anyone, not everyone is going to accept you, right? And so it's difficult for parents to kind of teach someone who's on the spectrum that, and I think in general, it's hard to it's hard to accept. We growing up when we're little, we have to kind of learn that, right? Hi, Rogue. Nice to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Nina's Dragonfly says all of the children are like snowflakes, no two alike, and all are beautiful. I agree with that completely. I agree with that. Hey, Tina. Good to see you. And Mary Rogers says, yes, Nana's Dragonfly, and that is a beautiful way to put it. It really is. And, with teenagers can be very spontaneous when they want to be around you and when they don't, right? So there's times where they're going to want to be around their parents, but mostly they're going to want to go off and do their own thing because they're learning their independence and things like that. And I think that was also conveyed by Katie, talking about Sebastian kind of as he was getting older, he was wanting to spend more time by himself, which is understandable. I do appreciate his directness, Star. Exactly. He's very matter of fact, literal. His mom described him as literal. And then I love how he told his teacher, like, now we're getting it, and that's very matter of fact, in a way to put it. And some people might think, oh, well, that's rude or whatever, but he didn't mean anything like that. He just meant like, I'm trying to explain something to you, and then now you're getting it, just very matter of fact. And I respect him totally for that. And Rogue says, "Hi, I showed signs of autism when I was little and tested, and they told my mother that I was on a borderline in the 80s, but it's hard regardless. I can understand mental and neurological and have both." Well, Rogue, that's interesting because a lot of times they say that girls are late diagnosed or never diagnosed. So that's really interesting. I've never heard kind of a borderline diagnosis before. So that's really interesting. Thank you so much for your comment and sharing. And I think too, the biggest thing, and I've seen it a lot with parents, where they advocate for their children, right? So no matter what a doctor tells them, no matter what kind of test shows what, they advocate for their child because they know their child's what their child can and can't do, what their limitations are better than a doctor would. And I think that the therapies also help tremendously to, not really combat what's going on, but give some coping skills, some tools to help. Even though sometimes if these behaviors are learned early on, it may be hard to unlearn those behaviors and then, relearn new ones, if you will. But, it's very interesting, and like I said again, even what the parents are saying is no two kids are alike. Everybody's so unique and different. And Mary Rogers says it's heartbreaking for all of us watching them struggle, but mostly struggle with friendships, and that's sad for them and us. Yeah, absolutely, Mary. And the thing is too, with Sebastian, I kind of just wanted to show that it's not only in his case, because it is so sad. I know, like, whenever we all heard about him wanting friends for Christmas and things like that, it was heartbreaking to hear that. Nobody wanted to hear that, and everybody was really shocked by that. But if we look at the autism spectrum and the people that are on it, that is very common. And it's just about kind of finding that groove or that niche, and how they can relate with others, and find a common ground, some common interests and things like that. And that's how we all develop friendships, and how we keep friendships going. And then also, I thought it was interesting when John's dad was asked, what do you like about being, John's dad? And he says it's fun and challenging. And then his mother says that it's an adventure, it's full of joy being his mother. There are challenges. And then, of course, she goes into the teenage challenges, which we all know, that have teenagers or who have had teenagers, that those years come with their own set of challenges. But I thought it was a stark difference between what we hear from the proud feet versus what we hear from other parents, right? They use words like challenging, which is understandable. It's a candid response, right? They're doing a very honest interview, but then they also use words like joyful and fun. And so I love that. And I think that's kind of more of what we were all looking for when we hear the parents explaining their child, tell us about Sebastian. When they were asked that question, they did say some similar things, like, for instance, when John's mom has to explain to him that, being up in someone's personal space, or when he gets a little bit too close to someone, he doesn't realize, why they're backing away, and it would make him feel sad sometimes, before maybe he understood why. But again, I like how she puts it. That's life for all of us. We all have to learn that lesson. It just may be different for, there may be a little bit differently, or how do I put this? You just may need to explain it differently to someone who is on the spectrum, right? Because they need extra care, and that's the saddest part for me, is that they didn't take the time to explain to Sebastian. It seemed like he was always in trouble, rather than explaining it to him and saying, okay, this is why, and you'll go through this your whole life. This isn't just the one person. You're not going to always click with everybody, type of a thing. Not everyone will accept you, and that's okay, because the right people will, kind of a thing. But instead, we don't really see that a whole lot, happening in the way of explaining it nicely, more of how he can understand it. And Butter Biscuit says, I always said if Sebastian ran away, he would run to who he was closest to, like his teacher. If my grandson ran away, I would check routes to his step grandpa's. He loves him as a best friend. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, and there are certain things, that you would just think of off the top of your head. Like the first kiddo that we met, Matthew, he really liked elevators. So he might go someplace where there are elevators, or something like that. Another good example is a good friend of mine's, grandson also is on the spectrum, and he loves car washes. So in his phone, he has all of them programmed into his phone in the whole town. So he knows where every single one of them is. And so if he, did elope or something like that, which thank God he does not do that, at this time. He's still young, but that would be one, place that you would look, just knowing their personality and what they like, right? And so thank you for that, Butter Biscuit. You're absolutely right. That's why I will say, in the beginning, I did think that maybe before I knew there wasn't a whole lot of camera footage, or any camera footage to speak of, that they were going to release, I thought maybe he did try to take off to his dad's house, because we know that they were divorced, and that he possibly could have taken off to go see his dad, if he got upset or something like that. Or maybe he just decided that he wanted to see his dad. And so I did think about that. Also, what bodies of water and things like that, children are more prone to, be attracted to when they're on the spectrum. So, yeah, Rogue, it is painful for parents as well. And it's not, no parent is perfect. No parent is perfect, and nobody, really tells you what to expect in life. Like, we all just kind of go through it, not knowing what's going to happen, from minute to minute, but just, trying to make the best of it. So I thank you for that comment too. That's a really good point. And Mary says, who who has to find what interests them? Oh yeah, we have to find what interests them and try to find groups of people so they can mix with others. Absolutely. And even if it doesn't work out the first time, right? I mean, we can keep trying and trying, because again, even people who aren't on the spectrum, we have relationships for short periods of time with some people. Sometimes we have really long, term relationships with people. And, sometimes people are only in our lives for a season and things like that. And so I think that, that's also a really good point. Yeah, Nana. Yeah, blessed. That is so true. She says, Mary Rogers, yes, it is. And we want those friendships so much. And yeah, and that's across the board. That's across the board for anybody. We all like to be in social situations. And then some of us, because I can be very introverted myself, I can be very outgoing, but then sometimes I like to kind of, take my break and everything and have a little bit of time off and things like that. Because I do enjoy social situations, but everybody kind of needs time by themselves as well. Um, hey, Borna honey, good to see you. And Rogue says, yes, I can see that. Or excuse me, she says, ha, yes, I can't wait to see my only nephew. He better turn out decent because he's not living with me. Oh no, Rogue. And she says, I don't want any teenagers living with me because they're so sloppy. Yeah, and teenagers can be really moody, right? Because they're going through changes, and understandably so. So yeah, and we did hear that from Katie too. Talking about how Sebastian kind of didn't like the mustache. You didn't know whether he wanted to shave it off or keep it. He was very in between, and we see that decisiveness too. And that's also comes with just personalities, unique personalities, and also navigating through something that you've never been through before. So all a big learning experience. And Anne says, my niece's daughter was diagnosed when she was not even a month old. Wow, that's really young. Yeah. And there may be more, because I know Rogue was saying like in the 80s, there might just be more technologies and things that they can do to identify, or maybe there's certain testing that they found to be effective for early diagnosis and things like that. So that's good to know. Thank you, Anne. And Rogue says, me neither. I have too many problems with my aunt. She said, there is a reason why people have more struggles than other. It's hard either way. Yeah, absolutely. And it really is. Just navigating through life as it is can be extremely difficult. It's not easy for any of us, but I do believe when you have extra things added on, it can definitely be more challenging. So I think we need to give people more credit, definitely. Um, he does have great parents. He does. I think they're wonderful people, and I really love the way his mom put things, because I think it's important to remember that it's not specific to autism. It's everybody. And couponing says, what a spunky young man. His parents commendable. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And Mama Cedar Street, good to see you. I won't hurt you. I need to come up with a party for you guys when we get to 100 likes or something fun. I'll try to do like a low goal. And Star says, I'm just sorry we don't have better societal norms for these kids. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I really love that this channel, because it does show different people, and so that way you can kind of get to know different people. So whenever you do see people who are different in society, it's not like it's a shock to you. You're like, okay, that's a person in society. I think it's important to treat everybody with respect and dignity, even if they because we talked about before, a lot of times people can't tell that someone's on the spectrum. Sometimes you can, but a lot of times you can't. And so it's just always good manners to be kind to everybody, right? And just remember that everybody's going through something. And Rogue says, well, I had bad things happen when I was only 3, quite a lot of abuse. I'm sorry about that, Rogue. I'm sorry. I was tested at Akron Children's Hospital, and it was a scary thing for me. I thought that I had done something wrong. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it would be scary, especially I don't like going to the doctor or dentist or anything like that, so I can understand how it would be, you know, different. I mean, especially when you're little and you don't understand why you're being tested for something. Yeah, but it was never anything you did. It was just trying to identify things that could help. So, but anybody that goes through that is really strong, because like I said, I can't, I'm not a good person with doctors, and especially the dentist. The dentist scares the crap out of me. you know, but. And Borna Honey says, we're okay, thanks. My son went back to work and Aldi is great to him. Oh, Aldi's a good job, Borna Honey. I'm glad. Glad to hear that. Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And Butter Biscuit says, Rogue, my son was diagnosed ADHD in school and he saw his children struggle like he did and took him for testing. And my son was diagnosed with Asperger's when his children were. Oh wow, and he was a grown up. Oh wow, that's interesting, Butter Biscuit. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's not just little girls that are misdiagnosed or late diagnosed. It's just statistically more frequent, but that's very interesting. I'm glad that he was able to get that diagnosis too, because I think that would be really difficult. And I think that, like I said, they have to have better ways of trying to, finding out too. And Star says, what many see as rude or awkward, it stems from a lack of understanding. Absolutely. Or just the fact that maybe they don't know that they can go up to someone and say hello. Maybe they think that would be rude. So it's about kind of becoming more aware and yeah, understanding. Thanks, Star. Aw, I'm sorry, Tina. Those are hard to regulate. My mom had seizures too. Okay. Yeah, Tina, that's difficult. And I think the earlier you can diagnose, um, you know, the better. Oh, Rogue, that's sweet of you. Yes, he does. He has always loved car washes and like washing machine. I think it's the sound is soothing, like the kind of sound. Sensory wise, I think that's what he really enjoys it. So, but he always loved to show me. I mean, I haven't seen him since I moved from Missouri, but he always used to like to show me all the car washes and which ones were his favorite ones and things like that. So, and Tina says. Grand mal seizures meds helps her, and and they're not bad now, or they are bad now. I'm sorry. I think it says that they do help. Well, I'll be praying that they help because I know those can be really tricky, in combating that. So. And Butter Biscuit says, yes, Rogue, it hurts to see a child struggle to learn and fit in. You wonder if you did something wrong. Even relatives, a person on the spectrum can struggle with that and feeling, or what we feel, laughable. Yeah, and I mean, I agree with that. And I can see how being different would cause some kinds of maybe struggles when it comes to relationships within the family. It's just so unfortunate that when we look at what Sebastian had to endure, it was almost like he didn't have a safe place at a family gathering when it came to, KP and CP's side of the family. So that's very hard. And I don't think anybody knows what to do in a perfect world. We would, but then even the doctors, I think, are kind of fly by the seat of their pants and realizing that everybody's different, so advocating is really important. So no worries, Rogue. You can talk as much as you want, hun. It's an open chat. Open chat. And Butter Biscuit says, I admire so many parents who have children with physical and mental handicaps. They are like God's angels. Yeah, it's just like I said, if you don't take the time to get to know somebody like that, you're really missing out, I think. And also, I like how John's mom puts it, how John is more of an investment of time, and care. And I think that's something that was kind of lacking the way of explaining that to Mr. Foote before he came into the family dynamic of Katie and Sebastian, right? Because Katie's a divorcee for all intents and purposes. I know there was a lot of speculation on how the relationship started and that sort of thing, but for today's purposes, we really don't need to get too far into that. But either way, just the fact that of knowing that Sebastian is unique and he's different and he needs special things. He's differently abled than other people. I think that would have really helped if Katie would have had that conversation, and maybe she did, and maybe he, um, for lack of a better way to say it, love bombed her into thinking that everything was going to be great, and he understood when really he didn't. It was just more or less to get his foot in the door, so to speak, until he could, control the situation. And then let's see. I think we talked about that. Oh, you have to put in the time. You have to put in the time, and that was one thing that it didn't really seem like Chris was equipped or willing to do, is put in the time to figure out what Sebastian would like. But either way, I think that's any step parent coming into a dynamic where there's a child involved, right? Whether they're on the spectrum or they're not, you are going to deal with a set of challenges, getting to know that child, gaining the trust of that child, making the child understand that you're there for them, what your intentions are, because kids are smart, they're intuitive, they understand that this is a new person in my life, and all of a sudden, they're with my mom or dad, and it's a very tough situation for a child to have to navigate through, and they could be struggling with a lot of different feelings, even if the divorce happened a long time before that, right? But it kind of seems like in this situation, it moved pretty fast, where, the divorce happened, and then Chris was in the picture, and then Katie and Sebastian were going on fishing trips and different things. That can be very fast and overwhelming for any child. You really have to put in the time, no matter what, when you're deciding to get involved with somebody who has children. So Tina says, that's my daughter. As long as she's on her medication, she won't have them. Oh, that's wonderful. Good. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Poppy Love. Good to see you. Thank you, Star, for dropping that link. Yep. And Water. Yes, Water is another one. Rogue. And Butter Biscuit says, it might be why Sebastian was late diagnosed properly. Maybe he started showing more symptoms the older he got, and maybe bedwetting didn't start until then. That's a really good point. I'm not sure exactly when he was diagnosed. I do know it was a recent one, but I don't know. And then I don't know if it was also around the time that he was having the regression issues and things like that. So that's a really good point. Was Sebastian diagnosed before or after CP entered the picture? I'm almost positive it was after, because I think that the only thing that he was aware of would have been like the pocket of fluid, and then the chromosome deletion they did know about early on. So I'm pretty sure it was only within the last couple of years, the autism diagnosis. I'm not sure about the combined type ADHD that Katie was talking about on Smiley Stories World. Oh no, Anne, I hope you guys, everybody who's experiencing bad weather too right now, I hope all of you guys are doing okay. I know there's a lot of bad weather all across the country right now, especially like just everywhere. There's like tornadoes. I can't even say especially, because I was listening earlier, there's tornadoes and all kinds of things. Truth for Us, good to see you. Says, I wish there was a 1-800 number to find a therapist for children with ADHD. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of resources out there. and really, I think it's about finding a good physician to kind of help out, and give a good, solid referral. But even then, sometimes it can be tough because not every therapy or therapist is going to be, suited for what the child needs. And even Seth had talked about that with Sebastian, that there were certain things that the therapists weren't doing that he wished that they were, or he thought that they should be doing better, that it wasn't really helping Sebastian. And, that's where it comes in really hard to advocate, or excuse me, you have to come in really hard and advocate for your kids on that one, because it is tough, truth for us. So thank you. Thanks, Star, for dropping that number. Yeah, so Autism Society of America's National Helpline, 1-800-328-8476. And a little harder to find a number specifically for ADHD. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a little bit. See, there you go. Yeah, so that's a great point. And I'm guessing, yeah, that would be my best guess for a referral from, like your family doctor, or maybe even a list of therapists would help too, like a referral list. That way, if the first one doesn't work out, or you could help out. And Butter Biscuit says, I also want to point out that although there are great parents with challenged children, there are some parents who mistreat the child and take their meds to get, and not give the medicine to the child. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, unfortunately, probably, make money off of it, if and things like that. So absolutely, Butter Biscuit, that's a really good point. And as good as these parents are, there is the flip side of it, too. So hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. You're now late. Oh no. Oh, it didn't send you a notification. Dang. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't believe we've already been on for an hour, you guys. It's like, I have so much fun with you guys that I don't notice the time. Okay, so let's go on to our next clip. I'm glad you made it in, Scranton, though. I changed the time too. I have it at like 10:15, and then I changed it to 11. I think we're on 15. Okay, let's see.
Right. There's a lot of people watching this. What do they need to know about you?
It's not easy being autistic.
What would you say to somebody who's watching, who's thinking, but he doesn't look like he has autism?
And aspies are very neurotypical. However, they still have struggles that some people with autism have.
What are some of your struggles?
Social awkwardness is one of them.
Welcome to SBSK. Join me as I travel around the world and interview individuals living with a condition to prove no matter how you communicate or what obstacles you face, you're always deserving of love and acceptance. So without hesitation, let's meet today's friend.
I'm an aspie.
What does aspie stand for?
It's short for Asperger's, and it means that I have Asperger's.
What would you say is your biggest hope for the future?
That I may end up living a normal, or at least mostly normal life.
What do you consider a normal life?
Being able to interact with people and not really seem all that strange.
He loves puns to the point where it's painful.
You could say it's quite pungent.
Yes. So, I mean, there's times that we have to limit him to 4 puns a day or 3 puns a day, just so we can survive and keep our sanity.
Did you hear about how popular graveyards are?
No.
I hear people are just dying to get in there.
What's your biggest fear in life?
Being perceived as strange or not really fitting in. Because sometimes fitting in with the crowd is nice, and you don't really have to worry about people making fun of you.
What's the most important thing for the world to understand about autism?
That even though people are autistic and they might not understand some things. They're still people. They still need attention. They're still living beings, just like you and pretty much everybody else out there.
Have you went to school to learn things like eye contact and social interaction?
I have gone to a social skills for that kind of stuff.
What is social skills?
Social skills is a program where it's camp and we go in and discuss different things such as eye contact, emotions, different ways to calm down.
What have you learned in that camp?
I have learned how to be a good sport when playing games and how to have empathy for people.
What is the thing that confuses you most about humans as a whole?
Why we're so worried about different things that don't even really matter. Such as, for a big part, what we look like.
Why doesn't that matter?
Because it's on the inside. That's what matters. It's not really what's on the outside.
Easy for a handsome guy like you to say. I'm just joking, I agree with you. But you picked up on that, right? How could you tell?
How could I tell what?
That I was joking.
Because of the fact that you were just like...
Is that something you learned in the social skills class?
Yeah, usually people, they can't keep a straight face when they're joking.
We're sitting here, two dudes having a conversation. You're exhibiting great social skills, looking me in the eyes. You speak, I speak, we're taking turns. Is this something you learned to do?
The eye contact, yes, but the speaking, I kind of picked that up on my own.
So when you were taught eye contact, what did they teach you? How did they teach you it?
They taught me stuff like, if you can't go ahead and look people in the eye, then just go ahead and focus on something like their nose or their forehead.
So right now, are you secretly looking me in the nose?
No.
You're looking me in the eyes?
At first, I was kind of hard to do stuff. Then I started looking people in the nose. Then I looked people in the eyes.
At first, why was it hard for you to look people in the eyes?
It seems kind of awkward to go ahead and look people in the eyes, but it's not as strange now because I've done it so much.
Do you feel like you're being forced to do something you really don't want to do, though?
No, it doesn't feel like that.
So after you got exposed to it, you're okay with making the eye contact and keeping it?
Yes.
Part of the struggle is, one, when you have that diagnosis, people around you don't understand it. We didn't understand it for quite a while. And you'd say something and you're speaking one language, he's hearing a different language, and there's just this total disconnect.
It's kind of weird because you're sitting there and then all of a sudden you're not even in the room anymore. You're out in the clouds. It's like your mind has left your head.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
It can be both, because sometimes you're daydreaming and you want to still pay attention to stuff like schoolwork, but you're lost in this other world, so it might take a few attempts to get you back. So
They just look at him like either he's a brat or what's wrong with him, and there's no understanding when you have someone that looks normal and then it's not necessarily acting the way that you think that they should.
Sometimes I get so lost in the daydream that I don't even, I space out. I don't even notice the stuff in front of me anymore. It's like if I'm looking up there, I can see pretty much with my own eyes what I am daydreaming about.
How do you differentiate being weird and being unique? Is it good to be unique?
It is good to be unique.
Is it good to be weird?
No.
What's the difference between weird and unique?
Unique is where you are special. Being weird is what makes people not want to hang out with you.
Have you ever been made fun of?
I have been made fun of before.
Is it okay if I ask you questions about that? You can say yes or no, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yes, that's fine.
What did people say?
They said stuff like, oh look, it's Garrett the carrot. Or Garrett the ferret.
Was it really the words they said or the meaning behind it that hurt you?
A little bit of both.
What was the meaning behind it?
The meaning behind it was, in a way, I was kind of not normal.
Do you enjoy having the opportunity to express your thoughts and opinions?
It's kind of weird, but it's nice to be able to express them.
Why is it weird?
Because it's not something that I've done a whole lot.
How do you feel as you express yourself?
There's this weight that's taken off my shoulders. It's like I'm telling people how I feel. This needs to be known.
I'll tell you everything that you ever wanted to know and more about any Pokemon character that you could ask, or probably any Mario game.
Why do you like video games so much?
To me, they're easy to understand, and they're very fun.
Do you enjoy the escape from reality?
Yes, because it's like a whole nother world where I can just immerse myself and have fun in a way that I couldn't in real life.
Do you feel like when you're in the other world, your anxieties and pressures from the real world kind of dissipate and fade away?
Yeah, because I'm watching myself controlling people such as Link or Kirby, and it doesn't feel like I'm in the real world going ahead and dealing with those things.
Do you feel like you have more control in video games than you do in your actual life?
Yes.
How's that feel?
It feels good to be more in control because as a kid, there are some things that we just don't have control over.
Does your sister put you at ease in a way that it's hard for other people to do?
Yes, she puts me at ease in a different way than most people.
Why is that?
It may just be how cute she is. Or maybe the fact that sometimes she just does stuff that makes everybody laugh.
If you had a choice, would you change anything about who you are?
Sometimes I wish I was neurotypical.
Why do you wish you were neurotypical sometimes?
Because it would make it easier for me to interact with other people and understand other things.
Do you ever feel lonely?
At times, yes.
What do you do in those moments?
Sit down and read a book.
How do you feel when you spend time with Ella?
I feel at peace in a lot of ways.
Why is that?
Ella just has this way of calming people down, making people happy. And it's kind of hard to explain, but she does it really well.
He shares his toys with me.
You mentioned that you hope that others do not perceive you as weird. Not once during this conversation have I perceived you as weird, but I have perceived you as unique. You have unique qualities, and I appreciate them, and I think they make you who you are, and that's a good thing. And heck, I even think being weird can be a good thing sometimes, but you're unique. I've never once thought you were weird. Is there anything else you would like to say?
I'm an aspie, and I'm proud to be one.
Thanks for having me today.
Thank you for coming over to my house.
No, thank you for having me today. Should we end the interview now?
Yes.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Alright, so I have my own YouTube channel, and it's called The Pixelators. However, it's not spelled as you might think. It's about gaming. I do a lot of different games. I've been trying to do some new things.
Cool. Anything else you want to say?
No.
Okay, guys. So we meet Garrett in this. Oh, sorry. There we go. I need to make that smaller. We meet Garrett here, and he is a self-proclaimed aspie. So he does have Asperger's now. That is something that they've kind of changed up over the years, and so he is so articulate. I agree, Scranton Strangler, really articulate and funny. You know, reminded me a lot of Sebastian. How he liked to make jokes. He enjoys puns. His dad was really funny because he said they have to kind of limit the puns per day just to survive the day, which I think he gets a lot of his humor from his dad. It seems like in this anyway. And he's asked by his teacher if he, you know, what are some of his goals? And he says that he would like to have a normal life, that he, you know, wants to get to a point where interacting with others isn't as strange as it was. So I think that's a really good goal to have in terms of, you know, where he was at with everything. He said he would like to fit in with the crowd, but he doesn't like to be made fun of. And I think that's everyone. You know, no one likes to be made fun of. It's just, you know, again, part of life, what we deal with. But we don't expect to see that happening within the household, right? And we talked a lot about that yesterday, about how Sebastian was being treated, just in general, and how whenever he got home, that's kind of where the bullying would continue. If it did happen at school, it was definitely continuing when he got home. Now, Garrett talks about going to social skills, which is a program or a camp where they learn, proper eye contact, how to deal with emotions, and then coping skills. And so I think those are really important, to for any of us to learn and understand, just to get through to get through life. And he also says that he learned how to be a good sport there, and that he learned empathy. And so I think that's a really great thing, because that is another thing, social and emotionally, that people with the autism spectrum disorder would encounter, daily. Now, it isn't everybody, of course. It's a very wide spectrum. But in Garrett's case, he seems like, those were things that he was really interested in working on, and then he was able to accomplish with the therapies, or with the camp, social skills program. And what Garrett says here, and I think it's so important, is that what's on the inside is what matters. So what's on the inside, we all, have these shells we walk around in every day, but really what matters is what is on the inside, and how we treat people, and the person that we are. And Garrett talks about how when he was first learning eye contact, that he would look at people, in the nose, first, or in the forehead. And so that way it would get him more comfortable with looking people directly in the eye. Again, sometimes that can be an awkward thing, where there's too much eye contact or not enough eye contact. Sometimes when people don't give us a lot of eye contact, it kind of makes us wonder if they're being truthful, if they're hiding something. When people wear sunglasses inside, you're kind of wondering, why are you hiding your eyes, kind of a thing. And so that can definitely be a social cue that all of us can understand, that, it can be too much or too little, and it can be awkward either way. So it's really about finding that happy median. And then, his dad talks about the fact that people don't really understand. So society, and, even Star mentioned this earlier too, in chat. So, there could be a total disconnect from, people, if they're not understanding, the person that has Asperger's in this case. And then also, his dad brings up a really good point, that even though, Garrett may look like he doesn't have any type of issues, when he does display some of the behaviors that show that, people can be caught off guard and not understand what's going on. And so again, that can cause a major disconnect. Also, I thought there was a really interesting, similarity between, the second child that we, met, John, and Garrett, where they talk about daydreaming. And I think that, there may have been some of that going on with Sebastian, because a lot of times, Chris would, well, even on Nancy Grace, Chris, for example, says that Sebastian had some issues in school with paying attention and things like that. Katie mentioned some of that too. Again, with the combined type ADHD, that could also factor in and kind of display some of those behaviors, in terms of, kind of getting so far into your daydream that you're really into it, right? And some of us that have really great imaginations, or some of us that are good at daydreaming, we can kind of relate to that, right? It's something that, you kind of you get in your own little world, you got to snap out of it, right? Type of a thing. And so they said that, they both had those similar daydreaming experiences. And I think, if there was more of a level of patience, by Mr. Foote, or especially Katie being his mother, that Sebastian would have had a lot easier time coping and dealing with that, instead of always getting in trouble for it, for something he couldn't really control. So that it was really important to kind of, know and explore. And Mary Rogers says Sebastian and his dad would have gotten on well. or excuse me, Sebastian and this lad would have gotten on well. I think so too. Very much alike, very much the video gaming. They both enjoyed the video gaming, both very high functioning, and both sweet, funny. Loves to kind of joke around and things like that. So. And Butter Biscuit says, my grandson reminds me of Sebastian and how he thought girls were pretty but didn't speak of them. My grandson went to the prom alone because he's so shy around girls. Ah, Butter Biscuit, that's sweet though. I'm a shy person too. When it comes when it comes to the opposite sex, so I can completely relate with that. And I think sometimes it's a good thing just to go as with friends and have a good time that way. So. Um, yeah, but it can be so difficult, and then also just navigating through as as we get older, because the teenage years are really tough on all of us, on parents and on the person who's going through the teen years. And Rogue says separation anxiety is a huge issue as well, in my opinion. Absolutely. Especially if they're in an environment where they're not used to being in that environment. It can definitely, being away from what they're used to, their normal routine, can definitely cause that separation anxiety. So thank you, Rogue. Yeah, he is above atypical intellect. I agree. I agree. And yeah, guys, and then for those of you who don't know, like when Garrett's talking about being neurotypical is basically what they would call people who are not on the spectrum, and then people who are known as atypical. So just kind of a little bit of background there. Sorry, I have to keep doing that. I don't know what I pressed earlier. I know Mary's and Maria, good to see you. Maria says, I love Garrett. He looks like a sweet kid. Autistic kids are very special and I love them. God bless him. Yes, absolutely. And he is very special and I love his personality. I love that he likes to joke around. We're going to get to see kind of how Garrett grew a little bit from interview to interview, and I really think it's interesting. And it seems like his parents are very involved in advocating and making sure that he is involved in the therapies and things that will help him with coping. And Linda, good to see you. Yes, he is a smart lad. Absolutely, Mary. I don't think there's any medications at all for people on the spectrum or Asperger's at all. It's just basically really therapies, Rogue. And I think the most common things that I think they're going to take medications for would be like maybe the ADHD and things like that. But in terms of autism, they don't have any type of medication that I know of for for that. Good to see you couponing. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Yes, Maria says 100% inside what matters. Yeah, because I mean, you could be really, really pretty on the outside or really, really handsome, but you could be just like, the biggest, arsehole on the planet. And so Mary says, I do wear sunglasses all year round, nice dark ones. Well, and see, and that's another thing too, because I know some people have sensitivity to light and things like that. So it's just one of those things. I know some creators will even wear glasses while they're talking because of the lights that they have in their, how they have their little studio set up too. So, that's always, it's funny because the world is never really, to me, really black and white. I think we have a lot of really gray areas in there to consider. So thank you for that comment, Mary. And Little Miss Sharon says, I am a mom of an autistic teen and a single mom of a level 2 autistic teen and have one or excuse me, and have done a lot of studying. Yes, ma'am. And it is important. And I think it's just very interesting, because if we think about how unique each individual person is who is on the spectrum, I just really enjoy getting to know each person and kind of what they enjoy doing and finding that deeper understanding, especially as a mom. So that's what's wonderful about you, because you can advocate for your child, once you can understand more. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Maria says, I'm very shy too. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that too. Once I get to know somebody, I'll talk all day, but I'm usually pretty shy too. Which I think that's a really good thing, especially with little kids. If we consider how many strange people are out there, with bad intentions, it's kind of good to have that guard up at first, until you kind of can get to know somebody and feel comfortable enough with them. So I think that's definitely a good thing. And Butter Biscuit says, I wonder if Chris and Katie had more knowledge of the behavior from a spectrum children, if they would have disciplined differently. I think so. I think they would have, if they would have taken a little bit more time to understand, I think they would have had an easier time all around themselves, because it's almost like cutting your own nose off to spite your face, right? Because if they were to at least do a little bit of research and find that common understanding, maybe they could have communicated better. They could have found better resources. It wouldn't have been necessarily a behavioral issue. It would be more like, okay, this is what we need to do to work on these skills and to sharpen what you're having difficulties with over here. Instead, it was more like, oh, Sebastian's being naughty again. He's doing this wrong. He's doing that wrong. When in reality, it's just more or less Sebastian trying to cope and navigate through being a teenager and then also being on the spectrum. So, yeah, I agree, Butter Biscuit. I do. It would have made things easier on all of them, I think. And Little Miss Sharon says, I can't say right now there is a lot of empathy, compassion, and able to communicate with autistic teens. It is very difficult, I'm sure, because even my daughter, when she was a teenager, I was like, I couldn't connect with her on any level. It was just for a little bit there, it was kind of very back and forth, and a mom and a daughter, and we're just kind of like not ever on the same page. And I even looked for resources online and different things like that. So, but it's one of those things where this too shall pass. And if you can make it over that, I think, it's a good thing, but it is a give and take, because of course they're learning their independence, they're learning different things from other people. You're not the main source of, because when they're little, they'll listen to you. They think like John said, the adults know everything, and when people are little, they do think adults know everything. But then kind of those teenage years, you start realizing, oh, okay, well, I get to make my own decisions. And then you're like, oh, well, I know everything. And it can be really rough, and I probably got back what I gave out when I was a teenager. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, Mary, but I agree with that. I agree. It doesn't seem like they tried very much. And Little Miss Sharon says, does anyone see empathy or compassion with CP or KP? Yeah, I struggle to find it. And that's kind of why, again, I really wanted to show what other parents who have children on the spectrum go through, and then how they deal with it, because it seems very similar a lot, especially with as we look at all of the children kind of as a whole, we can see that a lot of the similarities are there, but it's about how the parents are handling the situation and how the parents are helping to build life skills. One thing I can say, when I would listen to Seth, I would hear him using more of these sort of coping mechanisms, or life, showing Sebastian life skills. Even in the first interview with Holly Thompson, um, Chris and Katie talk about how uh, Seth will show Sebastian familiar routes, so he knows how to get to his dad's house, because his dad will be like, okay, now we're going to go left up here, we're going to go right over here, and kind of showing him how to navigate, right? And that's one thing that it seems like Seth really had the patience for, and would really take the time to um, help Sebastian understand some of these things. Again, none of us are perfect parents, and not even Seth is a perfect parent, but the fact that he was willing to take that extra time shows me that he did have more compassion and care for what Sebastian was going through, rather than um, immediately jumping in and being like, okay, you're in trouble now, because really he didn't deserve to be in trouble, in my opinion. He deserved to have a level of understanding and, um, grace, really, for lack of a better word, grace, because he doesn't know how to navigate. It's one thing if somebody's doing something on purpose and they know better, but then it's a completely different thing if they are lacking that understanding. And if you can just get them to that understanding, you know, it can do wonders. And even when we look at Garrett's perception, his teacher asks him, what do you think the words unique versus weird, how do you perceive that? And he says, well, unique is special, and weird is when people don't really want to be around or hang around with you, and so that was his level of understanding on that. And he also says that when he was able to express his feelings finally, and he did go through the therapies that were necessary to help him with that, that it was like a weight was lifted off of his shoulder. So learning the eye contact, learning to display empathy when it's necessary, and even things like being a good sport, shaking someone's hand, saying good game, even if you lost the game, those are all things that are very easily learned, but it can be perceived to others as weird if a child of a certain age doesn't display that, right? Where if they get really upset and they have a meltdown because they lost, then people are not really understanding of that, right? They're like, well, why is he acting like that? Well, it's because he doesn't have the coping skills available to him. But once he did have those coping skills, it was more of, I am unique, I am special. I know now that I do need to do an acceptable level of eye contact so that people will find me to be more sociably acceptable. And that's just something that everybody has to struggle with, reading the room, or, that sort of thing. So, oh, does anybody know if Joseph Rep is blocked? He should not be blocked. Good night, Maria. Yeah, Linda, that is very true. Many people on the spectrum have sensory issues. Thank you, Blessed. I appreciate you being here. I know it's a little bit different, but I think it's really important for us to kind of explore um, just the way that maybe Sebastian would have been feeling, because we always hear about how the parents are feeling, and how, this person or that person is handling this. But I think it's important to understand how Sebastian would be feeling, too. Um, because even, and you see the level of love in the family. The father is a very much like his son. They have a good relationship, right? You have the little sister who is just as cute as she can be, and you can see the love and adoration that her big brother has for her, saying things like, "Of course, we love her because she's cute," and she says things, and does things that makes everybody laugh. But we still see Garrett telling us that he does feel loneliness at times, and when he does feel like that it's nice for him to sit with a book and read a book and things like that. Also, he says that he likes to play video games so he can escape and be in a whole nother world. He says that he feels more control when he's playing the video games, and I can see how that would be something that may be very similar to what Sebastian was feeling. Being able to escape to a different world and then having that control over what's going on when everything around him is chaotic. Thank you, Miss Star. And Star, do you know if Joseph Rapp is, because I don't want him to be blocked and I don't know how to unblock him if he is. Just one second, guys. I want to make sure. I'll play this next clip. Wow, because I just saw his message pop up in my email. I didn't see him. Okay. I'll figure out how to get him back. Oh gosh, yeah, Anne, I'm praying for you too, sweetheart. I hope that doesn't happen. Oh my goodness. I know everybody's experienced some really bad weather over there. Oh no, a juice box and a crayon, and did we leave him in timeout? Oh no. Oh no, because I love Joseph. He's a really good member of our community, so I hate for that. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'll play this next one. I know, I don't know either. I think you can, but I'm not sure. It's okay. I don't know if maybe because I had to whack a couple trolls the other day, and I hope I didn't click on the wrong person. Okay, let me go ahead and we'll play this next one.
What's it like to be autistic?
It's odd because you look at everyone and then you see the world in a different way, and you don't understand why somebody says, well, blah, 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 blah. But that doesn't make any sense. And it's because you have this different point of view. It's weird because you have this way that you want to socialize, but then you think, this is how other people do it. And then you're like, am I me? Or am I just how other people want me to be?
Hey, Garrett.
Yeah?
I'm starting to think that I misinterpreted it when I read that we can interview again, we just have to wear masks.
Nah, seems normal to me.
What's your favorite thing to talk about?
Gaming. It's just, I have invested so much time into learning all this stuff about it. So I just, whenever I get the chance, I just spill the beans for hours on end.
Why do you like gaming so much?
It's just something that I understand, and especially in times like these, it's a world that you can escape into, and you just, ooh. Hey, I'm this man with the mustache and the overalls that fixes the pipes. I'm gonna go save the princess.
What would you like to say to everybody watching at home?
Never, no matter what happens, you must never give up. You must keep going. Go, get the goal. Make it happen. Make your dreams come true.
And what would you say to somebody who wants to give up?
You are lazy.
Sometimes I accidentally offend people or I'm rude to them, and I feel so bad because I'm not trying to do that. Sometimes it's a joke or something I said, and I don't know that it's offensive or rude or anything. And then I feel so bad. I'm like, oh, man, really shouldn't have said that joke about the pizza. Sorry, Chuck E. Cheese, I know you don't actually siphon your pizzas from old pizzas.
Do you think your older brother is cool?
Yes.
What's cool about him?
That he likes to play Fortnite.
Why did that make you laugh?
I don't feel like I'm cool, honestly. I feel like I'm neat, but I'm not cool.
What's it like to be you?
It's interesting. I'm homeschooled, obviously. I am very geeky.
What's your favorite thing about yourself?
The fact that I can make other people happy.
Why is that the most important thing?
Because we live in a world where a lot of things can make people upset and sad.
There are people that think that people with Asperger's don't empathize, or just autism. They don't empathize and they don't care. And sometimes it is very me-centered. But there are times that Garrett will put his all into doing something for somebody.
Just because you're autistic doesn't mean that you're just completely unusual and your brain doesn't work at all like a normal person's. Because like you look at me and I'm very neurotypical, which means that I act mostly like a normal person and then you have a few hiccups here and there.
Have you had to work hard to get to where you are?
Yes, it took a fair bit of therapy.
So for people who don't know, you're one of the first people I interviewed on SBSK back in 2016. Instead of looking at each other in the eyes, we're going to look at each other right here. And that way it's like we're having a conversation with everybody who watches. Is that cool?
Yes.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get my do you mind and is it like okay mixed up?
Oh, I do that too, but don't worry, you're doing a great job. We feel
alright. It's been kind of difficult being alone and not really seeing people, but it's been alright. I get to play a lot more video games.
Well, on that note, I think that joke's run its course anyway. If somebody watching this interview just feels sad, they're having a bummer of a year, what would you say to them?
You need some funny memes in your life, or else you'll get the big sad. Or maybe you already have the big sad. And the big sad just needs even bigger memes. Look for the dank memes!
He is what's known as twice exceptional. He's very highly intelligent, and he also has autism. And so because of that, that places him in a unique place from some other people.
How would you explain the way your mind works?
It thinks very logically, so every thought for the most part is black and white. There's not really much gray area in between.
Garrett, I noticed that when your mom talks, you listen to her very intensely. Do you care about what she has to say?
Bits and pieces.
He's honest.
What's it like to have a really high IQ and also be on the spectrum?
It's an interesting ground to be standing on. Because you're super intelligent and then sometimes you just feel like you don't know anything.
Over the years, we have had even family members ask us, are you sure that he's autistic?
There are so many people out there that just treat autism as a joke, like, hey, look at me, I'm autistic, therefore I'm very stupid. That's just not right at all. It's very rude, in fact, because it's like they're making fun of people for choosing to be autistic or something like that, when they have no real way of having chosen that at all. They're born with it.
Okay, sorry guys. I think I cut him off just a little bit there. He said that people are born that way. You know, we're born this way, and I thought it was really interesting, the gaming aspect again. So we see Garrett, this is a couple years later, and this is during the pandemic that he's being interviewed again by his teacher. And so he says that the gaming is really helping him out in times like these. So even though he did struggle socially and things like that, even being isolated during the pandemic could be very stressful for even people on the spectrum, right? Because it's something that they're used to working on, these social skills, and then all of a sudden they weren't able to do that. So I found that to be really interesting too. I think Garrett is so hilarious. I love his sense of humor, and he had me cracking up back here. he likes to make people happy, he said. And he said sometimes if he does make a joke and somebody, maybe it wasn't well received, he does feel sorry about that. And he doesn't like to offend anybody, but he really does like to joke around and kind of be a jokester. And I think that we remember a lot of that coming from all of the parents, Seth, Katie, and even Mr. Foote. He talks about how Sebastian is very funny. He might put out some one-liners. And then also another misconception, very loving, caring, and compassionate. And I think that you just kind of develop that level of compassion too, knowing how others are feeling because you understand how you feel if you're treated a certain way or not. And then Garrett's mom, we meet her, and she talks about how Garrett has a very high IQ. He's also on the spectrum, but that she's been told that he is twice exceptional. So when we ask Garrett what he thinks of himself, he says that he is very logical. He thinks very logically, and that there's no gray area or in between for him. It's very black and white. And so again, we see that with the people who are on the spectrum being very literal and them not being able to see it kind of both ways. But then that's also where that logical thinking comes through. It's either this or that, and super, super interesting. And I think that it makes for very good critical thinking skills, if you will. And then another similarity that I see here with Sebastian is a lot of people, and I've heard a lot of people say that, are you sure that Sebastian is autistic, right? Because, and we hear that when we're talking to Garrett's mom. So a lot of people have said that about Sebastian, and I kind of saw that similarity. And she's like, he absolutely is, but he's very high functioning, and so that's why it's really hard to tell. Hey, Panda Bear's mom, good to see you. Hey, Sandra. Sandra says my sons both went through their I'm gonna be a comedian phase. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, it's fun. It's fun to be funny, and to joke around. I love it. So, and Loretto says that child reminds me of my own. I love Garrett. He's just a joy to be around, I think. As far as I'm concerned, he probably would never bore me with his puns. And Little Miss Sharon says, I know these videos show autistic people. However, it's not the same for everyone, in my opinion. Yes, that is so true. It's like everyone is so unique in their own way, especially when we think of the spectrum. And then also, it's a lot to do with resources too, and kind of how each person is going to understand and what's going to help each person. So I completely agree with that. Thank you so much, Lima Sharon. And Star Lambert says, aw, sweet kid. Yeah, and I love when he says dank memes. When he says dank memes, that's like my favorite part. I was like, yep, that's me. And Jen says, that's right, everyone needs funny memes in their lives. Yes, it does. I think it helps cope, absolutely. Aw, thank you, Butter Biscuit. Yeah, me too. I really needed this tonight. And then also, I think it's fun to share all the different stories and things like that. And then to just see kind of maybe a little bit more of what Sebastian may or may not have been going through. I just kind of keep going through the interviews in my head and remembering back, okay, Seth said that he really does enjoy playing the video games, that, he enjoys things like anime, which is, completely different than maybe any of the other children that we're seeing here, because they all enjoy different things. And Little Miss Sharon says, I just want to put this out there. No one will understand being a single parent of an autistic child exactly how lonely you can be. However, you can get used to it and have an amazing life. Yeah, Little Miss Sharon, thank you for sharing that. I think that is really important to understand because, yeah, being a single parent is one of the hardest things. I mean, there isn't an easy path, but I think you know, we all have to find kind of that area where we can cope with things and try and make the best of what we've been given, or what God's given us, you know. So I appreciate your comment so much. Thank you. And oh, are you guys getting rain in Northwest Indiana? Oh my goodness. Aw, Star. Thank you. Star says, I did that to my son once, accidentally left him in a timeout too long when I was cleaning up. He was too quiet. Oh no. And usually if they're too quiet, you're like, uh-oh, what are they doing? You know, like you'll be sitting there cleaning and you'll be like, oh, I haven't heard anything for a while. There must be something going on over there. Oh, you got some snow? Snow. And Mary Rogers says CPTSD symptoms are very much like bipolar symptoms, Rogue. So you would need to see a psychologist. Yeah, and that's the thing too. A lot of that's a very good point, Mary. A lot of the characteristics, or the, if you want to say, symptoms or traits associated with one disorder could show up in another. You know what I mean? So it is important to get a really clear and concise diagnosis when it comes to that, because you just never know. You just never know. And Lil Miss Sharon says, my autistic teen can be high functioning and can be low functioning. Yeah, that's why they call it that spectrum too. And then even when we were talking about Matthew, and his mom was talking about how typically children on the spectrum aren't as outgoing. They're looked at as more introverted, when she says that's a stereotype, and that's not her experience or with Matthew's experience. So it's interesting to remember that, and important to remember that, more like, and to just kind of remember that there is no absolute when it comes to the spectrum. So let's see here. And Mary says, I'll have to look that up or ask my doctor. It would be, I'm sorry, Rogue says, my doctor. Yeah. Yeah. And they've redone that diagnostic manual too. And like I said, what is it, the DSM-5? They've redone that. And then nowadays they won't say aspie for Asperger's. It's the just high functioning. So that's what makes me wonder if Sebastian would have fallen into that category, because that's my better understanding of it. But with technology and things changing, it's it's something that's different. And Star says, I wish I knew why my granddaughter has delayed language. Her pediatrician and a hearing specialist both say it's not autism. She is super smart, but I have to guess a lot with her needs. Yeah, and that's what's really important too, is sometimes, especially when they're younger, it's difficult to know exactly what's going on. And then especially because sometimes the specialists are, not really up to par either. So it's just really hard. So yeah, Star, I really hope that, you can keep going the way you are, because I know you're a wonderful grandma. I know that's right. And Linda says therapy is key for autism for sure. Yeah, and those are the major things that you can do, because there isn't any medication. I know when Sheriff Craddock was talking about Sebastian's medication, he was also under the impression that Sebastian was taking medications for his autism. But really when we come to find out is that he was mainly taking it for the combined type ADHD and then the sleep, because that was one thing that he would have trouble with, is sleeping. So, you're welcome, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Thank you. And Rogue says Chris and Katie could have had a specific person that works with autistic kids come in, but it seems to me that they just didn't want to deal with any type of inconvenience, especially Chris. Yeah, and that's the hardest part. Kind of watching all of this is that I just wonder if they ever kind of took the time to think about where Sebastian was coming from, how he was feeling, and then working towards how to help him through it. But it doesn't seem like that ever occurred to really either one of them. Even as a mom, it just really doesn't seem like she was very interested in finding those things out or becoming part of the community where you could, um, you know, interact with other parents and listen and kind of learn from other parents on what they were doing. And Machete says, I agree, yet they had 15K for, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. They had all that money for, now they have the money, they can come up with it, but they couldn't before. Is very, very curious to me. It almost makes you so mad. You're like, what the heck were they thinking? But nevertheless, here we are. And Butter Biscuit says, Sebastian had such a busy day, it had to take him a while to unwind. My sons were hyperactive and bedtime was 9. To calm them, we did wrestle or after little things like that after, um, to sort of wind down. Yes. And, just even the littlest things like, getting that energy out, like you were saying, have like a little wrestle or, a hot bath or like a story time or something like that. Even if you kind of like listen to like a book on tape or something like that, a story could really kind of help to relax and, kind of. I know that Katie said that there were a couple of books that Sebastian really enjoyed, and they were Minecraft chapter books that she talked about on Queen Bee. So, you would think that that would be something that they would have done. I'll tell you, in my opinion, Butter Biscuit, I would be so wrecked by the end of that whole day of going and going and going, that I would be ready to just kind of, watch a movie or, cuddle up with a book or something like that at the end of the night, for sure. And just maybe order in something. ASD1, Mary says. Aw, I know you are, Star. I know. Just a little doll. And Anne says, my son that I lost was diagnosed with bipolar, and then here last year he was told that he didn't have bipolar. It was something else, but I can't spell it. Yeah, and see, sometimes the medical professionals get it wrong, because it's only, the diagnosis is only as good as, what they have to go off of. So I can definitely see that, Anne. And that's tough, because especially like with the different diagnoses, sometimes there is medications involved and things like that. So, that can be really tricky, especially if you're taking something for something that you don't have or, that sort of thing. So, yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. Thanks, couponing. And there you go, Star. I know. And, of course, we're not medical professionals, but I think it is something interesting to talk about, especially because a lot of us who have done the research and things like that, I know, we can't help, but I do it all the time. It's like I find something Like, for instance, I had like the little no-see-um bites, and so I was going when I first moved here, I didn't realize what that was, and so I was like going on WebMD, like, why am I breaking out? But it wasn't that. It was because I got bit by the no-see-um, so now I just can't go out like at certain times. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this next clip. I'm gonna see if let's see here. There we go.
What's the most important thing your dad's taught you?
He's taught me a lot about plumbing.
Do you have an interest in plumbing?
No, he was just the son of a plumber, and he's teaching me life skills. I know how to unclog a drain!
What are you most proud of your sister for?
She is above average for her age in multiple ways. One of those is the way she plays video games, for instance.
Do you parent Garrett the same way you do your daughter?
No, you can't. No two people are alike. I'm a supervisor for a delivery company, and whether I have 25 employees that are working for me or I have 60 employees that are working for me, I can't treat each individual the same way. There's going to be some basic things that are the same and universal, and you have to do it across the board in order to have uniformity and not have favoritism. But the way you deal individually with a person, you have to be able to interact with that person in a way that reaches them.
Some good stuff has come out of this year. I went ahead and I finished 2 Lego cars with my dad.
As he gets older, we can share more, and you can see that we have more in common. We have the same kind of sense of humor, a little bit dark, a little twisted.
What is your biggest goal in life right now?
Becoming a programmer.
Why do you want to become a programmer?
So I can make the things that I love to use so much.
It's amazing to watch him be able to figure out things that people aren't going to be able to figure out as quickly or as well. He'll pick up on little nuances that I'll just absolutely miss. And it's amazing to see the way his brain is wired differently and the way that it works, and to see the outcome of that.
The way you see the world, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It certainly depends. There's a lot of people that need the logical minds in the world, because that's how you figure out what arguments are valid, what arguments are invalid, whether or not something is true. Logic makes for great detective skills.
What's the most important thing you hope to teach your sister?
She should not give up unless she has tried her hardest. And that goes for a lot of people. If you've tried, then you have the right to give up. But if you've never tried before, why should you give up? You don't even know if you can do it yet. Like, it's like playing a game. There's a gamer code where you should at least try something a few times. Really try, and then you go ahead and look it up. Oh, I don't know where the 4th puzzle piece is in my Mario Luigi game. Whip out the Googles, because I looked for 5 hours. Ah, there it is. Now I can have more fun.
Do you always know what your brother's talking about?
No, not always.
And some of that comes with age.
What do you think when he confuses you sometimes?
Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Do you still love him?
Yes.
Does your dad have any unethical video game behavior?
As far as I can think, no.
So he lives by the code of honor?
No, he doesn't Google something until he tries.
What are some other video game code of honor rules that I should know about?
If you're trolling somebody, you need to stop at some point. There are some people out there who try to just absolutely trash everyone else for no reason.
At least he has passion about something. And if you have passion about something, then hopefully that'll either transition into something that he can build a career on, or he'll be able to find another thing that he can build a career on that he can get passionate about as well. And that'll make all the difference in the world when you're working, if you have passion for your work.
I fear that I may not be ready yet when I become an adult to be an adult.
Why do you think you might not be ready?
I may not be able to get a job and provide for myself yet.
That's a fear that I had. And to be honest, I'm 31 years old today. I still don't feel like an adult, and I've found out how to provide for myself. It's often the people who don't know what they're doing who find what they're supposed to be doing.
How do you think the chocolate chip cookie was invented?
What in your life brings you the most joy?
When I make other people happy.
Why does that bring you the most joy?
Because it makes me feel happy too. When I grow up, I really hope that I'm not just like him, because being just like him, that would be really weird. But a lot like him.
What's it like for you to hear that?
It feels really good. It's especially when you have a teenager. If you have a teenager that says, hey, I still want to be like my parent, it lets you know that you have a great relationship with them, that you're doing something right, and you haven't lost them. At least not yet.
We've been doing these interviews for 4 years now. I feel like we're friends at this point.
You've got a friend in me.
You've got a friend in me.
Some of the folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, bigger and stronger too, but they'll never love you the way I do. It's true.
I noticed this year you seem much more confident expressing yourself.
A lot of that comes from doing my YouTube channel, and essentially the YouTube channel is just me talking to a bunch of strangers, but they're all my friends, kinda. I don't know.
Take a moment and plug your YouTube channel.
It is The Pixelators, and you want to look for the one with 13.1k subscribers.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm still trying to figure out how to get Joseph back. And I was looking at StreamYard. Hey, Jocelyn, good to see you. So I apologize for that. I don't know how. I'm not sure, because I know if we go to the actual, like if I go to star, that's so weird. Because that shouldn't have happened, huh? Hey, Seven True, good to see you. I'm trying to think. Maybe I could text, hey Jude, I know it's late. Let me see. Aw. One second, guys. I don't know how he would have got blocked unless it was an accident. Okay. I just sent out a message to see. No, it's okay, Jacqueline. You're fine. You're fine. We were just watching some clips. You're not late. I know. That's what I was thinking, Butter Biscuit. I just sent him another message on the email just to see, because I use the StreamYard, and I was looking in there to see if maybe I could figure out, like, what, because the stream and no view on YouTube. I don't want to do that. Sorry, guys. No, you know what? I haven't. I was gonna link up for a conversation, and we haven't been able to connect, but I would love to talk with her more about it, because I know she does a lot to bring awareness. So thanks for that, little Miss Sharon. Yeah. Let's see here, guys. So basically, I really like the way the parents were talking. Well, I should say the dad. So let's back up a little bit. So Garrett is very proud of his sister. It looks like they have a really great relationship, and you can tell that they like to kind of pal around with each other, play video games and things like that. It always makes me kind of sad when I think about how Sebastian and Faith didn't get to have that kind of relationship or that camaraderie. It seems like they were trying to keep Sebastian away from Faith, unfortunately, which I think is completely wrong. Now, when Garrett's dad talks about parenting and how no two people are alike, and so even in his supervisor position, he says that there are some basic things that you have to do, to show like the uniformity, but then also not to show any favoritism. But you have to kind of interact with people in a way that makes sense to them, because that's the best policy in dealing with people, because we are all different. And so I thought that was a very good way to put it, especially in terms of, dealing with parenting two different children. And then, of course, I know a lot of you have told, hey, Baba Rose, good to see you, have told your stories about how you may have children who are on the spectrum, two children on the spectrum, and kind of as an example, how you would have to do certain things for one and then do certain things for the other. And I think that kind of translates into just everyday parenting, because no two children are alike, right? And so what's good for one might not be good for the other. You always kind of want to be fair-minded and make sure that they don't feel as if they're being treated unfairly or any favoritism exists. But in the same way, the way that you might explain to one child, even based on age factors, you might have a child who's 2 years old and one that's 7 years old. And a 7-year-old is going to be able to understand things a little bit differently than the 2-year-old would, and vice versa. So you always have to kind of keep that in mind when you're parenting. And so I really liked how that was put. And then I really liked how Garrett said that logical thinking would make for a great detective. And I thought that that was very fitting for all intents and purposes here. Really smart kid, really awesome kid. All of these kids are really awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip, and let me see if we can't get Joseph back here.
What are some good things about having autism?
Some good things are, well, I'll just say this. Different can sometimes be good.
How so?
Well, everyone would find it boring if everyone was just the same.
Ted's a really cool kid. We have a lot of fun, and he makes us laugh, and he has a really good heart. He cares about other people.
I noticed you have a bruise on your eye. How'd you get that?
Oh, I had a problem at school yesterday. I really don't want to talk about it, though.
That's okay. Could you tell me one thing about it?
Well, I got punched pretty hard.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm taking a break today to come do this.
Sometimes in life, things like that happen. I call them obstacles.
Yes.
And the thing about an obstacle is once you overcome an obstacle, you're even stronger on the other side. So sometimes obstacles happen for no reason, and sometimes you don't even deserve them. But remember, if you can overcome that obstacle, you're going to be even stronger after you climb over it.
We're taking a ball from him or something, and he took it back, and then, like 3 or 4 punches right in the head, and it was really scary. I mean, he doesn't always understand when kids are playing and when they're serious and when things can get out of hand, and that's really scary to me, because I can't be there all the time. He's 15. I have to give him some freedom now.
What do you want to say to the person who punched you?
That I didn't deserve it, and it was an obstacle, and I hope you can work on not trying to punch people.
If you could communicate one message about Teddy to the world, what would it be?
Give him a chance, get to know him. He's an amazing kid. He may not be just like you or me or the other kids you know, but he's got a lot to offer.
I would be so bored if everyone was the same.
Me too.
Good thing that life has many flavors. You have vanilla, you have chocolate, there's even some cookie dough.
Strawberry.
Rainbow?
Yep.
Rocky Road?
Yep. Nuts.
Nuts. This guy.
Oh.
Thank you for watching. If you'd like to meet people who live with the condition from all over the world and learn how to better connect with the people around you, take a moment and subscribe.
Okay, guys, so that's just another child on the spectrum, and I love the message that he sends, saying that different is good, and if we didn't have different people in the world, then it would be a very boring place. And I really agree with that. I apologize, guys. I am just trying to get Joseph back into our chat here. So just bear with me 1 second, please. And I will see if I can do this really quick. So you might see two of me pop in here. Hopefully not. Okay, let me see here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, that's not banned. Okay, maybe I have to go into my YouTube studio. Sorry about that, guys. I just want to make sure I get this taken care of quickly for Mr. Joseph here. And then here's our last clip. We'll just watch this last clip really quick. This is from the point of view of a young man and his mother walking through the mall. And so here we go.
Take my hand.
No, Alex. It's fine, isn't it? I'm not naughty. I'm autistic. And I just get too much information.
Okay, guys, so that was from one of our viewers who has a child who has autism, and she shared that with me, just showing kind of, hey, Tammy, just showing, how it can be from their point of view, right? I'm not being naughty, I'm just autistic, and this is how I cope with a stressful situation when I'm overwhelmed, things like that. So I think that was, hey, Sharon, good to see you. I think that was a really good interpretation of how it would be for someone on the spectrum with all of those different noises around, smells, sights, everything, just people, a lot of people around in general. That's that kind of a social anxiety, if you will, that kind of comes up. And with that, I wanted to kind of jump back into, hey Sharon, I wanted to kind of jump back into the first 7 days of the search for Sebastian Rogers, because I think there's a lot that we can go back and look at and kind of really maybe have a different understanding of as well. And so I've kind of put together some clips from an older video that I made. So we'll just go back to that very first day.
The news clips from Channel 5, Channel 2, and I believe it's Channel 4 in Nashville. Let's go back to the beginning and look at the first 7 days.
Search for a 15-year-old boy in Sumner County. The TBI put out an endangered child alert for him today. Our Lydia Fielder joins us right now live from the command center near Hendersonville. Lydia, is there any update on the search here this afternoon?
Well, ladies, there are even more teams who have joined the search now, up to 150 personnel looking for Sebastian Rogers, going on hour 10 of the search now here in Shackle Island. We want to show you Sebastian's photos. He's 15 years old and he has a form of autism. This photo was taken of him just last night. He was last known to be at home before midnight. Teams have been looking for him since 6:30 this morning. They say they're focusing their efforts on the couple-mile radius around Sebastian's house, which is just up the road. We've seen state troopers knocking on doors, people walking in the woods, horseback patrols, firefighters searching waters, canines and drones, all the while aircraft are circling overhead.
I couldn't recall off the top of my head when the last search like this was. Obviously, this one is exponentially more important, being a child who does have autism. I can't imagine what those parents are going through right now.
The Sumner County Chief Deputy who you just heard from there says Sebastian loves water and he loves to hide in small spaces. Sebastian is 5'5", and they say he's likely wearing all black. Now, many people tonight are asking how they can help. The Chief Deputy says as of now there is no public search party, but he does ask anyone who lives in the area to check their Ring doorbell cameras. If they see anything on there, to call Sumner County. Tracy.
Oh, it's so heart-wrenching to see everyone out there just trying to do whatever they can. Thank you, Lydia.
Is on for a missing and endangered teenager. It continues in Sumner County for now the 11th hour.
Everyone is out searching for Sebastian right now. That search has maintained a 2-mile radius, but once that is cleared, officials tell me they do plan to expand that. And as the day progresses, more and more crews have come out to help with the search for Sebastian. So far, I've just seen a couple of agencies, just to mention a few of them: Metro Fire, State Troopers, TBI, City of Hendersonville, First Responders, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Metro Urban Search and Rescue are all assisting. At this time, we know 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen around midnight in his home wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants with a white stripe, possibly barefoot right now. He does not have a history of running away, but is known to wander and is autistic. Officials with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office tell me if you want to help the search efforts, check your home surveillance video for any sighting of Sebastian.
The way the search is being conducted. Now, a search party may come at a later time. What they can do right now is search their Ring doorbell cameras or their Blink cameras or whatever surveillance video they've got, especially if they're in this area. If they see Sebastian, call the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838 and let us know.
As stated, you are asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office if you see any or know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts. Again, that number is 615-451-3838. And as always, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for updates on this story. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
An Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers.
As the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue, just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen
wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks is that Rogers was on medications.
Definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously, to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance video.
Breaking news this afternoon, the search for a missing 15-year-old boy in Sumner County is now an Amber Alert.
The reason it is an Amber Alert now is because so much time has passed. There's bad weather coming in, and this young man has not had his medication in about 36 hours or more, and he needs it. There are more than 200 searchers currently looking for Sebastian Rogers, and I'll be honest, it's a bit tense. It feels like everyone here has their head on a swivel. Behind me, the Shackle Island Fire Hall is the home base for the search crews. There's a lot of unique ground to cover in this area. This neighborhood quickly goes from suburban to rural. So Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener told me that in order to keep everyone on the same page, they only want professionals searching right now. However, it is so hard to stop people in this community from jumping into action when a child's life is potentially in danger.
Well, you can look right there and see, little kid, he likes to get in buildings, they said. So he could be in that barn somewhere, I've seen people looking through all these here. But if he's scared, he's going to wait and come out when nobody's around, probably. That's the reason I'm trying to ride the road to see if maybe there's a chance he'll come out and I'll see him,
So here's what we know about the missing 15-year-old. At this point, we know he wandered away from Stafford Court. He is 5 foot 5 inches and 120 pounds. He was last seen wearing his glasses, a black sweatshirt, and black sweatpants. He has autism, which could mean he's drawn to water and closed spaces or places of special interest to him. How you can help law enforcement is by looking in any of your garages, sheds, barns, unused buildings, and checking for him. There's a case. There is the possibility that he is hiding in one of those buildings.
Okay, guys. So in these clips, we kind of see a little bit. It sounds like kind of a slip up at the end there, where the news personality or newscaster is basically saying that there was a case where Sebastian was found before, but then she catches herself. I always found that to be really, really curious because of the fact that there was some talk of Sebastian hiding in a car before. And so I found that to be really, really interesting because, they said that he had never run away before in the interviews. So again, there were a little bit of differing information that was given to law enforcement, and then I'm assuming that that's where the news was getting their information, whether it was Channel 2, Channel 5, and I think there was another one, Channel 4 in Nashville. So hey, Susan, good to see you. Yeah, he was very small, very, very small. I agree. Yeah, the analyst. Good to see you. The analyst as an old pick, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's the thing too. They were giving kind of older pictures. They were also saying that he was wearing all black, which was another thing that was different. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Poppy Love says my own son is grown and a paramedic. Yeah, I know, little Miss Sharon. Unfortunately, it is looking that way, like everything that's kind of pointing to the worst case scenario. So, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Star says it can create health issues to keep a kid from going to the bathroom. Absolutely. Absolutely. And or just, putting that fear into them, that just doesn't help. None of that helps. So, Miss Star, I've never peopled well. Yes, you do. Give me 1 second here, and then we'll play this next
There
clip.
is an urgent search for this missing teenager who has autism. He's been missing for more than 24 hours.
People can actually join in on that search as well as far as civilians are concerned. But according to this, a number of agencies are jumping in to help Sumner County, including Metro Search and Rescue Team, the TBI, and more. We're here at the command post. We've been here for a while now, and things have been pretty much at a standstill. We can't expect things to pick up over the course of the morning. We saw one deputy leave this area just a little while ago. But yesterday afternoon, they had about 40 people on the ground searching for this teenage boy. Take a look at these photos of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. His family says they believe he walked away from his home sometime early yesterday morning. His parents saw him before bedtime Sunday night, and when they woke up Monday morning, he was gone. They called police for help around 6:30 in the morning, and Sumner County tells us they immediately began searching and they issued that endangered child alert. And this morning they continue to extend the perimeter, and they're asking anyone who lives near Beach High School off Long Hollow Pike and wants to help to check their property, including crawl spaces, sheds, small areas, and any other locations where a child who enjoys hiding might be. Law enforcement has interviewed Sebastian's mother, and she's holding on to hope for some good news.
Mom was at the house. We've interviewed her. She's obviously distraught, as any parent would be. I couldn't imagine what she's going through currently.
Yeah, the fact that Sebastian has autism is causing extra concern in this case. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids say children with autism, they wander or go missing at a high rate than other children.
For a missing 15-year-old, now missing for over a day.
TBI, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, Nashville Fire, Shackle Island Fire, as well as Sumner County Sheriff's Office, all coming together to help find 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Like you said, he has been missing for over 24 hours, as they last seen him walking out of his house around midnight. Now, Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. It's a bit quieter out here right now than it was when I was out here Monday morning, when you could see and hear a plane, helicopter, and drone all trying to locate Sebastian. The TBI did issue an endangered child alert. They believe he walked out of his house and is unable to find his way back without help because he's autistic, which is why they are concerned for his safety. Officials say Sebastian likes to get into small spaces and hide under his bed. So for those who live within 3 miles of the search area around Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike, you may want to check outbuildings, garages, cars, and under desks in case Sebastian used any of those as hiding places. Sumner County Sheriff's Office says that's the best way to help them out at this time. If you do see Sebastian, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
The search for a missing Sumner County teen now in a third morning.
So you may have received that Amber Alert on your phone yesterday afternoon or seen the billboards over the interstate. It's all for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And it's a heartbreaking development because this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. And it has been an all-hands on-deck effort. On Monday, the Sumner County EMA director says there were over 200 searchers on the ground, plus canines, helicopters, and drones. There's been help from about 24 agencies with rescue and dive teams on standby. We're told nothing is off the table. They've even been playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, along the search to try and soothe Sebastian. Now, they've been scouring a 5-mile radius in the Beach and Shackle Island area. A reminder, Sebastian Rogers is described as 5'5", 120 pounds, dirty blonde hair, last seen wearing a black sweatsuit. We're told he does have autism, is drawn to small spaces, and is active at night.
I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages, and we're following those and communicating with them. And they've got watches going on in the neighborhoods. A lot of people, review your camera footage and see if you get someone that matches Sebastian's description, and call 451-3838, and we'll come look at it.
You're also encouraged to share his description on your social media.
It's now on day 3. Peyton Kennedy is live at the command post now in Hendersonville with a closer look at what's been going on this morning.
Day 3 is underway here. We'll give you a look at the command post activity happening right now this morning. And of course, you can understand emotions are running high as it was pouring down rain here this morning, and the temperature has dropped significantly. We want to show you this map as well that details the pathway hundreds of law enforcement members have taken, scouring the area for a sign of Sebastian. They've used helicopters, drones. This morning I saw crews leave on ATVs. Plus, there's been horses from Hendersonville Police with more from the Metro PD reportedly on the way. He was reported missing Monday morning, last seen in a black sweatsuit. Now, we're seeing a number of community organizations reaching out to help law enforcement agencies, including Live Love Nashville, Sumner County Fire Buffs, and Long Hollow Church, who have been feeding folks here at the command post. We actually just saw a couple trucks come up with some food deliveries as well. Now, Long Hollow Church held a prayer vigil last night and have offered their campus, which is just down the street from here, as a second command post if needed.
There's some things that we can't do. We're not trained to be on the front lines of that search, but what we can do well is to love those who are. That was kind of one of our first steps forward, was just to come alongside first responder. One thing we can do is put some warm food and be a support.
They've also turned over their surveillance footage to the police department in case anything was caught on those cameras. You are also encouraged to check your home's security cameras. Turn that over to police if you.
So yeah, guys, I'm reading your comments and here, and I'm sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how to get our friend Joseph back. But I can see your comments, and yes, it seems like that was the only assumption they were following, was that Sebastian walked off in the beginning there, because I see people saying, what, no abduction, Little Miss Sharon, Star Lambert, no no mention of a possible abduction. So really interesting to just kind of look back and see, what's going on. Hey, Juicy Tulip Boutique and Artistry, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sharon says Sebastian may have walked out the door, but at a point didn't want to go to, but at a point didn't want to go to the ruckus video, then carry him, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it's just very strange that there's no sign of him walking out, no, if the security camera was pointed exactly at his front door, then how come we're not seeing that play out, I know that they may have footage that we haven't seen, but it's just still very curious. And Butter Biscuit says, so ironic, Shackle Island made me think of how we can't wait to see shackles on those involved in Sebastian's missing case. Yeah, absolutely. And Crafting and True Crime says, I really keep an open mind to all the information on this case. I do honestly believe it's a huge possibility the church people did take him. I didn't think that before I heard new stuff. Yeah, and I mean, new things are coming out all the time. And I was really curious too why they would have said something to that effect as well, in terms of kind of blaming the church and wondering about the church, but then the fact that they didn't say anything, and then all of these other churches are involved, holding vigils, things like that. Even the last one here with the I don't know if he's a pastor or just a parishioner of the church, but he says that they're working to help the first responders and everybody that was helping search for Sebastian, that they could, at the very least get them something, warm to eat, and and they were doing their part. They were doing their part. And Jacqueline says, I mean, hearing Matt say what they're capable of, hearing CYN family talk about the church, and seeing the lights video and the audio, I believe it's possible. Yeah, I am still stuck on those. I know that's not the most popular viewpoint or opinion, but I mean, it's just hard to wrap your mind around maybe the alternative. It is for me anyway, because that's most of what we've seen. We still don't even know if it was Sebastian taking the trash out. I'm assuming it was, because there was some evidence that came out allegedly that Sebastian did make it to his home after the Texas Roadhouse, that he was heard on a dash cam when he got home. So it's all, I'm trying to keep the most open mind as well, crafting in true crime. I really am, because it's just something that we can't really afford not to do, And Sharon says, and Katie, you're a bit slow talking about how he is changing. My son is 11 and he started puberty last year, and he has autism. Yeah, and I mean, it happens differently for everyone too. But I think it may have been going on for a little bit longer than what they have portrayed, in my opinion, as well. It almost seems like, it happened within the last few months, but I don't think that that's plausible, in my opinion. No, Tammy, I have not heard anything about that. I have not. I'd be so surprised, if that was the case, especially because the two of them don't seem like they really wanted more, children, in my opinion. Yeah, Detroit Rock City, I would say so. Just looking at seeing them from the court video the last time we saw them in court, And Sharon says, not time for dinner, 7-ish, mostly showers, but if he wore pull-ups at your home, he needed to shower daily, 8:30 to 9 bedtime, in my opinion. Absolutely, Sharon, absolutely. It is very curious to me that that's never mentioned. Even like that morning, that Sunday morning, there was never any mention of that. Just waking up, eating the spaghetti pancakes, talking on the phone, talking on the phone with family to brag. That's another thing that I was thinking about last night is they talk about Sebastian bragging, but we know that the ones that are real braggers in the family are CP and TB. They love to brag, right? They love to brag about, how much money they have, about how much power they have, how much everything they have. But then when Chris was asked on Nancy Grace about, what kind of truck he owns, he can't even tell us, what year it is or, anything about the truck. So I do find that very curious. Yes, and Juicy Tulip says, well, not even mentioning him. Exactly. Yeah, just make sure we say in my opinion. I think we should be good. I mean, it's speculation. I've not heard anything for or against it, but also it's something that I've heard, kind of rumoring around and things like that. Speculation, but that's been for months. I think some people might want to see that happen, unfortunately, but Little Miss Sharon says it's all about mom and stepdad. These are the only people involved. I agree with that, in my opinion, too, Little Miss Sharon. It's really looking that way, right? When we kind of narrow it down. And Butter Biscuit says, plus Chris saying to Seth, if you want to find Sebastian, go to church. Maybe Chris means his family church. Well, and see, those are the statements that will get, Chris put in the hot seat when he says those kinds of things, and then he doesn't say anything to explain it. He was asked about it on Web Sleuths. I guess he wasn't asked about it, but they said it. Oh no. See, somebody else said they were blocked. Oh boy. I wonder what happened. Of course. Yeah, Deborah, I will get you unblocked too. I don't know what happened, guys. I think I might have known what happened. And if I found out you little trolls out there messing with my channel, I'm going to be really, really mad. So I'm going to be big mad. Either way, I will figure that out. I'm so sorry to Joseph Rapp and Deborah Dixon. I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, I think somebody might be messing around that might have permissions that shouldn't have the permissions. So I apologize, and I will get that taken care of. It might not be this live. I was trying to get back with Joseph, and now someone else just sent me another email. So, oh boy. I apologize, guys. I really do. People are still deciding that they want to mess around, even though I haven't mentioned anything. And I'm not going to. So no matter what they try to do, it's not going to change how I feel about it. Hey, Susan Sylvie. Susan says, there seems no way to hide this boy unless under dire circumstances. Yeah, and I mean, I do keep all of the options open, but I think some of the options are really kind of coming down to, certain certain conclusions, right? There's only a certain amount of things at this juncture that could have happened. And in order for certain theories to be correct, then we would have to have certain things in order. So I understand what you're saying and under the dire circumstances. So thank you. And Crafting in True Crime says, Lady Freedom, exactly. And a while back when it was mentioned about Tyler being involved in true crime and not Sebastian's case, I mean, it's odd. Yeah, that's what I found to be odd too, because at first I was like, why would it, the church be responsible? You know what I mean? I thought maybe it was, just a theory. Again, a lot of times we don't know, so these theories are all we have. But then I realize I'm like, okay, well, that is weird if he is somebody like, myself who wants to bring awareness to missing children's cases. Obviously, I'm not a preacher or anything like that, but I mean, it would just be like anybody, right, wanting to come up here and spread awareness. So why wouldn't they spread awareness about Sebastian? And that is so strange to me. It really is. I'm still thinking about it in the back of my mind as well. And Sharon says, Freedom Church, you only need to look on their, they wear paper bags over their heads with the eyes cut out. Oh my gosh, really? Why? What does that do to helping to get to know the Lord? I'm confused. And I'm Catholic, so I mean, I might be missing something there, but that sounds really weird. I don't think you're starting a rumor. You asked a question. You can delete your own comments, by the way. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know, Star. I'm gonna have to get together with you after this live because I have no idea what's going on, and I think I might have to, like, figure out what's going on. Because those are two people that never should have been blocked. I've never seen anything bad happening from their end at all, ever. And Jacqueline says, I go literally everywhere to get information on these streets. I heard spirit boxes that gave some insight. And of course, I follow Silver Violet, who's amazing and accurate with her info. Okay, Silver Violet. I think I might know who that is. Silver Violet. That's a pretty name. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think it's good that people go to different sources and try to find out information. I really do. I really do. And Tammy Carr says that was something I heard. It's been deleted. Okay. No worries, Tammy. Like I said, as long as you put in my opinion or like allegedly I heard that, because yeah, you were really just asking a question if anybody heard it. So Sharon says, in my opinion, if KP was Prager's, Chris would fly off the handle. I mean, in my opinion as well, I would be so surprised if they weren't using precautions and things like that, because I know Chris is about my age, and I believe Katie is like, a few years younger. And so, she would definitely be of age to do that. But, there are precautions that we can all take in terms of, birth control and things like that to prevent. Yeah, like he did with Nina. Exactly, Star. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So even Jen says she loves Silver Violet. Cool. We'll have to check her out. And Detroit Rock City says, Star, yes, I did. They both gained a ton of weight, alcohol, and too many snacks, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing too, when you're like sedentary, it happens to the best of us. And then also as we get older too, like the more we sit around and we're not like active, the more that we're going to gain. And then of course, if you're just like in the house all the time, I can't imagine like just being stuck in the house all the time like that. So it's hard. It's hard. Susan says Katie knows that didn't work out well for Nina. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and then also it would just be a very weird time to bring new life into the world with the way that things are going. So hopefully they're being smarter about that. So fun fact, snacks. 2021 diesel Chevrolet, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just funny because you know how the guys, guys are always so proud of their truck. Like I don't care what guy it is, even if it's not like a guy that's kind of, like Chris, but most of the time guys will tell you what they drive, they'll let you know exactly what they drive. So that's what's kind of strange about that, in my opinion, too. And Crafting and True Crime says Jen, aka Machete, Judy, the electronic videos have a ton of info for rabbit holes to go down to. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Three colossal popcorns coming right at you. And Jen, aka Machete, yes, her details have me thinking hard. Okay, interesting, guys. Interesting. Thank you for the green hearts, Susan. And Sharon says, in my opinion, Edgar avoids questions and rants about something else. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All the time. All the time. Star, chocolate and spaghetti pancakes. Thank you for the green hearts. And Detroit Rock City says, that's how you say it. Couldn't figure out how to spell it. A mic, I got this one. This was an Amazon special, Black Friday special. I don't know how I lucked out, but I ended up getting like $100 mic for like $30, and I completely lucked out. This isn't like anything. Oh, I need to really like dust my corner, guys. Tomorrow I'm getting a little dusty over here. I don't even know what brand it is. I'll have to get back to you, Juicy Tulip. If you email me with the question, I can get back to you because I can find it somewhere on my Amazon list. Like it wasn't, I bought it, just right around Black Friday, around then. But it works really well, I think, and it's easy to set up and all that good stuff. So, and Crafting and True Crime says it happens to me sometimes when I go out and come back in, it'll work again. Okay, okay. Let me let them know. Let me send one to our friend Deborah too. I just feel so bad. I hope nobody's messing around. If I find out they're messing around, I'm gonna be mad. I just don't want people to feel bad or like think they have to apologize for something they didn't do. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. Because I know the people that I've blocked personally, so I know, which it wasn't a lot of people. It was just people that were trolling. And Butter Biscuit says, I never thought Chris's church until recently. Seems Donwell's also was church focused when Summer went missing, in my opinion. I do remember that. I do remember that. That's a good point. We might look at that a little bit further. That is so weird. I would hate to, I mean, I understand it happens in all different places, but that is just so strange to me that they wouldn't talk about, especially because that was the one. Freedom Church in Gallatin was the one that they said that Sebastian was in the youth program, and Katie's like, they have a phenomenal youth program. And I remember Smiley saying, did he like to sing and dance? And Katie was like, he loved to dance, right? And so he enjoyed himself at that church. So I don't understand why they wouldn't be. And then also their family member, it's weird. And Mary Rogers says, gee, that's no good. People messing with you. I know. I don't know. Mary, I've been trying to just fly under the radar and things like that. But that's weird that two people, it happened twice in one night, and there is one person that I cannot find to undo their permissions, and it's because they changed their name. Um, Go figure, you know. Ooh, that's awesome. An art channel? That would be so fun. You know, there is one lady, and I can't remember what her name is, but she does the paintings, and she always adds like a little rabbit in there. And her paintings are so beautiful. And she just sits there and paints, and then you just like, it's so relaxing to watch her. So, but I'd be interested to know what kind of art channel you're going to start, because I love art. Um, let's see. Susan says religion, he's in a better place. Well, y'all didn't have to give him hell on earth. Yeah, oh, I know. I know, absolutely. Um, it just wasn't fair what happened to Sebastian here, in my opinion. None of it. He didn't deserve any of it. And he fell through the cracks of the broken system, unfortunately. Um, you know, one too many. I mean, even 3 is one too many. 4, and then we have a 5th one open still with CPS. And Butter Biscuit says, if those neighborhood cameras saw the neighborhood cat, the same cameras would have seen Sebastian. I agree. Another really great comment was from Mohawk Mom. And Mohawk Mom was saying that, you know, if the motion sensor lights were tripped off around that 3 a.m. time frame of the flashlight videos, then, you know, it would make sense that they would be tripped off if Sebastian came out that way as well. Because, I mean, the path that he would have had to have taken, or one that they said he would have taken, which if he would have left out the front door, and that's what they always maintain, is that they left out the front door. So, oh, good, Juicy Tulip. I'm so glad. I had a little bit of feedback in the beginning, but that was just because I had it charging, and then the dog didn't realize. He like jumped up in my chair, and he didn't realize I had it like, you know, plugged in, and he like pulled everything down. It was kind of funny. My whole system fell apart right before live. Um, and Crafting in True Crime says, Better Biscuits, same for me. That's what I'm saying about my thoughts on the church. Also, that lady who was saying names, I wrote her off, but now I'm thinking back on what she was saying. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's valuable to go over the information again, because there's always little things that we either forget, or, you know, that we need a refresher on. Even last night when I was saying, oh, I think that was that was Stepfoot's dad, and everyone's like, no, it was Terry, I'm like, oh, okay, it was Terry, you know. And I believed you guys. I was just thinking for some reason, and I don't remember. I really want to go back. It's just hard to listen to Nina, poor Nina. It's just hard to listen to her recounting that. But I want to go back, and I want to find out, and maybe you all can help me, who, like, what was the involvement, or am I just thinking there was some? But I thought it was like even the other side of the family that was involved in all of this. You know, not really pulling the baseball bat out, but you know, they had other involvement in it too. And I was thinking that, and maybe I just got my wires crossed a little bit on that. So, yeah, like the black, yeah, like the black back and the wooden trunks. Yes, yes. Star says, Susan Sylvie, it's frustrating. I know people struggle with what to say in those situations, but I wish they put more thought into it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and just more thought. Like, I just really wanted to show you all, like, kind of what some of these parents who have children with autism, some of the things they think, the thought processes, how they get through difficult situations. And it's just kind of a night and day. You have to have that compassion. You have to have that unconditional love, right? And if you don't, then it shows. It just shows, um, in my opinion, you know. And Jen says, Sharon, Edgar does not do that, avoids answer, or does do that, excuse me. Edgar does do that, avoids answering 100%. Yeah, he does. He does. You were blocked, Tammy. How did you get blocked? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Okay, so something's going on. I'm sorry, guys. And I'll just put a disclaimer out there. If anybody's blocked, please email me and let me know, and we'll get it figured out. If it's a legitimate reason, you know, we could still get it figured out. But I just want to make sure that no one's getting blocked that didn't deserve to. Or, you know, and if you did, then maybe we can work it out. You know, I'm not a shrew or anything like that. But I do have to keep it a little bit tightened up because of stuff like this, you know, because somebody's got permissions out there that shouldn't have them. And they're wreaking havoc, apparently. That is weird. Yeah. See, look at Star. You were? What? Tammy, not our Tammy. I know. Detroit Rock City. The face. And I'm not laughing, you guys. It's just kind of my humor level. It's like when I'm stressed, I laugh. I'm sorry. Crafting in True Crime says, Jen, I went down the Google Earth hole and I have a place saved. I can't shake. Yeah. The Google Earth one is a big one. I wanted to bring in a couple of different maps, and kind of maybe talk about those next week, because I think it'd be interesting to talk about, and just kind of, you know, all of these different places and things like that. Yeah, stress is a big one. Stress. Hey, Holly S, good to see you. Icebergs and rabbit holes are easy internet features to get lost in. Absolutely. Absolutely, Star. And Susan says, in my opinion, Katie wouldn't keep it. Yeah. Yeah. And I agree with that too. Yo, let's do it. And Barbara Rose says, after what happened to Sebastian, she needs to keep those legs closed, in my opinion. Barbara Rose. I mean, I'm telling you. And then also, you know, I had the baby fever, I think when I was around Katie's age. And then like once I turned, you know, after 40, I was like, oh gosh, no, you know, and then people are always trying to scare you and being like, well, you could have one after. And I'm like, no, 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 no. You know, my daughter's over there graduated. I'm like, I'm not starting over again. But I love babies, and just the little ones are just so cute. They warm my heart. And Tammy says I was, and TBH, I was pissed. I don't blame you. Oh my God, I would have been pissed too, because you didn't deserve that. You're like, I should have said something bad to Susan Snacks. Hippola, in my opinion. Oh gosh, when he was doing that, that drove me nuts, because I actually, you know, went to like, well, I did nursing school, the CNA courses, right? And so we learned about HIPAA and stuff, and I'm like, that does not apply to like regular people. That's just medical professionals. Oh gosh, when they were doing the HIPAA. Butter Biscuit says, if Chris ever joins our our chat and acts up, have bring Katie his snacks and juice boxes, he will always be in the corner for misbehaving. We just let him out. We'll be like, okay, Chrissy, are you ready? Are you ready to behave yourself? Machete. Oh my goodness. Star. Oh my goodness. She's drinking and modding people. Watch out. Star, are you sure you're not the one? You're not the one that's blocking people. I'm just teasing. It's not Star. And Susan says a real mother would who lost her son would be thrilled to find out she's pregnant. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, it would be a silver lining, right? It really would be. It would be something to look forward to. But I just don't see that being a happy situation with the way that kind of CP handles things. It doesn't seem like he wanted, well, according to Nina, allegedly, he didn't want the pregnancy to continue with his daughter. So, but I'm glad that it did. You know, and I don't like to get too far into politics, but you know, I think that there are certain circumstances, you know, I don't make the choice for anybody, and I never would do that. But I'm glad that Nina decided against it. In my opinion. And Crafting and True Crime says, Lady Freedoms, here's some people to look up. Silver Violet Flame. Okay, I have heard of her then. Silver Violet Flame. Okay, and Just Electronic Medium. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna go, and then they do Sebastian's case, or they cover Sebastian. Cool. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I appreciate you. And Detroit Rock City says, do you think he'd want to risk having another special needs child? I doubt it, in my humble opinion. Yeah, Detroit Rock City, that is a really great question. Or that's a great point to bring up, because I think that would be one thing that he would probably stress Katie out about, So that's valid. That is valid to me. Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't see the gift. They don't see the gift. And Sharon says, a Navy sailor with a drinking problem, but glad you just unwinding, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, we heard that from the neighbors, that it was like, they invited him over, and don't get me wrong, I bet you a lot of the neighbors were kicking back. I'm sure the guys were drinking a couple beers, or, maybe having their bourbons. Some guys like to drink the scotch, whatever. But it was like everybody was having like a normal time, a good time, and then here's Chris over there. I got a size 14, and I'll put it up your ass, or whatever he says. I don't know what he said, but I could see where that could get really, iffy, and how people would be like, okay, we don't want him back, and then again, I do have to defend Katie on this one, because nobody said that they didn't invite her back. They just said they didn't invite Chris back. So, there's that. I do have to, point out kind of the truth and things like that. But I found that to be very interesting, that, she wasn't part of that. It was like, but guilty by association, so she's not allowed to come now, she's not invited anymore either. And I think a lot of us that have been through toxic situations and marriages or relationships even, when, your partner is acting up, and then you're like, well, gosh, well, now we're not getting invited anymore, too bad for us. And you kind of get used to that isolation too. So it's it can be really tough, and maybe she wanted to be friends with people out in the neighborhood, but they just didn't want Chris involved, and I can't blame them for that. If they are blocked by accident, maybe it won't work, but worth a try. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I did just send them messages to see if they could come back in. Okay, she says, yeah, I've tried that with no luck. Oh, I'll get you back. I will. I'll get you back. It's weird, because when I try to look up StreamYard and how to even look, it says to go to settings, but I can't find anybody in the settings. And then whenever I went back in there, it was saying things like, if you wanted to block a guest, which I've never blocked a guest before. So, yeah, Tammy, and you didn't even say anything. Yeah, thanks, Jen. Because you didn't even say anything wrong. Maybe when the chat was going really, really fast, though, because I know the other night we had about 300 in here. So I'm wondering, like, tonight's a little milder, but when we had about 300, I wonder if that chat was going really, really fast. Because that happens, that happens from time to time. But then again, with two people, it's making me wonder, because like I said, there is one person running around out there with permissions that they shouldn't have, because they changed their name and I don't know how to get them. Oh, yeah, but it's okay, Star, if you have one every now and then, just to kind of unwind. It's all about moderation. It's all about moderation. And it's not like you're going to be bragging about a size 14 or anything like that. And Susan says it's because the spirits over there are the same people who are or who were over here, therefore it is just more options. Yeah, and I mean, I think every option is available. I will tell you, in the Stevie Stainer case, and this is just one case, because I know that psychics do help the police all the time. But that woman who was helping during that case was so close to where this man was holding Stevie that oddly enough, it was well, it was so near the grandfather's home that the police hauled the grandfather in, gave him a lie detector test, and he passed it. But the psychic was right. He was being held near his grandfather's home by this other person, and so really interesting, really, really interesting. And I believe that people are intuitive and they do have those abilities. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. And Sammy, how you doing, Sammy? Good to see you. Sammy says, that's right. I'd forgotten all about that. Yes, we do have to go through the process of elimination tonight. Yes, absolutely. Look for the thread. All right, let's see here, guys. Okay, Tammy, good. I'm just glad you're back. I hate that. I just don't want anybody that didn't deserve, if somebody said something and then they came and said, well, I'm real sorry I said that, I'll make sure to be nicer next time or something. I'd let somebody back. But couponing says, Sharon, FYI, I read Camp Pendleton, California is the #1 for drinking beer. See, and I thought California was all wine stuff. Oh, yeah. Sharon says, remember the Flintstones, Wilma's mama cashing it up? Remind me of CP and KP, in my opinion. So crazy, yes. How guilty almost anyone can appear to be. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. His dad, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, Butter Biscuit, thank you. Okay, so his dad and the stepmom babysat for Nina. That's right. Thank you. I was like, they had something to do with it, but I didn't know, how far they had, how much they had to do with it. So thank you so much. It was definitely TB, the stepdad, who had the bat, and she said the other side was babysitting, and the other side's mom was on the phone with her, and as she approached the door, thank you. Okay, I was so thinking, I was like, no, it went like this, and everyone's like, no, Lady Freedom. And then finally, hey, Jude's she's like, check your email, and I check it. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it now. So thank you guys, because I knew that all of them were involved some way, but for some reason I put his dad as doing the bat, and it was TB. Thank you guys. Thank you for that, because I don't want to, say it was the wrong person. I appreciate that so much. Oh yeah, Star. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you. Yes. Aw, thanks, Jen. I just hate that. I just don't want people to be upset. Trisha, we have trouble with StreamYard too. I'm telling you, it's weird. It's easy. It is easy to use. If you're blocked, you can't chat. Yeah, if you're blocked, you can't chat. And that's why I feel bad for Joseph, and because I was like, he didn't do anything for that. He always says really smart, nice stuff, Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. It was my blocked list. But see, I've never gone back to my blocked list. I don't know how to do it. I was looking for it, looking through it. Let me go ahead. Go to your Google account block list. See, I wonder, okay, so maybe I do have to go there, Jen, because I thought I'd have to go to StreamYard, but if it's already maybe in the Google thing now. Thank you guys. That's what AI AI and Google claims. Thank you. It's usually right. It's usually right. Yes, thank you. Trust me, you have them after a certain age. I worked labor and delivery for 7 years, but most of them had help. Oh no, I know people were telling me that. I'm like, I don't want to hear that anymore. Years ago, I would have been like, okay, sure, why not, but Angela Salatino, good to see you. Don't forget the classified work ban that they can't discuss. Yeah, that's a good point there. Yeah, that's another thing that's really, quite the point of contention. Star. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and watch this next clip. I think we were on number 4.
For information as the desperate search for a missing Sumner County boy intensifies. Unfortunately, there is still no sign of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, despite exhaustive efforts. It's February 26th when Sebastian was last seen at his home in Hendersonville.
Officials now say they're still treating this as if Sebastian just got up and walked away from his house.
Officials say there have been absolutely no signs of foul play and really no signs of Sebastian Rogers at all. No confirmed sightings of him on any surveillance camera or doorbell camera, and first responders haven't found any evidence in the woods or water or even his home, which they say they have searched 10 times. Now today they focused on bodies of water around the area because they say Sebastian is drawn to water. Investigators are also asking the community to search their property. People in the community say they've all been impacted by the situation. They add students at Sebastian's school are also worried. Even strangers who live nearby say the situation has kept them up at night, especially because of the terrain here.
They say it's so many woods and so much water here in Hendersonville. It's so much water and so many woods. From like Glenbrook on, it's solid woods. And you're like, there's so many places. And then we passed by T.W. Hunter up here, and they had the new drain ditches laying out there. I thought, oh, God, wonder if they searched them, Wonder if they looked in there to see if maybe he was in one of them trying to stay warm, get the wind off of him. It's just too many places he could be, and it's scary.
Now, the one thing investigators did say they found were tracks leading away from Sebastian's home, but they say that lead fell up short. Now, it's unclear how long they'll be out here tonight, but of course, we'll keep you updated.
Rogers has been missing in Sumner County for 3 days, meaning agents think he is in imminent danger. Agencies from all over the state have come out to assist.
So far today, authorities have put out a call for more police-mounted patrols as possible, and Hendersonville Police and Wilson County Sheriff's Office have responded to that call, bringing in extra horses and people for that. And also out in the field here today have been drones, helicopters, and all-terrain vehicles. Sebastian Rogers is 15 years old with autism. He was last seen at his home on Stafford Court around midnight Sunday wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, possibly barefoot. 2 of the many concerns officials are facing now is Sebastian has been off of his medication since going missing, and the temperatures are expected to continue to drop below freezing as the night goes on. I will say I've spoken to a couple residents out here who really just want to help in the search. You can also donate packaged snacks and beverages to emergency crews working around the clock.
To go out in the woods, in the trees, and that to search, so they just need snacks, things they can put in their backpacks and take. So the need became the water, Gatorade, and snacks. It's always better to get the community away from the command center so they can do their job, but this community is so helpful and want to be involved that they just want to come. We just decided to open here to kind of give the community a place that they can bring things.
And as the night continues, there will be a community prayer vigil held at Northfield Church in Gallatin at 6. All are welcome to attend. And we'll continue to be here at the headquarters as this search
continues for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. The autistic teen went missing 3 days ago near Beach High School in Hendersonville.
Authorities upgraded the case from an endangered child alert to an Amber Alert. The harsh drop in temperatures and the fact that Sebastian needs his medicine.
Aaron Cantrell joins us now from Northfield Church in Gallatin, where a vigil is getting underway.
On day 3 in crews, they have been out all day searching the area, but community members, they felt the need to do something. So they're hosting this prayer vigil, coming together, hoping and praying that he does come home safely. Now, a lot of people want to get out in the community to help search, but first responders say just leave that to them. But this is the best way they can help, by praying and also just hoping he does return home.
Our big concerns is the weather, the rain from this morning, the drop in temperature, the wind, and then tonight we're going to be cold.
The search for Sebastian Rogers continues. He's last seen near Stafford Court in Hendersonville, wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Hundreds of trained professionals from departments across Middle Tennessee have been conducting searches with the assistance of horses, dogs, and specialized technology like drones. They've expanded their search efforts and have been paying very close attention to bodies of water.
Many people on the spectrum love water, whether they swim or not. Just the calming nature of water tends to be a place that attracts them. Ponds, lakes, swimming pools, Obviously, we're in Hendersonville, so we've got a lot of water around us.
Sebastian also takes medication. So Jessica Moore, the executive director of Autism Tennessee, says it's important to find him quickly.
Someone who is used to routine, who has a daily schedule, who has just different aspects of their lives that's just repetitive every day. It can be very stressful to not have those pieces in place.
Moore thinks Sebastian could be a sensory seeker.
Someone who enjoys a lot of pressure, deep pressure. I think he likes to hide, and that those more confined spaces are calming. Approaching slowly with calm words, with a calm demeanor. I'm sure that he's feeling a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. At least I would be in that situation.
Yes, now this prayer vigil is getting underway now. Attend events like this, but also keep sharing the poster of Sebastian, and hopefully he is coming home safely.
Hey, Chloe, how you doing? Good to see you. And I wanted to say thank you to Miss Sarah C. too. And I really hope we find Sebastian too. Thank you so much for being here. And I really appreciate your kind words. And then I also wanted to say hi to our friend Castle. Nice to see you, Castle. And why would they show such an outdated picture? Shaking my head. Yeah, I mean, that was another thing that was really difficult. And I don't understand why. They would do that. You know, a lot of this information that we're seeing here is, you know, kind of questionable just looking back too. The neighbors seemed super concerned about Sebastian, like the one in the beginning. She was so sweet. You know, there's so many places that he can hide. They're worried about the weather conditions. So was EMA Director Ken Widener. He talked about the rain that was coming up and the drops in temperature, and that he was really just concerned about that, concerned about finding Sebastian quickly. And then I really liked what the advocate or expert on people on the spectrum said. She said that they do seek out water. With Sebastian, we kind of learned later on that he wasn't as much of like a pond, river, lakes kind of kid. He was just more or less, he really enjoyed being in a swimming pool because, you know, there's less bugs and kind of, again, sensory, you know, he didn't really like to get his feet dirty and that sort of thing. And so she also talks about how it would be very strange and harmful almost for him to be off of that routine or schedule. And so that's one thing that we kind of see with Sebastian. You know, yes, he did have these certain medications that he was taking, and he did need to be weaned off some of them. Like he shouldn't just go take, you know, stop taking them cold turkey or out of the blue. But she says that that's part of their routine. And so messing with that routine can really be stressful for them. And then also she said that she can see that Sebastian is probably someone who enjoys that deep pressure. Also, you know, likes to hide. And we did hear that from Chris and Katie, that he would like to go in his closet and sit in his closet because it's kind of a smaller space. He would feel more comfortable. Also, they talked about how Katie would talk about how she would give him like a hug and, you know, kind of to calm him down, you know. So a lot of times that's something that can be really helpful and calming in a situation for someone with autism. And so let's see here. Hey, Retha, good to see you. Good to see you, Retha. Thanks for being here. Aw, thanks, Chloe. And Sharon says, in my opinion, CP stated those pictures are for us, not the public. We gave out the most up-to-date picture. Yeah, he did say that. He did say that. He said, you know, those are our personal pictures. And I mean, I can understand that to a certain extent, but you always want the most up-to-date photo. You don't want an outdated photo because our kids do change so much, you know, and we can see that with Sebastian. Just his hair was very, very blonde, like they call a towhead when they're little and they have really, really blonde hair. He's just so cute. But as he got older, you can see that his hair was darkening, 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 and even turning, a very dark brown, more like Seth's hair, too. So, we do see that happening in kids. We all change as we get older. And Castle says, crafting, I know, right? She restricted Sebastian from snacks all the time, but then friggin' leaves them on the porch with chocolate milk and it's spoiled. So she changed it to the Yoo-hoos. Yeah, I found that to be really odd too. Um, you know, and then putting it in the backyard was also curious to me because um, it is like a gated backyard. So why, if they thought that he went out the front door, would they be putting the snacks and the Yoo-hoos or the milk? Because we know that he liked like the full flavored milk, not the kind of sugar-free or the 2% version. So that's just weird to me too that they would put it in the backyard. And then of course we know law enforcement was focused in on the backyard as well. And then come to find out, that is probably maybe one of the routes that was taken at night was through the backyard, kind of to be not detected on the cameras and things like that. So, um, Crafting and True Crime says, Chloe Jade, do tell. Thanks for the green hearts, Chloe. Oh, it didn't show up yet. See, I didn't even know you changed your name over. I heard the neighbors left that out for him too. Yes, I did. I heard that too. I heard that they left out like care packages in terms of like trying to coax him out of the woods, so that the law enforcement did that as well, like where they were putting out little sacks of snacks and stuff, and then something to drink in case he did try to make his way out of the woods. So just, oh my gosh, they were trying everything. They really were. Unfortunately, you know what I mean? They just really were. And Castle says Machete let F might have to take all the mods off, then reissue their mod. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, maybe I will have to do that. I'll have some time to work on that too, guys. Because golly, I hate the fact that somebody was blocked and, well, two people now, and then poor Tammy. Oh my gosh. And Star says, I heard KP left a blanket and chocolate milk. Yeah, that's what I was hearing too. I heard she did leave some food out too. Um, it's just so sad, It's just so sad. Butter Biscuit said, did Sebastian know 911 address? He may have known how to get home, but would he have known to address or known his address to have someone online pick him up? That was one thing I believe Smiley asked. Yes, I believe she did ask that. If there was an emergency, would Sebastian know what to do? If there was like a fire in the house or if something was to happen. And Katie said, yes, he would know that he does know their phone numbers, but she said that he may not know it if he's in a high stress situation, which does make sense to me because if he's overwhelmed or he's overstimulated, then maybe he wouldn't, be able to remember these things quickly, as he would if he wasn't in that kind of a stressed out state of mind. So, oh, that's wonderful, Chloe. I'm glad you had a good night. Heck yeah, that's wonderful. I love wine with dinner, and I love cooking with wine. Some wines are just so good to cook with. Um, Castle says, Susan, I know KK left some on the porch and the milk spoiled. Yeah, I don't know why she would leave the milk out there like that though. Because yeah, Yoo-hoo, that stuff is pretty good, as long as it's cool. But I wonder why she wouldn't put maybe like a cooler out there or something. Um, and Castle says, Machete, just so she can be safe. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. There's so much weird stuff that they did, Chloe. I mean, seriously, they did, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense, especially looking back now, you know? Um, and Jen says, yes, I agree about the brown hair. KK wanted to say it was blonde and strawberry blonde still. Yeah, and I mean, I would think it was even more of like a dirty blonde, you know, like you know, kind of brownish blonde, you know. Yeah. Castle says, yeah, they're a weird period. Odd story about her screaming in the driveway, falling to the ground. Please spare us from the play. Yeah, that part was weird, especially because, you know, we haven't seen anything like that from either one of them. And then also talking about how Chris cries, but nobody knows about it, kind of a thing, was very disingenuous in my opinion. Um, you know, not that I would, um, I mean, it's really hurtful to me, like, if I see a grown man crying or upset about something, I don't know why, but it's like I'll start crying too. Not that I wanna see Chris doing that or feeling bad or anything, like, I wouldn't wanna wish that on anybody, but in the same way, um, it's just hard to believe coming from him because 'cause he'll even say things like, you know, deep down he knows, you know, I don't show my emotions, and a lot of times narcissists know this. They know that they don't show emotions, right? And I think that it's something that they do struggle with it internally, especially if they have a little bit of kind of self-reflection or self-awareness. Um, a lot of times they will feel badly about that and you know, kind of express that, but then it's not like it's going to change anything necessarily. So, um, ooh, lobster risotto. Hey, that sounds good. HF aren't attracted to like low FR. Yeah, yeah. Um, Chloe Jade. Oh, yummy. And Butter Biscuit said she said Sebastian only used the front door. He would go to the back door to even see snacks. Yeah, the snacks, the milk blanket crying was for show from Katie, and maybe because neighbors were doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I would think she would do something like that if the neighbors were, you know, just to say she was helping, you know. Oh, you know what? I think Hey Jude's under the weather tonight because I texted her about people that were blocked. I was like, how do I unblock people? I was like, I'm sorry if you're not feeling good, but I bet you she's probably sleeping. I hope she's getting some rest. I know there was stuff going around. You know, everybody's been telling, you know, saying they were sick and getting over this or that. So. And Jen says, I've been yelling, his hair is brown for almost a year. I know it is frustrating. Well, because we just want the right info out there, right? In case, like, because what if he is out there and we see him? Analyst says, snacks. My youngest was blonde when he was little, and now his hair is dark brown. Yeah, they just change all the time, you know? Well, no, mods I don't think the mods were well, actually, Tammy was. Um, so, yeah, Chloe, like, I just got 2 messages tonight. One was from our friend Joseph Rapp, and the other one from Deborah Dixon, and they're saying that they were blocked, and I was like, "Oh, you should never been blocked," and so I think it was, like, a mistake, but I don't know what happened. And I can't figure out what's going on. Like, I can't figure out how to look back on it or anything like that. It says go to my settings, but when I go to my settings, it just gives me like not any options that it says it is. So I wonder if I have to go into like YouTube Studio or something, not StreamYard. But I was trying to go into StreamYard. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Susan, I will agree with that. You know, it is true that his hair does look a lot lighter, right, at the Texas Roadhouse, or even like the one that's all the way to the right up here, um, you know, under news and then missing. You know, kind of like darker on the sides, but then on top it's lighter. So definitely. Star Okay, Cass, Star, you're making me hungry now, and I want wine too. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, let's go ahead and look at this next clip. Yeah. Yeah, Chloe says, I just got here, but I would love to talk if you want, but I have to know what we're on. Yeah, so we're just talking about basically like the first 7 days, and I'm just showing clips. We did talk about, I showed a couple of clips about children on the autism spectrum, and kind of ones to show like maybe one is on this part of the spectrum, and then one was at this part, and then some boys that were Sebastian's age, just kind of show people and bring awareness. But yeah, you can come up. I'll send you the link. 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and we'll play this, because this is going to be the presser. Well, some of this is the presser. Let's see if it'll play.
Bill with an update from overnight.
In addition to all of the state and local agencies working tirelessly on this, the chief deputy here in Sumner County says they are now talking with the FBI as well. He says they are doing everything within their power to find Sebastian. I just spoke with the EMA director, who says yesterday they scoured about 2,000 miles on foot. The director says typically people will only travel 0.2 of a mile, so they have definitely honed in on that circumference as well as inside his home. But unfortunately, nothing. Aerial crews continue the work overnight, and we're told the ground crews are reporting here again at 7 a.m. this morning. That includes officials on foot, ATV, and horses. We've also seen many community groups come together to support these officials. Prayer vigils have been held the past 2 nights. The EMA director tells me that today they are asking for residents to check any bodies of water on their property. The Sumner County mayor says they recognize people want to do as much as they can, so here is his guidance moving forward today.
If you want to search in your neighborhood, want to search on your property, we really ask that you do it in teams of 2 as we do our aerial searches with the helicopters and the fixed wing planes and the drones. Whenever we see one individual, we see that as a potential lead, and we pour resources into that. So if you're going out in 2s, that helps us in that manner. But we do ask that really you stay out of the search process, and we leave that to the professionals right now.
He says they are working with Sebastian's family as well. We're told
and still no trace of the teen. Here's Kelsey Gibbs with what we've learned so far.
A community on edge, hoping and praying that Sebastian Rogers returns home safely. They say the teen has not been spotted on any surveillance cameras, and there have been no clues of his whereabouts. People just want Sebastian home, especially those in the autistic community.
Autistic kids go missing, and it's like as an autistic person, it's a punch to the gut, right?
It was another busy day searching for the teen. Law enforcement has drones, canines, helicopters, and even horses. But officials say right now, what they need is the public searching their property. There's been no sightings on home surveillance video of Sebastian so far. And the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canines. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in a span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home. Law enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Law enforcement telling us that the family is cooperating with authorities, and they again are under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home.
Expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
Here in a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds. And if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings you see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days, we logged over 2,000 miles of personnel on foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2, and you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area, and if they find evidence, we haven't found any evidence, but if they find something that they think is substantial, CID investigates it. Go on to the next day. That's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather with rain, and so these are the rings from TBI again, and they did some almost tri-oval type figures when we were looking at particular areas, and they were looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops.
Okay, guys, I'm going to bring Chloe up. Give me 1 second here.
Hey guys.
Chloe, how you doing?
Oh, I'm so good. I'm so happy to be here with you guys.
Good. We're so happy to have you. So yeah, we're just
Yes.
going over like the first 7 days. This is day 4 presser.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
it's weird that they said they didn't find any evidence. Like, I don't know if that is more or less like telling us, that they don't want to tell us, or that they
Yeah.
really didn't. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to gauge.
I agree. And I was watching Sharon's comments, and Sharon has a lot of good points from what I've seen. But I just got here, so I don't want to get too I just want to be here to be like a sounding board for you,
Yeah, and well, Sharon's just such a good researcher too.
Yeah, I don't know Sharon, but it seems like it. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean it's great to kind of get a refresher too, because even like in April, CP and KP were at the Cracker Barrel. How's
Yes.
that looking?
Right.
And
There's so
I
many
remember that
things.
too.
There's so many things that it's crazy. Like when we go back and look at it, and we all come together and like go from the beginning and really go through this. And Sharon has a lot of good points.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the bike show too. I know they took off and they went to like some kind of like a bike run, or like oh gosh, not necessarily like Sturgis or anything, but it was kind of like
Oh yeah. Yeah, the bike. Yeah, the bike.
like a rally or something, right?
Rally, whatever they did. I know. I agree. I remember that, but
And I know they said they
did
passed
that
out flyers, but
what did that actually accomplish?
I don't see how it would have done anything besides maybe if they did in fact pass out flyers,
They may
maybe.
have. I don't know. I mean, clearly I wasn't there, but I see this as a show. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah. I mean, in my opinion, it's more like, well, since we wanted to go to the bike rally, we took some flyers with us, kind of a thing. Not really, we went to
Yeah.
the bike rally in order to, hand
Well,
out flyers.
it was kind of like when and I hate to bring this up, and I don't want anybody to be offended by this, but when I was at CrimeCon, um, they were very close, but they weren't there. Whereas lots of family members of missing children were there that I met, that I talked to, that were there for their children. And being so close, I just felt it really weird that they weren't involved.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've really had that feeling since their first. Well, I always thought the first interview was with Holly Thompson, but it was actually with Duchess for the missing.
Yes, it
Um,
was with Duchess. I did watch that actually.
yeah, so I kind of watched that one after the Holly Thompson interview, their first TV one, and I was just kind of shocked because I thought it was like very like a lot of fake crying on Katie's part, and I hate to say that
Uh-huh.
like that, but it was
I
my opinion, my impression.
I felt the same. I felt the same. And
Yeah.
and like I said, I mean, I'm in Florida because I see people asking. I'm in Florida, but I did go to Nashville for CrimeCon, and we were there. I was passing out flyers for Michael mostly, but we were also
Aw.
there for Sebastian and Summer. And I know that the one thing that we saw was that being as close to where Sebastian went missing, there wasn't anyone there. I mean, well, I can't say there wasn't anyone there representing him, but the family didn't show up. And I think that, I don't know, if it was my child, I would have been there. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be a good
Because
opportunity.
they were offered, I mean, lots of things, and it wasn't, we bought tickets to go, and we paid for hotels and all that, but they were close. They could have stood in the lobby and passed out flyers. You know what I mean? Like, I know friends of mine went around and put flyers up in the area. So, it's something that it's always bothered me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would think that that would be a really great opportunity to talk with other families, pass out flyers. I mean, even if you didn't get a booth, because that's how CrimeCon works, right? You get a booth and you kind of, like, I know you have to kind of prepare, I know it gets really busy and stuff.
Well, and I'll be honest, I got there a day early. I
Mhm.
got the layout of the Gaylord Nashville. When all of the other people I was there with, that got there, like, I was kind of, like showing everybody around and getting people where they wanted to go. And, we had like Gabby Petito, we had all of the families there. Like, it just, it felt weird. It felt like, wouldn't you at least be in the lobby of the hotel passing out flyers when other people were? Like, we were putting up flyers. I don't know. I don't know. It was a weird situation to me, how I felt, because it was so close to them. But that's just my opinion. And like I said, like, I don't want to at all, like, say anything that is disparaging on anyone or
Sure.
spread disinformation or misinformation. But I do believe that if it were my child, I mean, I traveled there from Florida. So why would, if I had a child missing, why would I not be there when I'm local?
Right, exactly, because they wouldn't have had to really get a hotel or anything like that. They could just drive, what, it's probably like an hour away or something like that.
I don't even think it was that much, because I do know that one of my friends went and put flyers up, and spent the last day of CrimeCon to make sure flyers were put up for Sebastian because no one did in that area. Like she went to that area to put up flyers in because we felt it was necessary. You know what I mean? Like it was
Sure.
something that should be
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, he deserves to have those up, especially at that time, because that wasn't very um, far into. I mean, we're hitting a year now, but I mean, CrimeCon was
It was in
what?
June. It was May 30th to June. It was end of May, beginning of June. So we were in a very crucial, in my opinion, time period.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. And it's just one of those things where, um, it couldn't hurt the situation. I think it would have helped tremendously.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Anything could help. I mean, I would do anything that could help find my child. So, I mean, I'm sure you would too.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would be raising awareness as much as I could, especially knowing that all the creators are there, and not only that, like Nancy
Oh,
Grace, Vinny
huge
Politan.
detectives, big
Yeah.
detectives. I mean, everybody was there. Like I met everyone. I talked to so many detectives about like Michael that like
Oh.
and I talked to the behavioral panel like 3 days in a row. Like about like revisiting Summer and doing a new assessment on that case 3 years later. I mean, we
Wow.
were we were we were there for many things, that I met many, many, many big detectives and behavioral panel and all of that. And I just wanted to see more for Sebastian. That's all. I think we all did. I think that the thing that was disappointing to us was that we didn't see the turnout that we thought we would see for Sebastian, being that he was that close in proximity to being missing.
Right, exactly. And yeah, I mean, it's really strange to me too, because it would have been a great opportunity, but something tells me they just wanted to kind of skirt by that because,
Yeah.
they didn't really want to talk to detectives,
Yeah. C. Taylor, you're absolutely correct. I was staying at the Opryland Hotel, and I went there a day early, and I got the layout of the hotel because it's like a city and a hotel. And when everybody from my group got there, I was like, making sure everybody knew where everything was, where all of the, you know what I'm saying, like all the convention area, the speakers and all that. And it's just kind of sad to see that what we saw and what we were disappointed in was that we did not see what we thought we would see for Sebastian in that area at that time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, because it's so local to where he came from. I think that's why
Mm-hmm.
people are really upset about like how the church is handling it, the one that he went to, Freedom Church in Gallatin,
Yes, I
because
agree.
they're doing the same thing, almost not acknowledging like they
Uh-huh.
should, you
Hey,
know?
Jenny. Hey, Psychic Amelia.
Yeah, and I'm glad to have C. Taylor in here too. I didn't
My
just notice C. Taylor.
gosh. I
Hey,
just, I
Castle,
just, I'm happy to be here with all of you
Jenny,
guys. And
Psychic Amelia.
I have so many thoughts on all of this, and Psychic Amanda, I'm sorry that I sound funny. I'm sorry.
No,
Uh,
you're good. You're good.
uh,
Um,
I'm sorry. Like I
no,
don't
you
mean to
don't
sound
sound funny at
funny.
all. No, you're good. No, I totally agree with what you're saying. I mean, I would have expected, and see, it's not like they kind of show, well, I know that some people do go live from CrimeCon and things like that, but I never realized that that was even an issue. I guess I just assumed that, it would have been, a lot about Sebastian. I mean, I'm really glad that you went for, Michael Monkey Vaughn.
Well,
And
we were there for Michael. That was
yes,
what our main focus was, and that's who we were talking to everyone about the case, like to try to like get them to like, revisit it. But we also posted flyers for Michael, Summer, and Sebastian. So it wasn't just one
oh, that's
person.
great.
And there was a wall of the missing, and that's where we put it. I mean, and we talked to everybody that we could. I mean, I don't know what else, like you can do like as a person that, you're there to like help. But we did the best we could do. And I'm sorry if anyone thinks that I don't sound right or that I'm not, I don't know, not up on the case, but I do have my heart in this.
No, and you're giving such good insight too, because like I had no idea really how all of that went down, in terms of CrimeCon. I've never been to CrimeCon. As a matter of fact, I was trying to get my daughter to go with me. um Last year I was trying to see, like, this was before all of this happened with Sebastian
Well,
and everything,
well,
just because I was
September
excited.
2025, we can be in Denver.
Oh, okay. In Denver. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, Denver,
Awesome.
and we can go. It's in September, and I know I've been invited to like help with other cases, but
Good.
I would love to be able to help any way I can and be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's a really great thing. Like, when I first heard about it, I was like, "Oh, wow, so that's kind of like Comic-Con, like for comic books and stuff like
Oh
that, like a big
yeah.
convention." And I really never knew what it was before. And so, it was, but I now I realize that it's like more about just awareness, and then kind of like you said, all of the detectives that are there. I mean,
Oh,
gosh, just to pick their
amazing
brains,
detectives, the behavioral panel, like everybody. I talked to
Yes.
all of them, and I know that like we don't always agree on every assessment, but the behavioral panel, I have to say, like I talk to them like every day that I was there, and it was really sweet that I'm sure that they assessed me from the very beginning and decided that I was okay, because I helped them find each other the very first day, like before it happened and started. And I just honestly like found them to be like amazing people. And that was the one thing I talked to them about was Sebastian, Michael, but I also asked them to revisit Summer's case, because the last time that they were doing that was with, Dr. Phil, and I don't think
Mhm.
that was very accurate.
Yeah, that was a very different episode. And even them bringing up, um well, Candace left the stage, like, she left in tears. It was like she
Right.
couldn't,
Yeah.
she didn't want to be either
Well,
under that
she didn't want
scrutiny
to be
or
questioned.
right, exactly.
I
Yeah.
mean, and I don't want to compare cases because I know we're talking about Sebastian. I'm just saying that when I was at CrimeCon, I met a lot of people, and it was a really beautiful experience. And I would encourage
Yeah.
anyone who is really for the missing to go and to be there, because honestly, like it's a beautiful feeling, and to be surrounded by people that are of like minds, but
Sure.
it's also you're there for these kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's like you won't let the memory
No,
go. Especially
never.
like you said, after 3 years with Summer. I mean, that's amazing to get, people thinking again, because it is hard when every day there's something new. It is hard. It really is.
Yeah. And I talked to the behavioral panel and I said, would you even consider going back and on Summer's case like 3 years later and doing a assessment later after we've seen everything we've seen on YouTube with the parents and whatever, and they were very open to it, so I'm just saying
Yeah.
that we cannot give up. We have to keep going with these kids.
Well, yeah, and it's the one thing that is so important is just keeping that awareness out. And then also, I heard just a little bit of an update today on um, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom, because I know that she's dealing with, some, well, a pretty serious
Yes,
illness.
she's yes, Brandy, yes, is.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, just the fact that she keeps going, she's one of the strongest ladies. I really give her a lot of respect and
Oh,
just prayers all the time, for her
Brandy's
because, yeah.
Brandy's a beautiful person.
Yeah.
I've I spent many I spent a lot of time, speaking with her. Michael's case is one of in very, very close to my heart, obviously. But I truly believe that if we get and like we did, going to some of these big detectives and getting them just to just passing out flyers and say, "Will you look into this case?" And they were all so accommodating that I truly believe that Sebastian is very much in the forefront. And if we
Yeah.
could get some people on this case or looking into it, that it would be a very good thing.
I think so too. I think it's really necessary. I mean, especially it's just so hard because when we watch back on these first 7 days, it's like, we keep hearing we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, but I don't
Yes.
I don't really
No.
understand why they didn't tell like the law enforcement agents, like Ken Weiner from EMA. He was saying like, he was doing all this research about kids who like to follow the creeks and, um,
Yeah. Yeah.
different, things like that. But then why didn't Chris or Katie say, thank you so much, Ken, for doing all that research, but actually Sebastian doesn't like to really be dirty, so we wouldn't be anticipating him following stream or a creek kind of thing.
Exactly. I
You
know.
know,
Yeah.
it's just weird. It's
It,
just weird.
there's so many weird things here. I mean, I honestly like with Sebastian, like I had to get out of it for a little bit because I got so consumed by it. And that's
Yeah.
why I haven't really been on panel and I've dropped out of, some channels and whatever. But it doesn't mean that he's not still on my mind and still in my heart and still in my prayers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing. I think that a lot of people, and I've heard people just come to me and tell me just little things like that too. Hey, I have to take a break, but I'll be back and everything because it's heartbreaking, especially to hear the way that he was talked to. Just all of that is just so nerve-wracking, knowing that he would have ever have had to felt like he wasn't good enough for his own family,
Oh, it's
that's the kicker.
heartbreaking. It's
Yeah.
heartbreaking. Yeah, it's awful. Like the stories and how we know he was treated, like it truly like breaks our hearts. Like I don't know. I can't explain it exactly, but it's one of those cases. This is the case just like to me, Summer and Michael, that like I can't, it doesn't ever leave my mind and it doesn't ever leave my heart. It's always going to be
Exactly.
there. Until there's justice, I will not quit. trying to
Well, and
find
I know we
truth.
got a little bit closer, like even with Michael's case, but then you have those knuckleheads who just go go on and say this or that or the other thing, and then they go around and okay, well, we find out that they're lying or they're kind of just ratting each other out or trying to get one in trouble over the other, and that's really frustrating in that case.
Agreed.
My opinion,
Absolutely.
because we just want to
Yeah.
be like, well, why don't you just lock all three of them up, kind of thing,
Well,
and
just
be done
just
with it.
how about yeah, lock them up, let them talk. First to walk, first to walk. First to talk, first to walk. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, and you look at Kayla and Adam Montgomery. If she wouldn't have came through and was if she wasn't the stool pigeon, he might never have gotten put away. But then in
Oh
the same way, yeah,
gosh.
she did get let go.
You know what? It
But
make that case right there makes me upset though because of what she had to have been involved in. But I mean, we at least saw some justice. I mean, I don't think complete justice, but at least we saw something, you know?
yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, that's true because that way, at least they got him because I think that she was going through a lot with with the abuse with him, and I, no doubt about it, we saw pictures and things like that, but um, the fact that she didn't do more is infuriating, as well. And Castle says Lady F. Seth did tell LE that Sebastian didn't like dirty water, like that he likes pool water, and he didn't walk barefoot because of the fire ant
Yeah,
incident. But
that's the
KK said
truth.
nothing. That's so true.
That's
That is so true.
so true.
Ugh, and
And
it's
it's
like, why? Why wouldn't she say anything? I mean, that's her son.
I know. Oh my
Ugh.
God, Juicy Tulip. I, Harmony breaks my heart every day.
Yes, mine too. Mine too, because she's still out there somewhere, and her dad's sitting there bragging, "Well, you're never gonna find," taunting the Manchester
Well,
PD.
it's like Dawn said with Summer. She's fish food by now. You're
Ugh.
never gonna find her. Like, I mean, we are talking about like children that are missing and their parents are so cold. Like, how could you make comments like that? That's gross.
Oh God, I never
Unless
could.
you
I'd want to get
unless you know something.
exactly. And then him saying the rapture and all that was another really weird
Oh my
comment.
God.
We'll see her at the
On
rapture.
like the first day or
Oh,
the first day was what was the first day? The first interview, I mean, was like, well, I'll see her in the resurrection or in the rapture or whatever. And I'm like, okay,
yeah.
Dawn, okay, give it up. Let's not. I mean, I've heard Don talk. I've talked to him. No, you're not going to be there. Sorry, man.
Right. There's no way that you would already be in that emotional state that fast, in my opinion,
No, you wouldn't be and then the way
No.
he bragged about his daughter taking it like a champ when she was raped at 18 because she
Ugh.
was as an adult. You know what I mean? There's so many things that these people, these parents have done and said that are so inconsistent with what actual parents that love their children would say and do.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's just not something you could ever really even bring yourself to think about, it would be so
No, I
painful,
couldn't even
you know?
if that were like if my child were missing, there's no way. I would have every hope in the book. You know what I mean? I would be out there. I would be Brandy Neal. I would have bloody feet trying to find my child.
Yes.
And instead we've seen the opposite, you know?
Yeah. They just kind of stuck to the house. I mean, I haven't really heard of them leaving to go anywhere or, no vigils, no
No,
Passing
none.
flyers, none of that. None of that.
None. In fact, we've heard about flyers being torn down.
Well, I know that that's absolutely true. And then the yard signs, that they would
Yeah.
pull the yard signs.
And why? And why? If you want to find your child, why would you do that?
I can't even recall a case where that was as prevalent as it is in this one. Like, I understand that maybe somebody might think, oh, this fire's been up for months. Maybe that child has been found now, and we'll take it down. But I just can't see, especially an area like Hendersonville, where it's kind of a big little place.
Yeah,
As in it's
exactly.
grown. People know what's going
Yeah,
on.
I know.
It's
And,
weird.
and I mean, look at the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood like had things to say. Like, I mean, come on, let's be real.
Yeah, the neighbors were very vocal, and I don't blame them. I think I would be too, especially if um, I was, in close proximity where you can hear, things going on. Because you know how it is when, somebody's your direct neighbor, you hear more than if it's someone down the street.
I mean, a lot of them, like I said last night, they did not want them at their neighborhood gatherings because they were appalled by them. I mean, by Chris, by or CP, I guess we should say.
Yeah.
So I mean, let's like think about all of this. Like I mean, if you have that many people telling you that, I mean, I think there's something there, you know?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And why would they say something like that? They don't have, most people don't. I understand there's some people that are kind of, hateful out there and that they will make things up. But you know, I don't see what they would have to gain from doing that. They all couldn't just have a personal vendetta, type of a thing.
No, not the whole neighborhood. I just
No.
there's no way I could believe that. And not all the neighbors like having the same accounts like we talked about last night. Like we
Hmm.
really have to go back to the very beginning and the basics and remember like what everyone said, and we have to be honest that there was a lot of people that were coming out and telling stories, and then there was also a lot of people that disappeared, you know, or that kept their mouth shut after that. And
Right. And they were
I
afraid to say,
I
yeah.
find that extremely telling, if that's the way to say it. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. It's very telling because, the lack of, the response, it says a lot too, just like lack of evidence says a lot. When there's no fingerprints at a crime scene, that's also evidence that someone cleaned it up, kind of a thing. So um it's it's super curious. It's super
Yeah. I know everyone here has different opinions and different um theories, but I still believe that um he probably wasn't in the house that night. I think he was in the garage. I think that the lights were turned on and off in his room.
Mhm.
I think that there was something very nefarious with Katie, and I think he was passed off. I do. I really do. And if other people disagree with me, I'm sorry, and that's just my opinion. Okay, guys? Like I don't want to say anything that is in disagreement with everyone else. That's just my feeling.
Well, it does make me wonder if there was some kind of a timestamp or an indication of when that, when his voice was heard on the dash cam. Because I haven't heard the actual audio, so I can't even say, heads or tails, is it really true? Um, but I do know that that might put, some kind of ease to one situation or another, but it's still up in the air, I think. I'm really up in the air still about it.
Okay, I want to know what did Jacqueline say, because I must have missed that comment. And the behavioral panel, I'm not 100% on everything they say, because I did see something on that, but I do believe that they do have insight on behavior. They may not always get it right, and I'm not going to agree with them every time, but I do respect them. That's all, because I did see a comment about that.
Were they the ones that did their first interview with Katie and Chris? Like, I thought that's who did it, but I'm not 100%.
I don't know about that. Jacqueline, I don't see Jacqueline's comments, but I see people talking about what Jacqueline said. So I would like to know what Jacqueline has to say, because I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to help or talk or respond to that. Because I mean, I really do. Appreciate everyone's opinions, theories, and thoughts. Like, I am very open-minded, and I'm always open to all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I am too. Just because, especially like if we had some more solid evidence, I might have a more formulated opinion. But it's hard, with that. So, it just really is tugs on heartstrings. I do need to watch that. I really do. She's been trying to get me to watch the CNY Family. Have you watched that?
Okay.
I really like her. She's very smart,
Okay.
very logical.
I need to watch that as well.
They're
Then
talking about all the food in here. Crafting which CNY video. What's the girl's name on panel? I miss. This is Chloe. Chloe Jade.
hey, I'm Chloe Jade.
Castle's like, who's this?
Castle, I'm just here
I love
to talk with Lady Freedom. This is my new home.
Oh, good, Castle. Yes. You're always welcome, Chloe. I love your insight. And especially because, you know, you know so much more about other topics than I don't, so we just kind of complement each other really well. So
Yeah,
I
I mean,
love
like
that.
I said, I've been out of Sebastian's case for a little bit because I took a break from YouTube just for other reasons.
Yeah.
But I've been here all along, and Summer and Michael were like my first cases. But of course, Sebastian, I came in and I couldn't. It just got me. I couldn't be. I had to be there.
Yeah, well, he's just so lovable. I mean, even when I was passing out flyers in Springfield, Missouri, I mean, nobody really knew of him. Not one person that I encountered did anyway, but everybody that I talked to, I mean, I even had people asking me if they could take an extra flyer for their church and stuff. Because they saw his face, I didn't have to do much. It was all Sebastian, and that's just really how he's really captured all of our hearts. I mean, same thing with
Butter
when I see little
biscuit.
Michael's face or Summer. I mean, they're just
Oh, Michael, yeah, and
precious. They're
Brandy. I
precious
love.
children.
I'm a big Brandy fan, and friends with her. Like, talked to her many times, and I will never leave Michael's case until he's found. But
yes.
Hold on, I saw. Okay, Butter Biscuit. Chloe, did his bedroom light go up and off around 10? I was told it was later than 10, but we don't know, Butter Biscuit. I don't think any of us really know for sure.
It's so hard to tell with that bedroom light because I know Bobby the neighbor talked about it in
Yeah.
2 separate
Yep.
interviews. She's
Well,
adamant about that, and I believe her. She's one of those, kind of a truth seeker teller kind of a people, in my opinion.
yeah, agreed.
You know what I mean? Where she's kind of like it's very important to her to get that kind of stuff out. Um, yeah, and just the way that she's been treated through this, I mean, has been. I mean, I don't even know what a good word would be for it. Just because she's tried so hard, and then her kids got dragged into it, which was even more weird. You know.
Okay, hold on. Crafting. So behavior panel did an evaluation on Megan's demeanor and lies, what they see as spot on in the PS per behavior. I truly believe that the behavioral panel, especially after speaking with them and meeting them and talking with them for 3 days and whatever, I truly believe that the behavioral panel was with Summer's case brought in early
Mhm.
and they were going according to you know what was going on at the time. But
Uh-huh.
when I talked to them, they wanted to revisit it 3 years later. They said they were thinking about it. So I think that you know we might have some more answers. I also know that there's people that are on that case right now, and they think that um there's movement in the case, but you know we won't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good news, but it's hard to tell, because sometimes it doesn't happen as fast as we want it to. Well, it never does. I don't think. I don't think it
No,
could ever happen fast enough.
nothing happens the way we want it to, but I think there's so many things that when we have to we really need to go back from the very beginning, and we
Yeah.
really need to go through everything thoroughly, is my opinion. But that's just how I look at cases, you know?
I do too, and I actually like to kind of go back and then start over again. I know that's tedious, but I think it helps. And then also like it was so weird because even the other night I was playing just like a small clip from a video and everyone's like, "Wait a minute, did Chris just say it was going on Sunday night?" And he did. He told Holly Thompson from the news, and it was just a different clip that I hadn't played in a long time or listened to, and it was like a whole new clip. Like, how did we all not get that? So it just helps to go over again, I think.
Yeah, I
Um,
think that all of these cases, if you go back from the beginning and you go through every single thing that has happened and then you reassess it, you kind of come up with different ideas at times, you know? Because
exactly.
there's so much that's happened over time that we have to go back and we have to look at it from the beginning, and we have to look at all of the accounts. And
Mhm.
maybe all of them aren't true. That's very possible. But
Sure.
at the same time, we have to weigh it all out, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And then Star, really, really quick, I wanted to tell Star, I always transpose it. So it is like C New York family. It's not CYN. Sometimes I say CYN but it isn't. It's CNY. It's not you, it's me. Star.
I'll turn.
And now Jacqueline says, so the behavior panel did an evaluation on Megan's demeanor and lies, and what they say is spot on to the Proudfoot's behavior. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. And like I said, I met them. I really truly believe in them, even though I didn't agree with the original,
Mhm.
um, like summer evaluation. I think that was also prompted with Dr. Phil and like other things. I think that, like when I said I talked to them and asked them if they would reevaluate it, like 3 years later, they were very interested in that. So I think that we have to give them some grace, you know?
Right. Yeah. Because I mean, well, and not all of us do get things right, and body language is really tricky. I'm very interested in it, but it can be very tricky, because even I've thought sometimes, well, I've touched my mouth or something when I said this, that doesn't mean I was lying, or, different little nuances, but some of it could be super spot on.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's the same as, I've seen this with Deception Detective, where there's not always things I agree with him on a speech analysis, but that doesn't mean that I don't believe in what he does. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's really well said. Um, and then also Anne was asking, did you know that Explorer with NUG went to look for Summer?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I do
I didn't know
know.
that either.
See, because of where I'm from, I do know, which I think I told you, Lady Justice, or Lady Freedom, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I know. Either way, same thing. I'm going to give you all of it, Lady Justice and Lady Freedom. I did. I told you that I'm in Grady Judd territory, right?
Yes. Oh, I
And
love
that's
him.
where I live. So I was told from the beginning that Grady Judd actually offered his resources and team to help finding Summer because of trafficking, but they turned them down. Now, I don't understand why that would happen, because I would take
Me
any
neither.
help that I could get, same as
Especially
Equisearch.
Grady Judd. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'd be honored. Like I'd be like, yes, sir, please.
That's what I'm saying. So it's the
Ugh,
same with Sebastian. Like if like it's sad that people like that actually have the resources and have the task team are not there to help.
right.
And I'm pretty sure, and I don't know all the details with Sebastian, but I'm sure that many people all over offered help.
Yeah. Well, and he's just so good at like getting that information out of people, because he does all the stings, so he's really good at getting like intel,
Oh
he's
yeah. I mean, we
smart,
have stings constantly. I mean, especially being here, you see it like weekly.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, because I've always just watched him on YouTube, and then I was like, well, when I moved to Florida, I have to go and bring him some RC and some moon pies because,
Well, yeah,
that's
so
his
see,
thing,
you're here and see, and I'm just a little away from you in his county. I'm not far
Yeah,
from you. I'm like 2 hours away, right?
not far at all. I'm pretty sure it's about that. I'm so bad with directions here, but I'm learning. I'm kind of learning. Um, but yeah, we're not far at all. So we could definitely, you know,
I
bring him a
I
care package.
I just always go back to corruption, but I mean, I
Yeah.
know that that's probably my I don't know how to explain it, but maybe it's my my fear. I don't know. I can't really put a word with it, but to me, when you have turned people away, there's a reason, and it's not a good
Right.
reason, and that's just my opinion.
No, I can see why you would go there because I mean, I try really hard not to, but then, once it starts pointing too many times in that direction, I really do go there because, it's just another option. But yeah, it's kind of unexplainable why they wouldn't want everyone they could possibly get to um,
Yeah. If it was
help,
my child, I mean, and I'm sure if it was your child, you would take every help that you could get. You would accept all of it. I mean, same
Oh,
as
yeah.
with Summer, it was Equisearch. They didn't accept
Hmm.
that. I mean, that's huge too, you know? I mean,
Oh yeah, and they're
I'm not,
Texas. That's out of Texas, isn't it? EquiSearch.
yeah, and I'm not trying to
Yeah.
compare cases, and I'm sorry for even bringing that up, but
No,
it's just that we're
I'm
talking
fine with
about
it.
two cases that have so many similarities, and so many.
Absolutely.
It just seems like there's corruption. It's hard to not believe that.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think there are so many similarities between what, just the way things were handled, and then also the parents, being very, I mean, they are kind of on different sides maybe of the tracks, where we see kind of more of a nicer area, and then we have a rural area, but in the same way, it just there's a lot of things that are
Yeah.
almost uncanny,
It is. It is. I mean, and I'm only saying this because that's how I came to YouTube. So that's my first I would say case that I was like really like couldn't go away from, but then when Sebastian happened, it really consumed me.
Well, yeah.
But because there was so much drama. There's so much drama surrounding it. It's like we're looking for a child that has special needs, and instead we're there's just drama, like instead of what it's really about.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing that's really taken away from I wasn't really in the YouTube verse at that time, with Summer, but I've seen that with Sebastian, and it's almost like unbelievable that people would rather watch something like that other than kind of going over the facts again, which again, I know that's tedious, but just all of this extra, talking about Sebastian's case, but not talking about his case at all, kind of a thing, which is kind of frustrating in its own way, um, in my opinion, because it's like,
Yeah, I
you
agree.
just talking about other creators, or or just I just couldn't do that every day. I'm more interested in kind of going back over the facts, and there's a lot of great creators out there that have put out different theories, and just things that you could explore. I mean, a lot of different facets of the case, but you can't do that if you're constantly focusing on that, all the extra, that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, crafting. The fact they hired SF tells us everything. SF is who?
Yeah, so that is Steve Fisher.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
Yes, and
I got
he
you.
was on Kylie Rodney.
Yes,
I suppose he
yes.
worked Riley Strain too, because I remember asking him a question when I was trying to figure out, water temperatures, and then how, if we were going to see that Riley would, end up downriver, because that was my theory the whole time, that that he's going to end up downriver, but I was trying to kind of figure out how long it would take, and what, just kind of that. But and he, like I said, answered my question nicely. I mentioned on a different live, he was in Pascal's chat, and
Yes.
I was in there too.
Okay.
Because Riley was from Springfield, Missouri, and he was
Right.
graduating the same year as my daughter, and it was just very, close to home, hit close to home. But and he was professional as I could, ever ask for. So I mean, that wasn't even an issue. But I know there was a lot going on in Kylie's case. Um, Now Sebastian's case, I'm like, holy cow, so that was.
Well, I mean, look at Sebastian's case. They pushed away everyone that I felt was actually true and wanted to help. I mean, I don't know. Uh, well, that's what Lisa just said. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Lisa's a good point. Yeah, no, it's
okay,
a good
Lisa,
point.
thank you because you just said what I said. I didn't even read it until you said that. But it's true. And I also saw Detroit city, Detroit Rock City.
This is
I
true.
agree. Why would you push away somebody that has the best resources and team in the country, in my opinion, on
Yes.
on trafficking and all of that? But
Yeah, and just he's not afraid to go after his own too, which I really find
oh
to be,
no, he calls out his own sheriffs. Yes, I
yeah,
agree.
he'll be like, they're gonna be in the county jail eating peanut butter and jelly. And he's just so funny. He's a very likable guy too.
Well,
But
he's
you know.
obviously like well, okay, so in Polk County, and I'm gonna tell this is funny, and we're all gonna laugh. This is not me being derogatory at all. But they say here, what's the most dangerous place in Polk County? Between Grady and the camera.
Ah, that's funny. That's great.
and
He's a
and
ham. He's a ham.
well, but it's funny because he is out there. He is doing stings. He's been on MSNBC. He had like a 3-parter on MSNBC. He's out there every day getting these guys sex trafficking, like
Oh, I love
whatever it
it.
is.
Yeah.
And he goes on that camera and he tells it like it is, and he makes funny statements and we all laugh about him.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you know what? He's doing a big job.
Oh my gosh, is he ever? I mean, the amount of people that he catches, and it always amazes me. He's like, this one works at Disney, this one, and it's like always, or kid-oriented places where you're like, oh my gosh, don't they
Oh,
do background check, or anything? Like you're just
yes.
thinking, how did they get through? But look at, even look at that nasty, what is his name again? Steven Stearns. He was a Disney employee too, and it's like, what in the world
Oh,
is going on?
absolutely.
You
Every
know?
single time we have a sting here, um, it's Disney employees, it's
Ugh.
sheriffs, it's people that are teachers. It's people that have access to children. It's
Yeah,
that's the whole point of what's going on here and what's wrong is that the people that are predators put themselves in those situations that they have access to these children.
that's right. And even there was a couple. I watched one, and this was a while back, but um, where I mean, they were coming from other states. Like he's like, this one isn't even from Florida, and he's pulling up the pictures, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So these people are traveling from other states and doing this. So how many other children were harmed on the way to where, they finally got to Florida, and they got to Judd territory, if you will. So it's amazing. It's like, wow. Just to think about it, because how many times do they get away with it before they're caught? Um,
Castle, I wanna be like I want to be like a person here that's going to give like a kind of a balanced statement here. Um, Trevor was actually one of my really good friends for a very long time, and I I I don't know what happened. Okay, I don't know what happened in that situation completely, but I do know that Trevor was always for Sebastian. So
yeah, he does a really good job of
I don't
advocating.
I don't I don't want to disparage because Trevor is one of my friends or I thought one of my friends, for a very long time in a group I was in, and I don't understand because but I do know that there are things about Seth that have been admitted by him to me and to other people. So I don't know. I'm not going to talk bad about Seth, but
Yeah, well, and the
I'm
thing
not
is
going to
too,
defend him either. I'm going to be very neutral. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and I do. I stay neutral too. And then also I do know that there were a lot of things that, of you know, like Castle's saying where Seth was trusting of people, but they kind of did him dirty. And I do remember a couple instances like that, but I know that in this case there's been so much.
Well, Trevor was on this case from the very beginning, okay?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
and this is what I know. And I'm not going to speak for anyone else. But I'm going to say Trevor was on this case from the very beginning. He was the first person that I think brought it to all of us, or that brought it to me anyway.
I think so. I want to say that's very accurate because I
But
know he was posting
but
about
him and
every day.
Seth did have a falling out.
Mhm.
But I do not believe that Trevor has any bad bone in his body, that he is
Right.
not for the victims. I believe he is. I think that, I mean, and this is just my opinion. I think that they had a falling out and that happened, of course.
Mhm.
And like I said, I'm not going to say anything about Seth or Trevor, either way, because I don't know their personal situation and what happened.
Yeah.
But I do know that Trevor has always been for the victims, that he is a huge, huge supporter for children. And I also know that he has his own reasons for that. Okay. And that's not my story to tell, but
Right.
I think we all kind of know that.
Oh yeah, and he has done so many wonderful things. And just
Castle, I've actually heard some very weird things from Seth. So I agree with you.
yeah, yeah, and I mean, I think, when the falling outs happen and things like that, it's so hard to know, which kind of side to land on, but sometimes it is best to stay neutral, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
yeah.
I would prefer not to go into what I know about Seth, because I don't really like to I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but I do know things about Seth that are not necessarily savory. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and it's
I'm
it's
not going
so
to
hard
downgrade him.
because
I'm
well,
not going to downgrade him. I don't know. It's not my place. But, I mean, Castle, I see what you say. I agree with you 100%. But Trevor calling him a pedo is too much.
yeah.
If Katie wants to go after Seth, she's a big girl and can. Agreed.
Yeah.
But, Trevor's also been a victim. So, and he's a survivor. So we have to understand also that whatever Trevor has to say, I think he knew a lot more than most people at the very beginning. And I think he was turned away, and I think it was not, no, I don't think it was right. And, in Castle, I was called a pedo as well. I mean, if we want to really like get down to details, it wasn't just Trevor. There was quite a few of us that were, and I know that I'm not. So,
Yeah, I mean, that is like the lowest thing to say. And then, well, and I just don't understand why Katie wouldn't come forward and talk about that on her own. Like, why is she having others kind of put
okay,
that out there? I
Castle,
would feel more comfortable.
Castle. I did not say that Seth was an RSO. I do know things from the past that he admitted. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to debate this because I don't know. Like, I only know what I have heard, what I've been told, and what I've taught, and when I've talked to him, and things that I know. I don't know. I
Hard.
don't know.
It's just so hard
Trevor
because
and I have not been in contact in a little bit. But for a very long time, we were very close, and he was there for me for many things, and I was there for him for many things. And he lost his father, and he was also groomed by his pastor and done wrong. So I don't want to call out anyone that has been, I don't want to call out anyone that's been, abused. I guess that's the best way to say it.
that was involved in that too, where it was like, behind the scenes that we didn't ever know about, and it just kind of spilled out, which that happens, it does.
Crafting. There's a background there. I'm not going to say he's an RSO. I'm going to say that there's a background. There's a background of him dating Katie before she was of age, him meeting her at the Boys and Girls Club when she was 12, her having underage abortions. I mean, I don't know that I should be even saying this on panel. So I need to kind of keep my mouth shut, I feel.
No, I mean, I understand. The thing is like a lot of that stuff was coming out, I think, back when
it was admitted, though.
All of this, all of this, you know what I mean? Like it was coming out as, as this whole thing was kind of going on behind the scenes, and so a lot of it, I don't think a lot of people do, really fully understand,
And
what was going on.
Butter Biscuit, you're correct. I've been friends I was friends with Trevor for a couple years, and he came out with his story before all of this. So I mean, it's not new.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
Butter Biscuit is
he has a
correct.
book. Yeah, he's got a book too, I think.
Yeah, yes, he's published a book now. He has been got a bill passed on Capitol Hill. He's been, I know, worked with top DCF in Tennessee. I mean, I can't. I'm not going to go into a controversial person here and talk bad about anyone, because I actually love Trevor. So
yeah, I've tried to really stay neutral through it too, because I do believe Trevor does right by, and especially when you have trauma, it's easier for you to recognize the trauma, and so I appreciate that a lot.
Agreed.
I
But
really do.
I think that's why that I bonded with him. You know what I mean? Like, him and I shared lots of stories. So, it is what it is. And all of this about Seth has nothing to do with Sebastian missing. Okay, Castle, I completely agree with you. I don't think Seth did this. I'm
No, me neither.
I'm not saying that at all. I don't want that to be mistaken. So please don't feel that way, that I'm attacking anyone or anything. It's just that whenever, yes, you have been abused, just like Butter Biscuit says, you can spot abuse. And
yeah, and it makes it, it makes it more that you're like, hey, I want to make sure that other people don't have to endure that, or that people, understand what it's like.
And like I said, we don't all really know what happened between Seth and Trevor. So I think that, and Sharon, you're right. Seth,
he did pass a
there
poly.
again, I'm not accusing Seth at all. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there were things admitted by Seth, and he was very honest about it. So clearly, I would believe that if he was so honest about certain things that he would not. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't have been if he had anything to do with this.
Right. Yeah, and that's one thing that I've always respected about Seth is that he is honest. You
Yeah.
can get a straight answer.
Castle, I
And
definitely am not attacking Seth. Please don't take it that way. I'm not.
yeah, and then also I believe that Chris had some things to do in his past with members of the family,
Agreed.
and
Absolutely.
things like that. So it's just like, but see, we won't ever hear Chris admit those kinds of things that we hear. Um, Seth would be open and more honest because he wants to find Sebastian, in my opinion, too. So I think that's a big
Yeah.
difference.
I think Seth of all people
That's
has
true, Castle.
really struggled more than anybody, and he's at times lost his mind. But I mean, who wouldn't with their child missing? I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be more than honest with people. I just know how I am with things, and I just know that I would, even if it didn't put me in the most positive light. I think it would just, if it was going to help find my kiddo, I would definitely want to put out as much as I could, which I just see just a completely different approach. Some people are more private, obviously. I get that too. But it is like a totally different approach, in my opinion, to what we see from
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different, and I've never I've never questioned Seth. It's nothing to do with that. It's more about things that we've talked about and stuff that you're just like, okay, well, there are some questionable things here. It does not have to do with Sebastian. I do not believe he had anything to do with Sebastian. So please don't think that I'm saying that to anyone in this chat. I don't want anyone to be upset about that.
Yeah, and I don't think he did either. Well, the reason I think that, I will say the reason I think that is because, he did take the poly. And I know that's not admissible in court, but then I also
No,
think that
but
he had more
it's
of
an
an alibi.
investigation tool. It's not admissible
It
in
is.
court, but it's an
Yeah.
investigation tool.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of an investigation tool, and it does, but I think it speaks a lot to, who was willing to get up there and do that. And then also the fact that he was at work, if he wasn't
Yeah,
at such a high
absolutely.
security, like if
Yeah.
he had been,
Yeah.
like say he was working overnight someplace where he could kind of come and go. Like I used to do night auditor,
Yeah,
you know, eh,
like other things that we've seen. I agree. I 100%. I have. There's nothing that I'm saying that's accusing Seth. Okay, so I just want to make that very, very clear.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. No,
Okay.
I didn't think so at all.
Okay.
But I
I don't want
understand,
anybody in chat
there's
to
things that,
to
not
misunderstand.
everybody knows, that's the whole thing. And for us to get a complete understanding, we have to have the truth. That's kind of where I sit with things. But I understand, everybody has different opinions on things too. And also, Seth has been very honest, and sometimes, when you do tell the
Oh,
truth and
he's been
stuff.
very honest
Yeah.
about a lot of things that I would agree that you probably wouldn't want to be um, in a case like this,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, the dynamics that we kind of see, it isn't always going to be that pretty picture on either side.
Yeah.
Even in any divorce, I mean, even in my divorce, I can look back and be like, there's things that I should have done differently. Um,
Sharon, I agree with you. They texted him while he was
Yeah.
at work knowing he didn't have his phone,
Yeah.
I mean, and said, don't get upset. Like, okay, that your child's missing. How could you not be? I don't know. I feel bad for Seth. I do don't agree with everything he's done, but I don't, or said maybe, but I think it was all out of hurt.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, I think too, everybody handles things differently where you might you might have like a nostalgic moment, because I know he was getting a lot of flack for kind of getting teary about his and Katie's situation. But I don't know that I would feel differently either, because if you only had a child with that one person, it can be emotional if your child's missing. So I almost never,
Yeah.
that never
I
really.
took it for grief. I
I
agree
did
with you.
too. But I know a lot of people, there was some mixed reviews on that too, or mixed opinions, which of course is going to happen. But I also think that, when I was thinking back, I was like, I can kind of relate to that, because, even though I was in a really bad abusive relationship, with my daughter's father, that is the only child I have. So, I still caring for the other person because that's the father or mother of your child, kind of a thing,
Yeah.
which may not be the healthiest, but
I'm looking at the comments, and I just want everyone to know that I am not attacking Seth, but I do think that there were things that maybe I don't know. Whenever we're talking about the I don't know. I don't know if I should even say the things but like the ages of the dating, and like how it all began, and him losing his job over it and things like that. I don't think, and I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm saying that I believe the Proudfoots and the Bowerstocks definitely had to do with this, but I think that with Seth's actions at times, it made other people confused. That's all I'm saying.
I see. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Well, and even Crafting in True Crime says, Lady Freedom, that's a huge problem. In my opinion, each creator has things they can't say. And then all of us out here don't know and can't judge for ourselves, And that is hard. That is really hard, because if we're going to, if we're going to look at a situation, we do have to be well informed on both sides. And that's
Yes.
what's really hard, because I hate to, and I know you're not bashing Seth,
No,
or,
I'm not.
a grieving
I just
grieving
want
father.
everybody in chat
No.
to know that.
But it
Yeah.
is, it's important to understand what's happened, and you can't take it back. A lot of things in our lives, and none of us are perfect, where we would probably love to take back a certain thing that we did, or if we could go, now that hindsight is perfect, we can go back and look and say, well, I really wished I would have handled that differently, or this differently, kind of a thing. But unfortunately, once it's done in many cases. But I think as it pertains, to Sebastian's case, it might even speak to why Katie would do something like this before, he was supposed to go live with Seth full time, because it was my understanding that she wasn't on board, because Chris was saying things like, hey, we were trying to talk Katie into it, and that sort of thing. And I thought that that was very, that was something that I was very confused on. I thought it was very confusing, because I was like, well, what do you mean she was being talked into it, so she didn't really want this to happen, was kind of my understanding. But I don't know if I kind of misread that or.
Yeah, and like I said, I like there again, like I'm in no way against Seth or have anything bad like that I meant to sound that I was saying. So I want to apologize to anybody in chat that has misunderstood me. I'm talking about things that in the past that they don't matter. Right now, what matters is Sebastian. And I do agree with that. And I do think that I don't know how I would handle this. And I can't say I would handle it better than Seth. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's just, things happen in life, you know what I mean, that we can't really change. And then when you're under a microscope like this, I would, and I just know for me, I would tell the truth rather than have somebody have that aha moment when they're like, oh, well, this is what,
Which is what Seth did.
He did. He
Yeah,
did.
he did from the beginning.
Yeah. And he was very good about, answering questions. That was the one thing that I noticed was a big difference. Like when Seth would come up, he would answer a question, even though maybe it wasn't the answer that we were all expecting or looking for, but he would still answer the question in more of a, oh, just matter of fact, this is how kind of it is. But then,
Yeah, because honestly, he could have not said things that he admitted to that made him not look the best. I mean, we can all be honest with that. I mean, I think if anybody that's followed this case, we all know that,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and some of the things, that happened back then probably don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, especially
Right.
like finding
Agreed.
Sebastian. But then again, if there was animosity, it might speak to a motive in the case. And so that's why I do find it, something that is worthy of kind of speaking on, and not really, um, you know,
Yeah.
because I do have maybe more of a, like, I can relate to kind of Seth's pain more than I can on Katie's end, and I think
Me
you
too.
feel that way too,
Absolutely.
just as a
100%.
mom, and it's weird. It's
100%.
it's so strange to me,
And I don't know how I would act. I don't know how, emotional I would be, or if I would attack somebody, whether or not they were the perpetrator. You know what I mean? Like at that point,
Sure.
you're just so upset about, like, you just want your son back, and that's all you wanted in the first place. So who knows?
Exactly. Well,
Okay,
and he
Butter
does say that
Biscuit.
every time.
Me and Butter Biscuit are kind of on the same page. I think it's Seth's personality that rubs people the wrong way. That is true. Okay, but nobody, or not, and there again, like I said, but I'm not disparaging him because I don't know how I would act either. I do know that what I've seen from the other side is much more troublesome to me. You know, I don't have anything against Seth. I think that, there were things that if you look and or talk, that he's even admitted, and we've all heard that, I mean, if he had something to hide, why would he admit that?
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's the truth, and that's the thing. I think Seth is kind of the type of person where and I don't know him, I've not talked to him or anything like that, but I think he's like more of the type of person that would rather, just say it and get it over with and have it out there than for someone to um kind of think that he's lying because he does want to find Sebastian, and I think that's kind of why he's willing to put himself out there in that way. But I know, even like Lisa says, and then the fact that he's in a car with CP and he turned around and says to Seth, "What are you going to do if this is going to go south?" The day that Sebastian went missing, and to me,
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know how he was maybe handling it at that point, but I think I would have definitely brought that to law. And maybe he did bring it to law enforcement, but I definitely would have brought it to law enforcement and been like, this guy's telling me this, because I'm sure he wasn't saying those
Butter
types of things to law
biscuits.
enforcement.
Butter biscuits killing me. Butter biscuit.
What would he say?
You and I are on the same page, girl. Yeah. Or guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're a man or
Yeah,
a
butter
woman.
biscuits.
I
Okay.
don't. Hey, I
Yeah.
didn't misgender you. I'm just saying. I'm on the same page with you, girl.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing. The things that happen, it happens. You know what I mean? You can't really, we can't change it.
No, we
a-
cannot.
And I don't know, you know, I really don't know the whole ins and outs of it, but I do wish that it would be something that Katie would have handled instead of letting it go until now, and then now we're blaming Seth. I mean, I do. And not you. I think I'm more talking about like SF, because I know that's a big point of contention for people, because
Right.
they see like kind of what he's doing, and then like, oh,
Yes.
look at Seth, instead of being
Yeah.
like, well, that did occur, but it doesn't have much to do with the case, except for, as I said before, it really could speak to why there's animosity. But I don't understand why that wasn't, maybe because I know there was a pact. I mean, well, according to Chris, there was this pact between the parents until the GoFundMe came around, is my understanding. Is that kind of...
Okay, momming it up. What exactly do you mean?
Oh,
I
sorry.
just want to clarify that, because I will clarify it if you explain what you're talking about.
Is it this one? Crafting in True Crime. It was, and he said that she said brought to a panel based off when Seth said he met Katie on another show. It's all BS, exaggerating for cruel purposes, in my opinion, way out of context.
Okay. Well, um,
Oh, crap. Okay.
that's
Perfect.
why I'm asking Chloe J. where I can find. Okay.
Thanks,
Crafting
momming
and
it up,
momming.
Christine.
It was on a phone call, so I can't. I don't actually. I mean, I wish I could answer that completely. I wish I had that phone call. I could try to get it. I mean, there was. I know he worked at the Boys and Girls Club. Katie was 12 when he met her. I think they started dating at 13 or 14. She had, he was 22. So that was just, something that he's admitted to that I know about. I mean, I don't know if this is, like I said, if you don't believe me, or if this is things that aren't, I'm not spreading misinformation or disinformation. I'm talking about things that I was told and that I heard in conversations that were with him.
Right. Yeah, because we weren't I mean, we weren't privy to the conversations is the
Right.
thing.
And I wish I
Yeah.
had that. I wish I could I had that on recording and I could play it for you, you know? I wish I did, but I don't. And so I'm really sorry to be saying anything that anybody is disagreeing with or upset about. I'm just telling what, what I
Yeah,
know.
what you know. Yeah.
This
No,
is,
and that's
and like I
completely
said,
that's fair, that's fair.
everything I'm saying is in my opinion, and it's always something that, things that I've been told and I've been privy to, but that doesn't mean that I am trying to spread,
No,
wow,
this is one thing, like
we're
did you
not.
have you seen the interview with Katie's second cousin Yada by any chance? It was on
Oh
BHV.
man. Oh man.
And she said, like, because I remember her saying that basically Katie had another boyfriend before Seth.
Okay. Yeah.
And they were like, like she was like 16, 17.
Okay. Okay.
And
I was
and
told a different story, and like I said, that's why I'm telling you I'm not trying to spread anything that's not true. It's things that I was told. Okay?
right, right. Yeah, because I know, well, and I'm just wondering because I know that like if you're saying 13 or 14, so that could have been like years before and then they broke up. Is that what
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying, I'm
it
just
what
saying
it didn't
that's when they met.
okay, so when they met it was like 13, 14,
I,
and then they reconnected somehow?
uh, okay. I, I don't, because of what I've been through on YouTube and what I've been told and whatever, I'm telling what what I've talked about and what's been discussed with me.
Sure.
But because of the chat right here, I don't want to be ostracized and discounted. But as far as I know, they met, and this is what I was told, at Boys and Girls Club when he worked there when he was 22. Katie was younger, and they did start dating at some point. I don't know what age they started dating. I do know she did have underage. Well, there was times whenever I think she was pregnant that she didn't would not want to be pregnant. I just want to say that. I don't. Whew, I feel like I'm getting very like people in here are not. Um, yeah. Okay, crime lies and lies. Yeah, maybe that's a good place to go and look at some of the interviews and stuff we did. I don't know.
Okay. Well, and and I
Yeah,
understand,
she did
Cassie.
have
I
Sebastian when
understand,
she was
Cassie, you're
19.
frustrated, and I don't want you to be disappointed with me.
No, no, no.
I'm interested in hearing, the truth, and I think that that's the only way we're ever going to get to the bottom of things is if we understand. We have a full understanding, and so
And
I
I
do want
and
to.
I've been through so much on YouTube with
Yeah.
what's right and what's wrong and people, saying things that are lies or not lies that I can only tell you what I have heard, the conversations I've had, and Sharon, you're right. Sharon, I'm going to tell you you're right. That's all I'm going to say. Because I don't think anybody here is like, I think there's some people here that are just, they're not, I'm not judging Seth. I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you what I know. That's all.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your, you're being honest. There's a lot of things that I have not heard of, before, and like I said, I was just under the
Okay,
impression.
hold on, Tugs. I'm not drunk. I'm not spreading BS. I am sorry that you're disappointed in this chat, but I am absolutely not drunk and I'm not spreading BS. I have been on this case from the beginning and I have talked to a lot of people. And what I am saying are conversations that I have had, and some of them have been with Seth and I've been on. And they were with another channel and I
Right.
left that channel, and that is very true. And so if you want to judge me on that, that's fine. But I do know that it was admitted that there were other pregnancies. So that's it. And I'm not judging Seth. This has nothing to do with Seth. I think we're getting off the subject here. This has to do with Sebastian.
Right. Well, and finding, I mean, I don't think it's fair on either side for anybody to not know the truth. You know what I mean? Because that's really, at the end of the day, that's what I'm interested in order for us to find out what happened to Sebastian. Because even wondering where the animosity comes from with Chris and Katie, we know that they had a tumultuous divorce. We know that. That's something
Yeah.
that
I
we
I
know.
I don't like being accused of being drunk. I have
No,
I
you had a
explained to
couple
you
glasses.
earlier.
Hey,
I
girl, you
explained
had a
to you
couple glasses
earlier.
of wine. That doesn't matter. That's not
No, no,
drunk.
no, no. It's not even
You know.
that. It's my brain injury and I get a brain fog at night. It's 3:49 at night at my time. And
Yeah.
if what I'm saying is not coming across well, then I apologize, because I definitely did not want to come on your panel and do anything that would make anyone upset.
No, I completely understand, and I don't want anybody to be upset either. I just think that we do need to we need to look at everything, every aspect, right? And I know you've been on the case since the beginning, and that's why I love having you on, because I think that you can give insight into things that other people can't. Um, and to me, it's just important to look at every aspect.
Yeah.
It really is.
And there again, like, that's what I keep trying to go back to. This is not about Seth. I have never made this about Seth. This is I mean, in my opinion, we all know who is involved here and who has done what, and things had to have been done that were very shady. We know the family. I mean, so
Right.
please don't, no one, I just don't want anyone to think that I'm up here trying to say anything bad about Seth, that I'm trying to disparage him or accuse him or anything like that. I don't agree with some of his choices, but that doesn't mean that I believe he's guilty. There's two different things.
Well, and this is all an organic conversation that really came about just because you're coming up telling the truth. And that's it's important. I know that sometimes the truth isn't always what we want to hear, but to kind of get to the bottom of, why were they acting like they were best friends at the beginning, and then we find out completely different. I mean, it's like night and day, right? We don't know what is going on with them. How come they're acting 1 minute like everything is great co-parenting? If Sebastian wants to go over there anytime, as long as it's not a school night, he's able to do that. But then we learn that there's so much more to what was going on. Um, and sometimes with trauma, and again, just you know in the name of the truth and what's right, um, sometimes we don't realize that we have been victimized until later. And so that's why I don't want to disparage anything that may or may not have happened to
Yes.
Katie, even though I think that she's not a good mom, even
I
though I
agree.
think that she's not, she was never attentive to Sebastian. Even though I think that she might have something to do with her son's, taking her son's life. I mean, to that point, in my opinion. But still, that doesn't negate the truth, and I think that's why in this case we haven't been able to get to the bottom of things, because we want it to be either black or white. We're not interested in looking at these gray areas that nobody really wants to shed light onto.
Yeah,
And I'm
I
not afraid to
agree.
do that. I'm not, because in my opinion, I wouldn't be doing a service to Sebastian if I wasn't looking at every aspect. You know, even when I, did the expose on Sheriff Craddock, it wasn't something that I like doing, because I like to go after law enforcement by any means. I'm a big fan of law enforcement. Actually, the people that do the good is the people that we need and the people that we have to rely on. But with that being said, again, we do have to look at every single aspect of the case. Otherwise, we're not doing the case justice. And I
Yeah.
think that's what people are
Yeah.
afraid to look at that.
And I agree with Sharon. I think that trauma of her past probably had to do with something with this. Maybe it was a detachment. Maybe she didn't know how to be. I don't know. We don't know, but we do know that Sebastian's missing and that we need to find him. And to me, that's the most important. And I'm really not here to be saying anything else about anything negative about anyone, except for the people I think that we all know have done wrong.
Well, and that's what it comes down to, because if we're afraid to look at everything, and also I think that it speaks volumes about Seth's character that he's willing to come forward and say these things,
Yeah, I
as
agree.
as them being
as
true.
raw and as raw as he's been.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, it's something that really needs to be probably taken care of, more on a personal level. But the fact that SF is bringing it up and things like that, I think it is a sore subject for people, because
Yeah, I
so
understand.
I get both sides of it, but I would never be upset with somebody telling the truth. I think that's what's necessary to help the situation, because anything that's kept in the dark is detrimental, at this point. So, um, you know, I mean, I appreciate your insight, because I wasn't nowhere near as heavily involved in Sebastian's case, and I still kind of, being a new creator, I'm still not, I don't know everything, and I don't, pretend to know, um, everything. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot here that none of us probably can really understand. I think there's life situations that happened, probably on both sides, between Seth and Katie. And I think we have to look at this, and we have to look at who has really done what they've done, and who's been the bullies, and who's been hateful, and all of the rest. And I don't know. I think just because somebody has done or said things that I didn't agree with in the past doesn't mean I think that they're guilty. So I just don't want that to be a thing,
yeah, absolutely. Well, and two, I think that,
I mean,
just
we've all made mistakes in life. We all have things that we can look back at that maybe we would have done differently. And especially if your child is missing, I'm sure that that's a huge, huge eye opener to make you look at your life and reassess it, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, just the fact that um there's been so many twists and turns that we haven't expected to see in a case like this. I mean, it's overwhelming almost just to think of Sebastian being smack dab in the middle of all of this. It's just something that is it's frustrating to everybody. It really is, because our hearts are in it, right?
Yeah, because we're emotional about this case. I mean, all of us are.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, if somebody has insight the way that you do, I think that it's valid. You know what I mean? I think it's valid, and I think it's definitely open to discuss.
And no one I ever spoke to was ever had anything to say about Seth being guilty. So that's definitely not coming out of my mouth.
No, I didn't, you know, get that vibe at all. Like,
Okay.
not
I
even
just want to make
once.
sure that that was clear,
No.
because just because I don't agree with maybe some things he said or choices he's made does not mean I'm attacking him, that I'm disparaging him, because I don't know how I would react in that situation. And that's all I'm saying.
Right. Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I see the chat, some of the chat, and I just don't want anybody to think that I'm in any way. I'm not accusing anyone. Okay, I'm just telling what I've heard, what I've taught. You know, the conversations I've had, the things that I know, and you know, I just want Sebastian to be found. I want justice for Sebastian. That's all that I care about. I don't care who did what at this point. I want answers. That's all.
Exactly. I think all of us feel that way because it's coming up on a year and we have nothing.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we have a little bit more, I guess, with the Texas Roadhouse video. We did see Sebastian, which I don't know how you felt about it, but I definitely, it didn't really help ease my mind any. It kind of scared me more. Just, you know, with that being said, because you know there was just so many unknowns, and then we see him, and okay, he's okay at the Roadhouse. Did he make it home? Now we're kind of learning, okay, yeah, maybe he did make it home. Now Detroit Rock City is asking, was Seth adopted? And I don't know. Do you know the answer to that, Chloe?
As far as I know, no. Seth. Not that I know of. I mean, that's not something I've heard, but you know, I don't, like I said, I only know what I know.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either, but I knew that there was something kind of, I guess, that they were neighbors. That's what I heard more so than um I
Oh,
heard.
Crafting says he was adopted. Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
Crafton says
Crafting.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't actually know that. Well, I mean, I do know his mom was involved in, you know, helping him with different things. But I did not know that he was adopted.
Yeah, and you know, I do agree with Mom and Up. She says, you know, that is what I heard, and it seems like it caused so much distraction only because it's been a thing for months, and they divorced nearly a decade ago. That's a long time, in my opinion, and I do agree with that. I do. I just wonder if that's kind of, you know, when did, I guess I guess my question would be, did Seth seem like he was very remorseful? Was he kind of in that way of when he was discussing it? Was it more like,
I'm gonna have to crafting. I'm gonna have to do research on that because I actually didn't know that. That's very interesting. Thank you for giving us some information because
yeah, I never heard that either.
I'm definitely gonna do some research on that because I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was not aware of that either. I was under the impression that Katie was kind of in, like, that she was adopted and that sort of thing, but
Yeah, right.
well, Butter Biscuit, I was like that too when I was younger. I did have I did crush on older guys and stuff like that, and I dated, a little bit older than I should have. So that's kind of what that's kind of where I went with that, but I didn't know the whole story either. You know what I mean? It's just different when you hear the whole story, it puts it into more perspective. You know.
Yeah. I mean, there again, like this is why we have conversations like this so we can go back and look things up and try to, get the real stories here because like look at like you said, we're coming up on a year. I mean, it's crazy the things that have happened in this amount of time. And there's a lot that's, forgotten at times, or there's a lot that maybe certain things that I'm remembering or conversations I've had. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm only here to tell you what, I've heard
Yeah.
or that, like whatever. I am not in any way saying that I know everything.
Well, and two, like Mama Knit Up says, she says, I'm the first to admit I thought he hit Sebastian. I used to think that, but that was when I thought he had left work for hours. See, I never heard that he left work for hours. I mean, I have recently, but I was always under the impression that he kind of clocked in using the, um, like there's like a remote or kind of like a code that you have to punch in or maybe a card you have to show and
Yeah,
then
that's
you get
what
into
I
the
thought.
garage. Yeah, and then but I never thought that he did leave work or anything. Yeah, and she says once I knew that didn't happen, my opinion changed. And that is one thing
Yeah.
that would change mine too, Mama It Up. Yeah,
You know what,
absolutely.
Momming it up? I'm agreeing with you on the next comment that you made about the divorces, the time frames, the premise. I have never felt Katie was a victim. Actually, I know a lot of people do, but I haven't. And
Yeah.
maybe that's not the like popular opinion, but I've actually thought the opposite.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of that
And
was
Sammy
my
G, you're right.
impression.
Oh, she was 12. Sammy G, you're right. She was 12.
Yeah. So I mean that's very young. I mean that's a big age gap. I mean, undeniably. So, um okay, Lisa says I do know there was a time that Katie had stayed with Robin and have never heard that Seth was adopted. See, that's what I was wondering about Katie because I heard the same thing. Um
Lisa, she's a victim. I agree with you. But I don't I believe Sebastian is a victim as well. So anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Lady V.
Oh, okay. No, you're good. I'm just still trying to understand because I've never heard about Seth being adopted until now. And Jacqueline says Seth was adopted, I believe, hearing that from Justin and BHB too, possibly. Okay.
Yeah, crafting, you're correct. I mean, that doesn't mean that, but um I do believe that a couple years later they were together. But I mean, that's, like I said, that's what I was told. So I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that I am always correct. I'm telling you what I know.
Okay, now I'm seeing Mom Dub's comment. So she says, yeah, if you compare C or K and C's uh, divorce, divorces, same time frames, same premise. It's wild and a bit off, and I have a bad feeling K isn't the victim we think. I had DV. I was an orphan. I'm sorry, Mom ended up, and I thought she was a victim at first. I go, but see, my point of view with Katie is that I go between she's absolutely diabolical and she's a victim, and then I also think that like both can be true, right? It can be, traumatizing, and you might end up being a victimizer later. Does that make sense? I hate to say it like that because I don't want to disparage anybody that's been through anything, because I don't think that automatically makes you,
No. Yeah.
capable.
I mean, both can be true. I agree. And just to another comment that I saw, I met my ex-husband at church when we were teenagers, and he was 4 years older than me. And we got married when I was, an adult, but we did date from when I was like 17, 16, 17, 18, and he was 18, 19, 20. So, I mean, I'm not saying that age differences are an issue. And in fact, as an adult, but I do think there's a certain age where i- if it were to be a relationship, it wouldn't have been, appropriate. But like I said,
Sure.
we don't know that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. I mean, it is what it is. We really do have to examine every single facet of what's going on, Now, Sammy says, thanks, Sammy. She says KP was in foster care for a brief time and then went to live with her dad and grandparents. Okay, yeah. So she was on C-Pain's side. Yes, yes, yes. I totally understand that. Because, well, and that's what, see, my frame of reference is from the Yeda interview, the second cousin's interview. So that's why I'm, still trying to kind of process through everything and kind of, um, you know, just kind of compare, okay, well, this time frame to this time frame, because, just kind of trying to put it all together.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this whole discussion is really just about the Sebastian's life and what in the background of his parents to try to understand. This is not to tear anybody apart or anybody's life apart.
No, because I mean, and I know that you feel the same way, too. Um, I truly believe that Seth is all about finding Sebastian. He wants to have the vigils. He wants to spread awareness as much as he can. Even just the fact that we haven't heard anything pertaining to the Nancy Grace interview, because of all the hate.
Right.
Even that, infuriates me just because of they're stealing Seth's voice, they're stealing Sebastian's story off the air. And that sort of thing really gets my goat, um, I could go on and on about it, but I kind of, choose not to really address it at this moment because it's just kind of, not really worth it. But if we look at the grand scheme of things, I mean, these things need to be, addressed at a, in due time. But, I think that focus, and I will, let me just back up too. I will say that I don't agree with, someone else being disparaged. If that's what happens, that's what happened. If that's what was said, that's what was said. We can't change it now. The truth is how it is. As much as we don't like it sometimes, it just is what it is.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It really, when you're in a case like this, there's no, it hurts your heart, and you have to look at every aspect of it.
Yeah, you do. You really do. You have to look at every aspect of it. And you also have to take into account what other people are saying. And it's very difficult because Katie
Star.
doesn't come out and talk,
Star
She
said
doesn't.
crystal clear. I love it.
What
Yeah,
did
he
she
made
say?
that Star said, I mean, I personally think he's a, you know what, because he's made that crystal clear by how he acts. I love
Oh,
that
yeah.
comment, Star. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it is all alleged too, and in our opinion. And that's the thing. We can all have different opinions on things. And we also have to remember too, guys, that there are people who know more than we do. And that's just part of it.
Yeah.
In this case, I'd be surprised if somebody could, and this goes for any creator. I would challenge them. If you can get every single thing down to the T right in this case, hell, I'll buy the highest tier on your membership, and I'll be a member of yours for the rest of my life. But I don't think one single one can do that because it's so convoluted. There's so much that's gone on, that it's so difficult. And that's why when we were talking about earlier, go back to the beginning and let's try to figure this out. Because there's got to be stuff that we've missed, especially in the mix of everything, the distractions, but I think the truth matters.
Yeah. The truth does matter. In crafting, I'm sorry that you believe that I'm not, um I don't know, I guess saying what I know. I just have been through a lot on here with this case, and I have to be careful, and I think that this panel I'm on understands that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do, Chloe. I know that you're coming from a place of wanting to tell the truth, and your heart is exactly in the right place. We don't have a lot of that um, on the YouTube streets, and if I could do anything, I think we need to do that. I think that's part of a lot of our responsibilities is to make sure that the truth does come out.
That's why I'm saying everything is in my opinion. It's things that, I have that have been discussed with me, and conversations I've had, but they weren't recorded or made public for a reason. And I can only give my input, and I truly believe that I have to be careful at what I'm saying because of other situations that have happened, and I've been attacked, and that's all. And it was truly because my heart was in this case. So if anyone questions that at all, please don't, because I'm here for Sebastian, and that's it.
Yeah, and I understand that completely, and that's the reason I'm here too. I mean, it's like we have to get to the bottom of things, and we can't do that without the truth. And then also, um, I saw a lot of um, underhanded stuff with going on with Seth. I think we all know the stuff that happened with T Rev and um,
Yeah, right.
Rhonda and all that. Well, crap, I call her that still. Michaela, and things like that. so I can understand where he would feel, betrayed. And, we're all kind of used to that on these YouTube streets. If we stick around long enough, we get betrayed.
Yeah,
But,
it's true.
you
And
know,
momming it up, um, these conversations actually that I have had, or were a part of, I would say in a group conversation, where was Seth? So and that's why I'm saying he was raw and honest. And I don't believe that he has anything to do with this. I'm just here to say that, there's a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of things that have been said and done. And I think that, maybe some people, and obviously not in this chat, disagree with Seth, but there's things that he has done at times or said that were hurtful to certain people that were on his side. That's all.
sure. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't really into everything, too deep into it. Obviously, I wasn't privy to conversations and things like that. But, I'm sure there was a lot of hurt on both sides, and that could have been a lot of it too, that we don't even know the half of it, really.
No. I mean, I would actually love to have other people that have been a part of these conversations to come and, maybe speak out too. But because of the bullying, the disparaging, the attacks that have been made through this, a lot of us don't want to come fully, like, this is a hard case. I'm sorry. It's a
It
really hard
is.
case.
It is a hard case. It is. Just to think that Sebastian was smack dab in the middle of all of this is just hard to even fathom. Because like I said, we kind of were under the impression that, everything was hunky dory. And then and in my opinion, from where I sat, I was thinking, okay, so this GoFundMe is the big wedge, right? This was the whole catalyst for the arguments and the discord between parents. But when we really look at the meat and potatoes of it, that is not even really anything to do with it seems like. um
Yeah. And
so
and there again, Butter Biscuit, I totally agree with you again. I think Butter Biscuit, I think I feel um is somebody that I agree with, like that we are kind of on the same page. I think Butter Biscuit is understanding what I'm saying.
let's see, I'm trying to look.
Butter Biscuit said,
Oh,
I still
is
say
it this?
Sebastian would be missing if Chris wasn't trying to get Faith, in my opinion. And that's exactly in my opinion as well, Butter Biscuit.
So going back to the whole well, it stems from the custody battle with Nina,
Yeah,
for
I know.
lack of a better way to say it.
Yeah, yeah. That's, I mean, and that's it. And I do believe Nina's story, like we talked about, we discussed last night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I do believe all of these things that we've heard from so many people, because we wouldn't have heard so many accounts that are so comparable. And if it wasn't true, I can't get away from that.
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes there's things in life just in general, but especially in this case where two things can be true at once. There could be faults on multiple ends. Like I was reading Detroit Rock City too. I mean, I was kind of like that when I was younger too. I was interested in the boys that had the cars, right? I wasn't interested in a boy that didn't have a car.
Yeah.
As bad as that
Listen,
sounds, I'm not,
and
I can
I'm
admit that at 40, 2 years old.
yeah,
So.
and I'm in my 40s too, and I truly believe that with Katie's trauma and whatever, I mean, if you really do think about it, and I'm not going to defend her as a mom, but I will
No.
say, if you think about it, most people, and it's statistically proven that a lot of women who are abused do become promiscuous or do want to get attention from older men. I mean, I'm just saying, I was in that situation. I've been there. So, and I'm not saying that I know her situation. I'm saying that's a very possible thing. I'm not going to defend her, but I will say that, yeah, that's from that comment that I just read, that is very possible, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with the chat too, like saying like crafting and true crime and then momming it up. It's like we can really tell, and especially you've heard it from the neighbors too yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kristen particularly even like, let alone love or show unconditional care or compassion
None.
to
None.
Sebastian,
And he was disliked by everyone, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's lots of accounts from neighbors, and, they weren't, he wasn't invited after the first neighborhood gathering because of how he acted and the things he said. And I mean, there's so many accounts that you cannot, you have to believe, at least, even if you don't believe all of it, you have to believe part of it.
Oh yeah.
With
I mean,
Chris.
it's very
With
believable.
Chris. I'm saying with Chris, I mean,
Yeah.
seriously.
No, it's very believable to me just because we've heard it so many times in different ways. I mean, it's the same story, but just kind of told in a different way. But that's what kind of makes it believable, right? Because, one person saying, okay, this was for his Sebastian having accidents, for instance. We hear that over and over, when people should have never known that. Nobody should have known that, really, except for maybe his teachers, the parents. But, for like TB's co-workers to know that, I mean, they should never know that. For the neighbors, maybe even to know that, especially when it wasn't like Sebastian was coming over there to hang out or anything like that. It was more or less, just heard it through the grapevine kind of a thing, which is very embarrassing. Um, and disparaging. Even the parents that I showed earlier in the show, I don't think any of them would ever dream of talking negatively about their children. Were they telling the truth? Yeah, sure they were. They were very candid, in my opinion. But they weren't disparaging their children. Not the way that we see with Chris and Katie. And I don't know that I've really even heard Seth do that ever. So
No.
yeah, that's what's hard.
No. Not at all. Yeah, I think I just have to reiterate again that this is not anything with me accusing Seth or talking bad about him on purpose. This is just talking about different aspects of the case. Okay.
Yeah, and I will also say to Chloe, you did not bring this up
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
This was
Because
something
I
that
feel like I'm the
don't feel bad. I
okay.
love having
Okay.
you up here, and I think that it's valuable information. I know that it's um but you did not bring that up. That was something that you were asked about in the chat. And I'm not sure how kind of Trevor Lee got put into the mix of things. I think it was more of a question, than anything. But we can't expect to ask questions and then because we don't like the answer, get upset about it. We have to be more objective than that in this case, because we're at the point that it's just been going on for so long that if we don't really examine the facts, then we're missing a whole piece to the puzzle, right? We're taking
That's
that
all
piece
I'm
out.
doing. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. It's just, you know, here because, we've talked about this and discussed many aspects. This is definitely, there's nobody here that's accusing Seth. This is obviously, I think all of us are on the same page with that. It's just that it was brought up. So, and I'm, if anybody isn't happy, and I'm sorry about that. That's nothing I would want to be misunderstood on.
No, and I completely understand. I know where you're coming from. I know where your heart's at. I really do.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
why I just want to make sure that people understand, this is how the conversation um, kind of came to this, is because people were asking about it in the chat, and we have to, um, you know, we just have to be objective. We can't really expect
No.
somebody to, if I ask you a question, I want an honest answer. I don't want you to just tell me what I want to hear, so that's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah. And
you
and
know
and I truly, truly believe that Chris, I mean, I told you this earlier. I know we talked about this earlier, but I truly believe that Chris wanted him gone,
Yeah.
and that was the ultimatum, and it happened, and it's very sad.
I definitely see the ultimatum side of things. I do. And I wish that wasn't, I wish that element wasn't present, because it would make things a little bit easier to understand, because it is hard for me to understand. I can't imagine being with another person now, you know, and then looking at that other person and saying, it's either me or your kids. I just could never fathom, even, that, the audacity
That
really
wouldn't
is.
even be a question. That would be a
No.
walk away.
Well, and see, that's the problem that I have with Katie, because even though I know that she has had so much that she has endured herself, it still doesn't excuse, there's mitigating factors, right? Um,
Yes.
but it still doesn't negate her responsibility as a mom to say, you know what, asshole, actually, you can kick rocks, because
Yeah.
this is my son, and
Exactly.
that's where I have such a disconnect, because then I look at Seth and I see that he
The
hasn't,
pain. The
he never
pain.
remarried, he never was with anybody.
No. I always thought that he was in love with Katie the whole time.
I think a lot of people felt like that. Yeah. I mean, see, I looked at it more of like a nostalgia, but
Yeah.
but still, that doesn't mean that that's the truth, like that's just my
Yeah, I mean,
opinion,
and there
you
again,
know?
like we don't know. We don't know. Um, I just want to bring this back to Sebastian, and I want everybody to know that I'm here for Sebastian,
Yeah,
and
no doubt about it. No doubt about
and and I believe 100% that we know the side of the family that had to do with this, and
it.
I
Oh,
think
yes.
that the truth just needs to come out.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, just after, revisiting the interview with the neighbors, right? Revisiting
Yeah.
the interview with the coworker. It's just all of these little things, and then even today, a lot of people were revisiting what Bobby the neighbor said, and then we have to always remember too. She was actually. Um, video, or excuse me, not video recorded, but her audio, the phone call was recorded without her knowledge. And then it's blasted out, and she's thinking it's a private conversation. but then lo and behold, it wasn't. And I think that speaks a lot to kind of the mistrust and different things that we're seeing in the case, because people are doing kind of those things that are maybe, even though it's legal in some states to only do one party, but it is something that isn't, ethically or morally correct when you think about blasting it all over for everybody to hear when she didn't know she was being recorded. It's definitely a sore spot, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that do record and don't tell you or tell the other person,
Mhm.
and maybe you're not allowed to, they don't play it, but lots of people listen to it, right?
Yes, that's true.
And I think that that's what I think that's the problem that we're having here
Yeah, it's a disconnect of
in the
information.
chat. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And that's the thing. Some people that are closer to sources are going to have more information, like Bless just says, having worked in the state's attorney's office preparing cases for trial, evidence is based on facts and relevance, not opinion. So this case may be a multi-defendant prosecution taking longer to prepare. And we
Yeah.
don't know that, we just don't. We don't.
Yeah. And that's very possible. And I actually believe that too. I mean, I think in Judy C, my heart hurts as well for Seth.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt. I think all of our hearts hurt for Seth, and we see what a broken um man he is, just trying to find people to help him, and I think that's what his goal has been to begin with. I really do feel that. And I think that too. Judy C, that's a good point. Detroit Rock City says I was raised Catholic and was a Girl Scout. Same here. Detroit Rock City didn't stop me from testing the waters, if you know what I mean. And I didn't sleep around, but I did not. Yeah, I didn't not try to get attention. Exactly. It's just one of those things when we're younger girls, the boys our ages sometimes aren't as appealing because they're kind of like, you know, what do they have? What do they have? They can't, take us for a ride, or, that sort of thing. So, and the maturity level is different with women and men too. So that's always something to consider.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
But certain age differences, again, I agree with you, Chloe, because the certain age differences and gaps can be inappropriate, absolutely. So I can't discount that either. And Judy says KP brought Sebastian with her when she started the relationship with Chris. Yeah, I did hear that. And I was kind of cloudy on that time frame as well. Um, because I've heard different things, that I can't, I can't really put it out there unless I fact check it. You know what I mean? Like, unless I heard it, Chloe, you're different because you've heard these things and you've talked to the source. But it's one of those things where if I don't know fully, because I've heard things said that kind of there was a relationship between KP and CP before their divorces were finalized, kind of thing. And I don't. Do you
Yeah,
have
I
any
don't know
insight
that,
on?
and I don't know that either.
See, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, that's not something that I know at all. And you know,
Good night, Jacqueline. Thank you for being here.
yeah. Good
Sorry,
night.
go ahead, Chloe. Go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
I just want to say that you know, um, Butter Biscuit, yeah, you're right. Like, it's been a long time since I've even spoken because of, the people I talk to and the things that I was told and whatever, and then it got all twisted around. So that's why I don't want to be twisted around here. I don't want to be on, here and bring anything to this panel that's wrong or that's being taken wrongly and looked upon badly for the channel. I'm not doing that at all. I just have concerns, and I'm definitely in the end think that the socks and the foots know exactly what happened and did it. I mean, I don't have a question on that.
Right. Yeah. That's really where I'm at too, which is it's a difficult conclusion to come to. We never want to think that that a parent could do it. We would rather hear of, the mean, sex trafficker, or,
Yeah,
the mean
absolutely.
guy that would come in and,
Yeah, a
abduct,
monster.
the
A
abductor,
monster. Yeah, a
Yeah.
monster. We would that would be easier to wrap our minds around,
Absolutely. And the world that we live in is not perfect, and then all of us make imperfect choices every day. I can definitely respect people that are willing to own what they've done, and we don't see that from the feet, or the socks, for that matter. Although, Mama Socks did say that there's a special place, reserved down under for her. So, um, she did kind of own that one. I'll give her that. But we just can't expect a case like this to have um, perfect people involved in it, right? I mean, because we're
No,
not
if
perfect
if
either.
if it were, we wouldn't still be here right now. I mean, there would be an answer. And yeah, a lot of women do these kind of things, Butter Biscuit, to
Yeah.
be with a man, and it's sad. I mean, let's go back to let's go back to like 30-year-old cases even. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what is her name? Susan, that drowned her kids. Like, I mean,
Susan
if you,
Smith, yeah.
yeah, I mean, if you think about it, this is not a new thing.
Mm-mm.
It's sad that this is even goes on and it's still going on, but it does. It really does. So we have to look at it this way.
Yeah, we do, and especially at this juncture, because there's really it's like you don't want to leave any stone unturned, so you
No.
just kind of go over everything, and then you go over everything again. But we can't leave any of the puzzle pieces out. That's my
Right.
biggest thing there too. Because then I get worried that it's like, okay, well then am I overlooking something? What if there's something within that little piece? And we know in true crime, sometimes it's that littlest detail. That littlest detail can help everything. It could be
The
everything.
there you exactly. You're so right about that. It's like in these cases, we can sit here and we can theorize and we can talk and we can go to the things we know. We can go like all over the place. But you never know what really is going to turn out, because I think this case is more twisted than we can actually wrap our minds around.
Stuff. We're glad. Yeah, and I mean, that is the whole thing. I think that it's just so important um to just look at everything in the case. I don't see how it benefits anybody not to. And then, it's like when we look at, Brandy Neal and her situation, they were cleared pretty quickly from law enforcement, weren't they? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not as versed in Michael's case. But I mean, I know they were getting flack though at first. I know they were being treated awful
Yeah.
in the
And
beginning.
they still have by some people.
Wow, really? I did not know
Well,
that.
I mean, there were people that were attacking them for quite a while, and
Hmm.
they definitely, um, you know, didn't. I mean, Brady was at work. Uh,
Right.
I mean, she went searching for Michael for so long that her feet were bleeding, and her husband had to make her stop. Like if you
Aw.
think about it, there's
Gosh.
there's a different. It's just a different kind of mom, in my opinion. A mom that really actually cares. That really is looking
Mhm.
for her son. So maybe we all handle things differently. But the mom I would be Brandy,
Oh,
if I were
absolutely.
in that situation, and that's what makes me sad. And yes, I did. I know I've gotten flack over that too, like talking with the suspects, but I did it to get answers, and I didn't like it, and I felt dirty over it, but I thought it was helping.
Well, and she's the mom that Brandy, I mean, she's the mom that really truly didn't know what happened to her son, so that's why she is diligently out there looking. In my opinion, when I look at Katie, that might be the reason why she's not doing. That's what leads me to believe that she isn't doing all she can like that, is because, and I'm not familiar with Brandy's background, but Katie's military. What happened to No Man Left Behind? What happened to
Mm-hmm.
and then Chris is a man. It's hard for me to look at him and take him seriously as a because I do appreciate, or anybody who's ever served this country. I really do, but it's hard for me to take him seriously when he's not you know um portraying himself that way. It's just totally strange to me you know
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Brandy. I just that one I will always. That's if there was ever a mom to me that acted the way they should when a child was missing, it would be Brandy.
Yeah,
But
absolutely,
but I do
absolutely.
but I will say that we none of us can know how we would act in a situation like that, and so
It's true.
I'm not judging anyone. I'm just you know I'm just telling you my feelings on things.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Because I think that if more people had that honesty, then we wouldn't have so much confusion. I guess is the best way that I can put it, really, because that's what breeds all this confusion. Is that we think we know one thing, but then come to find out that's not actually how it is. And I appreciate you being honest with the chat, because they asked you a legitimate question, in my opinion, too. So it's like, I know that there was a can of worms opened up that nobody expected for that to happen. But you know, I respect you for being honest on the panel, because that's why I trust your opinion, and I trust where you're coming from, because I know that's what you want, is the
Yeah.
truth. Butter Biscuit says,
Butter
Chloe, you
biscuit.
spoke what you heard. It's hard to hold things in, and maybe speaking it out loud will give you peace. It's hard to hold others' secrets. It's all right to talk. And thank you, Butter Biscuit. That is
Thank you,
like
Butter
so well
Biscuit.
said. So well
Butter
said.
Biscuit, are you from Florida? Well, you don't have to say. But Butter Biscuit, I'm from Florida, and Maddie Soto case is 30 minutes from me. So that's one that's definitely also very close to my heart. And that's an awful case. Just saying. I just saw
It's
the
so
comment.
awful. It is. It is. It's almost too awful for me to even, but I know that, you know, it comes with the territory, right? But it's like, I get infuriated with that nasty man. He's just not even
Oh
a man,
gosh.
he's a pig.
No,
Um,
he's a baby. He's a baby boy that's crying, and he did so many bad things. Yes, he's definitely a pig.
mhm.
And I mean, look at all he did. I mean, that case really disgusts me right there. But I mean, at least see there again, Maddie's gonna get justice because we're in the state of Florida. He's gonna get the death penalty. You know what I mean? Like the sad part is these kids that we need to find, and all of it's sad, but the ones that we don't have answers for, I think, as a parent, I don't know how you can live like that.
Sure, and I really don't know. Um, anything can be reconciled when you are dealing with, moms that allow these things to happen. I think it's more to be said about, what is being allowed to happen to our children, especially like with Jen like I think Jen should be in prison, I really do.
I think I've been wishing she was charged from the very beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's too there's too much that, I mean, it's one thing if you don't know and this man is doing this and you thought you could trust him, but to be like, "Oh, well, I was actually allowing for these things," there's no
Yeah.
reason for your boyfriend to sleep with your daughter,
No,
ever,
go in the other
ever.
bedroom so I can get some sleep.
Yeah, yeah.
As you're taking and I've been on those beds because like I told you earlier, I have a brain injury. So, I've been on the meds that she's on and I went off
Mhm.
of them because I know what they did to me. And so I'm, we all wonder, like, did they give those to Maddie? Like what, how did this work out? Did she just say, was she tired of it? She turned 13 and said no. And that's what he did to her. Like, there's so many things and questions. So yeah, I mean, it's really sad when we talk about all of these cases.
Yeah, it is. It is. But it's funny how some of the dynamics transfer over. And if we look at that, we can see the similarities, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I
These
think
kids
I
that don't have a
think
choice.
I think what would be good is if maybe, especially like for the chat and everybody, is maybe if like Jude came up too and talked, since Hey Jude and I have been kind of working on these cases for so long.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Oh, she's always welcome.
maybe more people would be believe me or be a little closer to, yes, Butter Biscuit. You do. Oh God, you live in Kingsport. Okay, Johnson. Okay, Roger. Okay, well, I came to YouTube because of Summer as well. Um, and I've never left that case. And I mean, even last week, I think it was 2 weeks ago, on the phone, and Dawn was going crazy. Like. So I mean,
Golly.
the thing is you look at the way the parents react, and that to me speaks volumes.
Oh, absolutely. We can't not look at that. It's just too glaring. If we overlook that, then we wouldn't be, doing justice. So, um, and Judy says, if you are overwhelmed as a parent, you ask for help or take a break. You don't disappear another human being, and I agree with that too. Um, and if you're overwhelmed, you don't allow your daughter to sleep with another, with your boyfriend. Um, it's just all of these things that we see. It's like, allowing the kids to fall through the cracks. Butter Biscuit says, Chris said people will talk for years to come when the truth comes out. Yeah, that is, that was always interesting to me too. I always wondered kind of what he what he meant by that. This case will be studied. Um, you know, Sebastian always wanted to be a ninja. That was another odd statement, in my opinion. Very much so.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at the. I hate comparing cases, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but he said
No, you're
that.
fine. You're fine.
He said that, and look at what Don said. He said Summer's fish food by now. She'll never be found. So think about this. Why would parents of children that are missing give up hope that quickly and say that? Or I'll see her in the resurrection, you know?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
it makes no sense.
it makes no sense as a parent because I would never give up hope on my child.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm seeing Seth at right now, It's like he like refuses to, say those words. Even I find myself, and people will be like, "Get real, Lady Freedom." And I'm like, "I know, guys, but it's so hard for me to even say that out loud,
I know. I
I've
know.
gotten upset with other people, like, why would you say something like that when I know deep down inside we're getting into a year and that it's more and more grim, and it's not that
Yeah.
I don't want reality.
Yeah.
It's more that it just hurts my heart so bad. So I can't imagine if Sebastian was my son and I was Seth.
Right.
It is.
It's the same. It's the same as kind of what I was saying that people are upset about, but we have to look at all of this. I mean, I don't know. It just to me we have to look at every aspect of the case, and we have to look at every person in the case. And I'm not saying that I have believed or do believe that he has to do with it, but I'm saying we have to look at every aspect or we cannot be fair.
Exactly. Well, and I will say that for Katie too, because like you said, Detroit Rock City, that's sweet. That's so sweet that your mom would take care of the kids for you, and sometimes we need, I think support system is so important for any of us. Like none of us are above that support system having that. That is wonderful. And, that's one thing that I think Katie was lacking in, is that support system, because there wasn't anybody that she can say, hey, you know, could you take Sebastian for a few hours and take him to the park? Or no, there
Right.
wasn't anybody volunteering for that, either.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, on that side of the family, they just didn't want nothing to do with this beautiful child that honestly, I can't understand it, because I'd be the first one to be like, hey, let me pick him up and we'll go, swim at the house, or, some of them have the swimming pool at the house and stuff. If they knew that's something that he'd enjoy, how come they couldn't just let him come over and swim? I don't get it. I guess I'm missing it, I'm missing it.
Yeah, I think we've seen like so much, and I just read. Hold on. Butter biscuit. Military dressing as a ninja to hide in darkness at night is common. That is true, and Katie also had technology training, so
Yeah.
there's a lot to be questioned on that. I don't know. That's something that's never left me.
Well, and I think that's really valid. I mean, it's like it's just bizarre. It's just one of those things that kind of you sit with and you're like, I just still can't understand or wrap my mind around it. And Momming It Up says, I go off the statistics and what Kay is acting, or in the way that Kay is acting, everyone, we have to go off that they did the unthinkable, which I completely get that. Um, Star says in my heart of hearts, that Sebastian didn't run away barefoot in February. I don't think so either in my heart of hearts either. Sharon says,
5D,
thank you,
5D, we
Chloe.
agree with you. 5D, we agree with you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
that's
Forrest. Good
exactly
to
what
see you,
we've been
Forrest.
talking about.
Hold on, I'm looking for 5D. Good to see you, 5D. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, 5D says Seth Rogers is 100% innocent. We have looked at every aspect, and we looked at Seth Rogers as well, and we can say that Seth Rogers has nothing to do with it. Whatever happened to his son. Yeah, I completely, yeah. And Chloe says, she agrees too. It's just really awful, especially I think. And thank you so much for allowing us to use that interview too with the neighbor, or excuse me, not with the neighbor, with the ex-coworker of Terry Bowersox, because it speaks volumes about what was being said about Sebastian, behind closed doors, um, in the workplace where it shouldn't have been. Um, just wanted to shout out Forrest for coming in. I see you in the comments, Forrest. Thanks so much for coming in. Um, let's see here. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit behind on all these. Hey there. Butter Biscuit says they may have had Sebastian dressed in all black and camouflage for taking him out in the night. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of weird because even the news reports were stating that Sebastian was wearing all black, but then later on we find out that he was wearing, like a black long sleeve shirt with some kind of either Halloween, um, Minecraft, or what was the third one they said? Um, Either way, just some sort of a graphic on his t-shirt, which they didn't tell the news that to begin with. They said he was wearing all black, and they didn't say that there was a white stripe down the side of his pants. They were reporting for days that he was wearing all black. So who knows what the truth is, Hey, Vault, nice to see you. I mean, it's things where it's just extremely difficult to pinpoint exactly what's happened, without knowing everything. Um, and then going back to the beginning, I think is really important. Now, um, I was even watching earlier them say that they searched the Proudfoot residence 10 times. I mean, 10 times is a lot of times to search the home and then come up with absolutely nothing. That's what was blowing my mind too. They were saying we have no evidence at all to share.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Butter Biscuit, I agree with you. The truth lies with Chris.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think I mean, 11 times search while Sharon. Yeah, it's really unbelievable that you can't find
Star Wars.
anything. I don't know.
It is unbelievable. Sometimes, and I kind of mentioned this earlier, but sometimes that lack of evidence is evidence as well. When there's no evidence, that means somebody tried real hard to clean it up, in my opinion, and just the patterns of, that we've seen historically in true crime. And thank you, Sharon. Star Wars was the other graphic that could have been. So Halloween, Minecraft, Star Wars. Um, you know, in the set cases, I was wondering what he normally wore to bed. Um, you
Yeah.
know,
We don't know. We don't know. I don't think we've ever been told that.
mm, I don't think
Do
we've been
we?
told. No, they
I
never
mean,
gave
not
a
that I know of.
definitive.
I'm just asking you what you know.
No, no one gave a definitive. I do know that like Seth was checking through, because you know how it is, when you're co-parenting, like the kids might have clothes here and there. I don't know.
Oh,
Well, I have a daughter, so of course she's
well, I
got
do.
clothes everywhere.
Me too.
So,
I have a child that I have co-parented since they were a baby with their father, since a newborn, and I agree with that. The clothes went back and forth between the houses. It'd be like what they're wearing there, what I put in a bag, or what they put in the bag to come home with. So it never really, um, you wonder about that. Like,
sure. Well, and I know
was
Jacob
something
asked Seth
missed?
about socks. Like, do you remember Sebastian? Because, see, here's my thing too. Did he walk out barefoot or did he walk out with socks on? Because now Katie
Because they
says,
said he was so weird about not wearing shoes, right? Or
yeah,
being
like
barefoot.
Seth says
Yeah.
he's weird about wearing shoes, and then Katie says, well, he did take the trash out in his socks, and I told him, dude, don't do that anymore. You got to put shoes on. So it's real confusing. Um,
Yeah. And Judy C, I agree with you. I really do. I think, I mean,
yes,
I'm
Judy.
not going to defend her, but yeah, I do believe she's been threatened. I think so many
Mm.
people have been threatened in this case that it would be hard to believe she hasn't been, you know?
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I mean, there's no denying that, in my opinion, because like you said, you know, everyone, well, not maybe not even everyone else, but many people have been. And then with her being the last one with Sebastian, there's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt. Um, and then also I do consider the fact that, and we've talked about it a lot here, I do consider the fact that she could be, being abused as well. Um,
I, you know, I know that that's a big thing that people have said, but I don't know that she was being abused. I don't know that she is that mild of a person or that kind of, because there was so many people that said the opposite about her that she worked with and different things, So I don't,
mhm.
it's you don't know what to believe.
That's true. Well, and that's true. No, and I appreciate that too, because I have had a lot, I think it's been probably 50-50. If I took a poll, I think that would probably come out about 50-50. Some people are like, Lady Freedom, she's not scared, like, and I'm like, come on, guys, humor me, but, and then I also think, that there might be, threats from coming from other places as well. So, I mean, I do try to consider, the whole picture, but then I look at Katie and she is a strong, smart woman,
Every
and I can't discount that. I can't, you know.
it's just every account about her from other people she worked with and different things, she was portrayed to be the opposite a of a meek, mild woman.
Right. Well, and that was my whole, like, my first impression of her was that. But then I started kind of doing more research and things, and then I said, "Oh, wait, she was in the Navy too. Okay, well, if she was in the Navy too, then that means that she has, that certain training. She, it's just a different. It takes a special type of person. We'll just say that. Um,
Yeah.
5D says the crazy part is that we did not just wake up one day and decide to speak about the foot socks, but it's common sense that if Sebastian was last with them, then that's where the focus is at. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I do.
absolutely, 5D. I agree too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Butter Biscuit says Katie helped with surveillance and Chris helped with the plan. I don't think he walked. I think he was carried. Funny trash taken out first time barefoot on a night of disappearance. Yeah, yeah, and there's no real proof of that. We don't have any proof that the trash was taken out, and I know that sounds a little bit silly since we have seen the Texas Roadhouse video, and of course we were all like, well, maybe he never made it home from the Texas Roadhouse and things like that. So it does change our perspective, like, the more that we know.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we can theorize on this constantly, but we really don't know what happened inside that home, you know? I mean, we've heard accounts of CPS cases, abuse, like whatever. We've heard we've seen the actions and behaviors of Chris and all of that, but none of us know really what happened in that home. So I will give that to whoever commented that we don't know that if she was physically, mentally, and spiritually abused. I can see that. I mean,
Yeah, we do have 50-50. I know we do have 50-50 on that one, and
I just don't think that that makes you be. I just think that that's when you leave with your child and save your child. But I mean, like I said, that we don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing, we don't know, and I think it's a healthy thing to like speculate on these things. Like Rachel says, no excuse, and I've heard that so
Yeah.
many times.
Yeah. Yeah.
Too, people are like, nope, we're not gonna not gonna happen. But I understand. I understand it from both.
I think if you've been in an abusive relationship and you've been beaten down and you've been made to feel that it was your fault and things like that, or that you had the issues, then you can kind of you can see that, yeah, maybe that could happen. But on the flip side, when it comes to my child, maybe I would have let things happen to me, but not to my child. Does that make sense?
Absolute
Yeah.
sense. Yes.
Like,
Yes.
like there's things I probably have put up with in life that I should never have, and things
Right.
I've been through, but not with my child. I made sure that my child that was not happening to my child. So, but we don't, like I said, we don't know. The background is different. We've all come from different places. We don't know what was really going on inside that house. We can sit here and theorize, but I would lay over my child and take my child out of that house and run away before I would ever let that happen. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and I will say this, and I've mentioned it before, that a lot of times there is a heavy element of financial abuse that goes on, but we don't see that here in terms of, like, Katie has a good job. She has a great background, resume that she would be able to go out and get, something sufficient for her and Sebastian. But we don't always see that, right? So especially like back in, the 50s, 60s, women weren't in the workforce as much, and so they didn't have that resume. Their resume was, mom, and so they were really under the thumb of their significant other in that position. But we don't see that dynamic here, so then it does make it harder to believe, and uh, not, harder to give sympathy also, because we say, well, we have this woman that could she had the means, in other words.
I'm sorry. I'm reading a comment that I don't really understand.
No, you're good. Let me see. I'm so behind in the chat.
Yeah, no, it was something. Oh, okay. Not giving her an excuse. Yeah. No, I agree, Iron New Rose. I'm not giving anyone an excuse. I'm trying to be, fair and whatever. It doesn't change like how I feel or who I feel is responsible at all. In Rachel, that's exactly what we said earlier. That's what I was seeing too. Look at her background. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it does make things harder too when we look. Rachel says, y'all don't forget Chris did this to Nina with Katie at the airport. Yeah, and Katie was part of it. And then also someone else commented about, Sharon commented. She said, in my opinion, the teacher from Beach said Katie was the one with the mouth at the meeting on the 7th of February, and blaming Seth, and teachers felt sorry for Seth. And I do recall that as well. It's just one of those things where we have heard so many times where it's like, don't believe how Katie is portraying herself, which I do think that there's a lot to that, especially when many people are saying it. If it was just
Uh-huh.
one or two, I can see it. But um, with all of those people, it makes it more credible, even though it is all hearsay.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, and Forrest says the threats are what makes this case different, in my opinion, and I agree. I agree with that too. Because we don't hear that. Well, I guess there was in Summer's case, wasn't there? There was some threats in that case.
Yeah. That case, they didn't have this kind of circle that, I mean, they had a very bad circle and it was a bad hill, but I'm saying, and a lot of people died along the way, obviously, and we know a lot of the background on that, but I mean, we're talking about a whole different class of people with money that are using
Mhm.
it to threaten people and to, you know what I'm saying? So we're kind of like stepping up a level here.
Well, that's true, because listening to that interview with the coworker, you just don't expect to hear that, like, that openness, that basically, like, flaunting the money, flaunting the threats, like, oh, I can have someone, I can get rid of somebody, I'll pay them. And that's just very, like, bold and brazen. You don't typically hear things like that from
Well,
even
or
the dumbest
bragging
criminal.
about, or just
you
bragging
know
about like paying somebody to slash tires or vandalize cars or whatever,
mhm.
Very odd.
Yeah, it is. It's very odd, and then also it just kind of speaks to the people that we're dealing with, and that's really why I
Mm-hmm.
was, wanting to show, because like I said, it's more believable than it is unbelievable, especially because it's not the first time we've heard. And then also just the fact that the three other ex-wives have not said a peep. Typically, when women are done wrong by a particular man, they're not really afraid to get together, usually, unless there is a heavy element of fear. Um, and I think that's where it stems from, you know?
Yes.
Um, it really does, is the fact that they know, because they've been through it and they've dealt with these people on that level. Um, and that's the scariest part, is kind of taking that in, processing it, and realizing, oh wow, so we're not just dealing with the run of the mill people here who have money and connections. They're willing to.
They go the extra mile. Yeah. Agreed.
Yes, thank you. That Yes, they're willing to go that extra mile.
I mean, those are things that not normal people don't do, regardless
No.
of your status or your who you are in the community or what kind of money you have. It's just that's not normally put out there so publicly, you know?
Sure, you just don't think about those things.
No,
Most people don't think to do that kind of thing. They just
they
don't.
they wouldn't.
No. They would say, okay, let's part ways. It didn't work out or whatnot. But he was saying, that Matt guy, he was saying that they were specifically targeting Chris's exes, which I found to be like kind of a bombshell thing there, just because when you think about it, he wasn't really mentioning many others, although I'm sure there were. But it was more focused on doing dirty deeds for Chris, which in this case, it really resonates from what we've seen.
Yeah, yeah. It's very sad. It's very sad because the the um the main objective here is Sebastian, and that really has gotten so convoluted, and it's sad.
Well, and Irene Rose says, oh my, I'm not giving her an excuse. I'm just stating it was what I think could be a fact, and how bad it could have been may be a factor. It goes to trial in her sentencing, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, and I agree. Like I said, I really do. I grapple with that all the time. And I have since the beginning of the case, because I did recognize, um, and I even quoted Dr. Evil once, and I was like, we're not so different, you and I, with Katie. Because, when I look at her, a lot of the trauma that I've been through, I see that with her. Whether I like to see it or not, it just is there. So Irony Rose, I completely, get what you're saying, but it doesn't negate her role, or it's never too late to do the right thing, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. That you can always kind of change that road you're on and be like, you know what? I wasn't doing it right. I didn't do right by my son, but I can do right by him now. So I'm really hoping she can get to that point, if that's where she needs to get, allegedly, in my opinion.
Yeah. Detroit Rock City, I really hope and pray that you're right, and I believe that too.
Let's see. Detroit Rock City says, welcome in, T. Thomas, or T. Thompson, rather. Sorry about that. Let's see. I'm missing somebody's comment here. He hasn't been charges, and you're already bringing up mitigation. Well, I will say this. I'll say this, 2-year-olds running the world. I will say that I didn't bring up mitigation, but I said that these would be mitigating factors in the case. Purely speculative. You can't really come in after 6.5 hours of a live going on and just kind of assume things. But just to kind of correct you, they would be mitigating circumstances. Trust me, a good defense attorney would bring this stuff up in court, Katie's past, to help her out, if it comes to that. Which I'm not judge, jury, or any of that.
No, none of us. Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks, Forrest. Yeah, I do. I think you can always turn it around, and I think that she would have a better chance of turning things around than CP would at this point, because she's not the one going out there saying half of the stuff that he's admitted to himself. That's and again, just looking at it as an objective standpoint, somebody that's completely behind, not in it, just looking on into it. Katie wasn't the one that was being told by and correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but the neighbors weren't saying that they didn't want Katie around. They were saying that they didn't want Chris around anymore.
Yeah, that was what I was told. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so I kind of just subjectively looking at
he
it,
was
I was
very
like,
arrogant
wow.
and rude, and lots of things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Star. It's okay. It's late. We could let them. But it's just, from an outsider's perspective, it's not really, anything that I'm like, hey, I'm 100% right. Listen to me. Because I don't know everything, but I'm trying to figure it out. So, bouncing off ideas is a good thing, right? That's what we all do here.
Yeah, we're just talking. We're just having a conversation about this. This is not definitely anything that anybody's like. We're not making any. I'm not anyway. Or not on purpose. We're just calling out what we've seen.
Sure. And that's I think that's the only way that we can get to the bottom of things is to kind of put our notes together, right? Because what would we be doing to help the case if we took, just our notes and our notes alone and went off of those, right? I think it's very smart, and I think it's a positive thing, moving it in a positive direction when we're willing to kind of look at every aspect and say, oh wow, Chloe, well, I didn't know that. And Chloe could say, well, hey, you just told me something, and all your, yeah, thank you for us, all of our opinions,
Yeah,
all opinions.
Forest, all of this, IMO, in my opinion,
Yeah.
everything that I'm saying, and we all are like we're just kind of bouncing things off of each other and talking about things that we've seen over this whole time.
Yes. And that's another thing too, Sharon, that really my go is, dragging Nina through the courts, dragging his daughter Faith through the courts, when really, um, the parenting plan, I would think, is pretty normal. And now I don't know what everybody's got going on in their parenting plan, but if you're out of state, and you live that far away, that seems like a really normal parenting plan for Chris to have, in my opinion, where it's like, you see each other on the holidays and in the summertime, right? Because you don't want to bounce the kids back and forth. It's the best interest of the child, not the best interest of the person we like the best. It's the best interest of the children. We always have to, and sometimes that I'll be the first to say that that's not always, how the cookie crumbles, if you will, but that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for letting me up, and I just want to tell
Where's
everybody
Chloe?
in chat thank you. And like I said, everything is just we're just having a conversation. So I hope that everybody has a good night or a good morning, I guess now.
Yes, you too.
Time
I know we're
to
the
go.
latest ones because we're Eastern.
Oh, I know, I know. It's like it's morning time. I'm supposed to go to brunch.
Aw, oh my
No, in
gosh, and see, I
hours,
kept
not
you up all
now.
night. See what
But
happens with me? I'm a bad influence.
no, I know, I love it. I missed you tonight. I'm glad that I got to come see you last night tonight, and everybody in chat. Just have a good night and understand that everything we were discussing is just the facts and the things that we've heard, and we're just trying to put things together. That's all.
Absolutely. And the thing is that if we don't do that, we're doing a disservice. We really have to look at every aspect. And um, you know, sometimes the truth isn't always what we like. And I mean, trust me, there's
Yeah,
times where
yeah.
I wish it wasn't so, you
That's
know.
that's that's very true. And life is sad and life is hard. And things happen and we don't have answers always, even when we want them. And we just have to keep trying, and we have to keep looking at everything from different angles. That's all.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what is going to help us figure out what happened. I really do believe that. So I really
I believe
I
that.
appreciate you.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful night, and I hope I get to
You
talk to you real
too.
soon.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll have you
Okay.
up anytime.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And thank you guys too for being, objective and you know, who gave you more power? Star. I wanted to go up to Sharon said, "Are you going to sleep 5D? Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming over." Sharon says, and 7 to 8 years in Sebastian's life, CP said, in my opinion. Yes, and that's the thing. If we look historically kind of too at the way that Katie's life trajectory changed at about that age for her as well. So I always kind of consider that too, Sharon. So thank you for mentioning that. But yeah, he came into his life around the time where he was about 7 or 8, according to, that was according to Chris even. Um, and so, that's my opinion too. I do kind of believe that timeline, as well. Um, Sharon says, in my opinion, he tried to say that the woman, or that the woman was his boss and she was bi, but in my opinion, it was Katie. Oh, I remember this now. So when Nina's talking about how she did put hands on Chris, she could, because she did admit that openly, that she had found a woman's phone number in his phone and she slapped him. Um, and that was, yes. And but Chris was maintaining that the woman that he was speaking to was a bi coworker, um, which, in my opinion, and I don't know either way, but, that sounds like a likely story in my opinion. And it could very well have been. Sometimes when we're in relationships and we think somebody's cheating on us, it can be emotional and hard. Again, no reason to put hands on anybody. I don't condone that at all, and I never will. It doesn't matter. If it's a man doing it to a woman doing it to a man, it's just something that we should never, um, do. It's wrong, and we all know that. But in the same way, I do know that there was a lot of things that she had been putting up with into that point, and I'm sure that was something that was triggering, and to her. And Detroit Rock City says it's all speculation and various opinions at this point. That's why we are all here. And if we had all of the answers, we would be done and Sebastian would be found. We show respect for each other here. Thank you, Detroit Rock City. I couldn't have said that better myself. I do want to welcome everyone's opinions. I do want to welcome, especially people who were closer to the case than I was. You know what I mean? And also, I'm not afraid to say, hey, wait, I got that little detail wrong. Let's fix it, because that's what's important. So thank you. That was so well said. I can't even say it better. Um, yes, thank you, Sharon. Everyone has their own opinions, and we all have done so much research. Okay, 5D, cool, you're still with us. But yeah, we've done so much research, all of us. Sorry, guys, I felt weird having just, if I wasn't on camera, my big face here and then the little bubble. So, but yeah, it's one of those things where I just feel like we should be open to everyone's opinions, and especially people who have talked to certain sources. Those are more of relaying over information from a direct source. So I really appreciate that. And I appreciate Chloe's perspective. She's a very smart woman. And, you know, those are the kinds of people that I like to have on my panel. But I hope that people weren't taking it in the wrong way, because at the end of the day, it's so important for us to look at every aspect of this case. And Mountain Mama says, I said to my oldest, you may not like it, but if it's the truth, it's going to change just because. Oh, yeah, but if, let me rephrase that. Thanks, Mountain Mama. She says, I said to my oldest, you may not like it, but if it's the truth, it's not going to change just because you don't like it. And that's very true. And I just don't, I would hate to miss a piece of the puzzle. Even though we don't always know what exactly is right and what exactly is wrong. That's why we say things like allegedly, in my opinion, or, I believe this, or the way that I see it. There's a lot of ways that we can kind of frame it out to where it's not 100% either way, because we don't know. Some of these cases, we have a lot of facts. Even in Crystal McCrory Jones's case, there are so many just straight facts in that case. that I don't even know if I've ever known a case like that before where I've had so many facts in front of me. In this case, we don't have that. Even going back to these first 7 days, they're like, we have nothing. And we usually never hear that from law enforcement, right? They'll usually reassure us somehow and say, we're handling everything. We have this. That we have a person of interest, we have whatever it is, footage, which we don't have in this case, which is extremely odd considering we were in a very nice affluent area where the means to purchase said materials like good cameras. There's things that they want to protect in the neighborhood, things like that. It's just super bizarre, you know. And Sharon says, no, it was Nina. Yeah. Yeah. And um, it's a sad thing. But see, that's what makes me believe Nina's story, because Nina didn't have to throw that in. She didn't have to be like, yeah, I put hands on Chris. You know what I mean? But she did. The fact that she did that makes her more credible to me. And maybe I'm wrong about that. But allegedly, in my opinion, I think that speaks volumes about her character and her willingness to own her own mistakes. And we don't see that again from Chris. And so I guess the theme for the night, for me, is that we see all of these other people owning their part in a bad situation, but the only people who will not own it and come out and come clean about the situation is KP and CP. At the end of the day, they're the ones that are hiding from speaking. They're the ones who aren't lawyering up so they can find answers about Sebastian. They're lawyering up to save their own behinds. And to me, that again speaks volumes about the character, the integrity, the people that we're dealing with. And at the end of the day, it's about who's missing, Sebastian. It's about doing the right thing for him. Because at the end of the day, it is Sebastian's army. It's for Sebastian, right? It doesn't have to do with who we like best, whether it be Chris or Katie or Seth. And I think that's where we went wrong in this case. I think we've all been guilty of it. I think we went wrong by saying, okay, we're going to be on this side of the fence or this side of the fence. I think that we should have always been on that neutral end of like really what happened to Sebastian. A lot of this stuff, and I will agree, could be seen as maybe irrelevant and, because it happened so long ago, but it kind of speaks to the dynamic. And I know I said it before earlier, but one thing that really bothers me is just the way that we were kind of duped in the beginning to believe that this was a good co-parenting relationship, that Sebastian was free to love any parent he wanted to, and it was all in the best interest of him. But then we find out that it's anything but that. Why was Seth and Chris talking Katie into allowing Sebastian to live with Seth? That was always something that was really curious, and I just can't overlook it. Maybe it's something that I'm missing. So, Star's like, I'm in it still. It's still early for me. And Sharon says, in my opinion, you only have to see KP always videoing, taking photos of Chris to please him in the court battles, in my opinion. Yeah, and just the fact that she would, have to take pictures of her son to send to Chris. Like, I just couldn't do that. I'd be like, but then again, sometimes when you jump from one situation to the next one, that's why That's why you don't heal properly, and then you still go into that other relationship allowing this crap, right? And that's just part of the reason why we do need to heal before we go into another relationship like that, because it does seem to me, and I was kind of trying to get to the bottom of that a little bit. Again, maybe we will never know the truth, but like, why? Why did she jump from one person to the next person without healing? Because that just tells me that's why she was willing to put up with all of this extra from Chris, right? And that's just my opinion, because it took me a really long time to find somebody different. I didn't have anything super serious, and so I see that on Seth's side, according to him, he never even really dated anybody other than Michaela, who came along, during the worst part of his life. And again, people who see vulnerable people will do that. Unfortunately, it's part of some people's MO, right? But in my opinion, that's what really allowed me never to deal with that again, was what I went through before, and then going through counseling, understanding it, um, realizing that, there were things that I should have done differently to begin with. So you try not to repeat those patterns. But if you never have that time to heal, and you have all the extra trauma on top of it, then it doesn't ever get better. It gets worse. And then the next person you meet can really do a whole nother number on you that you never even thought you would ever put up with. And i.e., putting up with the crap that she put up with and allowed Sebastian to go through. On the flip side of that, you know, she's a grown person, and we can't give her the pass on that. So I'm glad you're still here, Jen. Thank you. Sharon says, in my opinion, has anyone contacted Brinks and asked if they carry jammers on the trucks? No, but that would be an actually really great idea. Um, I don't know why they would, but I'm wondering if they would have some of the components that would be used to make like a homemade device, because we know they are highly illegal, and you can only really like purchase them out of China. Well, you can find them on Amazon, but they're not legal. Um, so that's a great question, Sharon. Thank you for that. And Judy says, you too, or thank you for freedom to share all of the different ideas without judgment. This is a nice group. Thanks, Judy. I appreciate that. Thank you for not getting upset. I don't see the reason. Um, talk is so cheap. Talk is so cheap, and especially from someone who, like me, who does just research, right? And I just kind of research this stuff. I've never talked to any of the parents. I've never spoken to anyone really, in terms of like neighbors and things like that. So I find it super valuable to speak with people who have, and let them tell their side of the story. Hey, Bittersweet Truth, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. And Forrest says, I think each person remembers one thing while another remembers something else. Yeah, and it's hard. It's extremely hard to pick apart this case, because it's become so convoluted. We have so much information in only a year's time. Let me grab a water really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you guys so much for holding there. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just become so convoluted, and it feels like longer than a year. It feels like we have enough information for 2 years at least, in my opinion. And just with that being said, I think that it's really good for us to go over the facts again, for us to kind of have a different, fresh perspective. Because even some of the videos and interviews I'll watch now that we know more information, I can kind of see things in a different light. And some of it's, you know, it just kind of comes with the territory of looking back in hindsight, because hindsight is perfect vision. Usually it's better vision than we have when we're in the situation. And so um, it's just one of those things, you know. Momming it up, thank you. She said, you're running a good chat. Sadly, I have heard a lot of misinformation, but I don't really say much to anyone. Text is taken wrong too often. People yeah, compete so much, and I just keep to myself typically. Yeah, I mean, I understand that completely. I think a lot of misinformation gets spread because people don't want to go to the source. I think that it's very difficult um, to make a good, educated guess, even if you don't go to the source or if you don't try to find out the right information. Anyone can kind of sit up here and speculate all day, and that's easy. It's hard to go and look and fact check things and make sure that everything that's said is you know factual. And especially in a case like this, it's very difficult. Again, because we don't have a lot of truths. We have a lot of lies. We have a lot of inconsistencies. We have some truths. Sometimes there's truths within the lies, and so that can be even harder to kind of untangle, momming it up. But thank you. I do try to keep it more diplomatic. I know that I don't really have that reputation on the streets, but if anybody would come into the chat, they might realize that. Uh, you know, um, and I don't want to piss anybody off. That's not my goal. My goal is to just try to get a better understanding. And I do think people deserve to have a voice as long as they're not being, um, disrespectful or hateful about it. Um, And 5D says, I will work on a serious video tomorrow. It's important for me to put it up. I have been noticing that some people, the evil ones, have been putting subliminal things up about caskets and death. Oh no, I've never noticed that, 5D, but I haven't had a chance to really watch a whole lot. And then also, um, just with the photo situation, I have been able to kind of um, watch a little bit here and there with that. And that's another thing that I can say personally from my own experience, that I've gotten, without even having one single one of them ever send me an email, try and fact check anything they're putting out there. I've had people say the most awful things about a photo that I enhanced. It is a photo that was taken from another creator's live, and then I just put it into my program, and then I made a video on it. And I made a video, and I was completely transparent with the process. It was shared out. Um, it was briefly on a Nancy Grace podcast, okay? Um, and then all of a sudden, I have all these people saying it's a fake photo that I made up myself. Um, and so that's kind of what I've been dealing with lately, and I can see how people, instead of um, trying to figure out the truth, are willing to just run with whatever lie they want to make up for the day. It's very easy. It's easy to do that. You can do that very effortlessly and, get a lot of support for doing it. But is it the truth? Hell no, it's not the truth. And if anybody had went back and even tried to watch my video, they don't even have to ask me a question. I put it all out there. It was super transparent. And they still can't take the time to just go watch a short video that I made. It's not one of my long ones. Some of my videos are like, 3 hours long. I get it. As a creator, I understand we don't have time to like sit and watch a whole lot of stuff unless we're specifically looking at the subject of our content, right? Which is what a smart creator does. And I love your channel, 5D, just so you know. But what I'm trying to get at is that had they went back and watched any of my videos, read a post, and objectively read it, they would realize that I was purely speculating. I took a photo that I thought had value and I was trying to make it clearer. My enhancement was not the best enhancement of the bunch that I even received because people started enhancing their own and sending them to me as well. But nevertheless, I did show the entire process because I wanted people to understand where I was coming from. And I also put out different perspectives because of the fact that I value that, right? It's not only my perspective that I want to show you all. I want to show you multiple perspectives, and then I want you to make up your own mind. I don't want you to think exactly like me. If I wanted you to think exactly like me, then I'd be just as bad as some of these people out here that are spreading misinformation without watching a video, spreading misinformation without even trying to find out what the truth is. Like I said, it's easy, but it doesn't mean that it's right or it should be happening. But Star says Brinks does not have a frequency jammer. They are considered illegal in the US. That's what I was thinking too. But I think that they may have like component, like that's what I was thinking. No, you're right on, Star, because I mean, if it's illegal, they wouldn't have it on the truck. But I'm just thinking more of like the components. I'm wondering if those were something that she could, because some of them are very like archaic, you just kind of like use like a 9-volt battery and then like you put these little pieces together and voila, you have it, right? Some of them are more high tech, of course. They all do the same thing, which is overwhelm the internet and send, far too many signals apparently, and then it kind of fries the internet and puts it out of commission. Mom and Up says Star Lambert, one of their close hate channel people's works in that field, always bothered me how they work with cameras also. Yeah, it's just really scary because we don't know what everybody is capable of, but we do know that Katie worked in communications, worked for Brinks, and then there were cameras fried or acting wonky in the neighborhood. And, that's allegedly, in my opinion, but that's part of what we've heard in the case. So it's something to examine and look at, yeah, Forrest, he does good work. Or she, I'm sorry, 5D, I'm not sure. I always get that mixed up too. Sometimes I'll think someone's, but I apologize. Irony Rose says exactly, when they have spoken whatsoever, it's just absolutely never flowed or set right. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing too, is that we all have our little like spidey senses, right? And when our spidey senses go off, we're like, wait a minute, something's not right here. And that's what kind of makes us stop believing, or someone loses credibility with us. And sometimes it's like just the littlest thing that we might say, ooh, that's weird. Okay, that's a red flag. We're all familiar with that. Or at least you might have a yellow flag, you're yielding, you're like, okay, wait a minute, hold on, wait, what? And then, so on and so forth. But 5D says, like, threatening people's lives is normal at all and thinking it's all a joke. Exactly. And bragging about it, because usually people who do bad things, like, they'll keep it to themselves. They don't want anybody finding out. They're trying to be sneaky. Not in this case. It's very blatant and obvious, and it's almost like I have felt like taunted in a way, or maybe not taunted, but well, yeah, maybe just taunted, like, you're never gonna find him, kind of a thing. They're gonna be talking about this for years. It's like, wait, what? What? That doesn't make any sense, Um, Yeah, Mom ended up says cameras installation type contracting. Yeah. And she did communications in the Navy. So, very formally trained, very smart. You'd have to be very smart to be able to put together these, in my opinion, because that's not my forte, right? That's not in my wheelhouse. I don't sit here and put like devices together. I wouldn't be installing any. Nobody would want me installing anything for them. They'd be calling somebody else to put it in there, right. So, in my opinion, you'd have to be technically smart. You'd have to have that skill set, right? And Star says just because they're illegal doesn't mean that you can't make them or get your hands on one. Exactly. And see, that's where my brain went. Star was like, okay, well, are they making these things, homemade devices? And so I'm like, well, how hard would that be? And so come to find out, it wouldn't be that hard for someone who's knowledgeable. And also the pieces, the components that are used to make it aren't, you know, something that would be illegal, right? So they'd be able to get their hands on the components at least. So, again, I just try to kind of consider every aspect of a theory before I kind of push it out to you guys, because I try not to speculate over nothing. I try to get as much information. And I also will show you guys, different little clips from really smart people so they can explain it for me. It makes it a little bit easier on me. And Jen says, yeah, 5D, they are out of control. It's scary. I'm glad I don't live around there. Yeah, it it is. And think about the locals. Think about the people who live in the neighborhood who, have lived there for years, and they're used to this quiet little neighborhood and they know everybody pretty well. And then all of a sudden you have this happen. And so at first maybe people are thinking, okay, he walked off. Then they're thinking, well, no, that can't be. Okay, well, was he abducted? So then they're thinking, are my kids safe in the neighborhood? These are all valid concerns. But then little did we all know, for probably a little while there, that the neighbors were really hard speculating on the Proud Feet, because they had interacted with these people. They had understood, they had overheard other things, that this family had a very rough dynamic with a very polished exterior, right? So if we look at this family just looking on the outside in, we're like, okay, these two are in the Navy. They both work hard. One of them works for Brinks. The other one, he's kind of back and forth, but he's working, providing for the family. And then they have a son with autism. The dad comes and gets them every other weekend. It's kind of like one of those dynamics where it seems pretty normal, right? Until Sebastian comes up missing. That's the way we look at it. But then all of a sudden we hear, okay, there's 4 CPS reports, another one that's open. The family dynamic isn't as it was portrayed to begin with. And that's the biggest red flag for me. And that's where I kind of stop and I'm like, okay, no evidence tells me that it was either very well planned out, premeditated, and that's why it's so clean. That's just where my brain goes. And I could be completely wrong, but that's where it goes. Um, and Sharon says, in my opinion, combing through things even weeks prior, in my opinion. Katie said, yeah, exactly. And even before, and that could have been a little slip on her part, where she's like, things were coming to a head. It's hard. Our brains do want to tell the truth. And so when we're in that position and we're cornered, sometimes things pop out of our mouths that we're not expecting to. And Forrest says, but I wonder, have they acted on those threats? According to Matt, the coworker, they were doing that. They were like terrorizing Chris's exes. And I don't know how many people. He said that he's actually seen him do bad things to other people, but then he wouldn't elaborate. He emailed it to Jay is for justice. And you know, she kind of flipped on the other side of things. So I don't think that she would be, well, and nor did I ever see her put out more information on a conversation with Matt. So it is hard to tell. And Star says, in my opinion, KP could make one, and she has the skill set and plenty of smart. Yes, plenty smart enough. Yeah, absolutely. That's, that's what I'm considering, because of it would definitely be in her skill set. Yeah, really well said, Star. Thank you. And Mom It Up says, I agree. Also, what got me was the photos. He appeared so little. Then all of a sudden he's much older. Yeah, physically. And I knew his age, but physical appearances from certain conditions can present younger. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just weird. It's strange. We've talked about it a lot here. You always want to give a picture of your kiddo, like that's the most recent one, right? Because that way people can get the best idea about what they look like in case they see them out. But the fact that they were giving younger pictures is super deceptive, and then also shows a lack of really wanting the public to understand and know what Sebastian looks like in case he's out. Why wouldn't a parent worry about that very important detail? Because they don't want them to be found, in my opinion. That's the only conclusion that I can come to logically. And 5D says that the division started by the Toes not wanting to work with Seth, so they recruited some people from YouTube, and they decided to keep a distance away from Seth, and they started spreading lies about Seth. Yeah, I definitely agree with how that played out. I really do. I think Seth's willingness to be honest about his part in the matter, instead of them doing what anybody normally would do and commending him or following suit, they did the exact opposite. They decided that it was going to be okay. Well, if he's gonna tell on himself for that, well then we're gonna go ahead and really sock it to him. And I'm going to be completely honest. I've dealt with that on the YouTube streets myself. Chloe's another person who's dealt with that on the YouTube streets. It's like you get chastised for telling the truth because nobody wants to hear it, To me, I respect somebody that says it is what it is. This is what happened. Here's my part. I own it. I think it says a lot about standing up for, it says a lot that he wants to find the truth, especially when we hear him coming out all the time saying, I just want to find my son. I just want to find Sebastian. And that's the only thing he ever says in the beginning of interviews when he's talking to anybody, when they say, how you doing? I just want to find my son, and that speaks volumes to me. That would be my main goal. I wouldn't want the pleasantries. I wouldn't, I understand it's customary. We're all human beings. It's a social norm for us to ask each other how we're doing, even when we know. But, for Seth to always keep Sebastian right at the forefront, and for Katie, and I can't even blame Chris for this because he's only the stepdad, right? But she herself is not coming forward and being forthcoming with information. And that's all that any of us moms would do. Mom ended up one of the many hmms. And Detroit Rock City says, I love Chloe. I do too. She had a great night and I enjoyed her input. Geez, she was on point and I respect her opinion. Don't turn our time into something it's not. I don't have time for nitpicking. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that I respect her tremendously because I know that And we have talked behind the scenes too, because we have the same goals in mind, right? Our goal is to figure out what happened to Sebastian, bring good information, and compare notes. And you don't typically see that as often here on the YouTube streets, but I think that it's valuable. And I have begged people since I've been a creator, let's get together and compare notes. Like, if you think that you know everything, sorry about that. If you think that you know everything about the case, or if you know things that I don't know, then let's get together on it. I think that's very, very valuable. And important. And so thank you, Detroit Rock City, for saying that, because I think we should all be able to voice our opinions and what we think, especially if we're someone who has talked to somebody before. It's just being truthful. And honestly, earlier in the live, people were asking pretty hard questions, and a candid response is respectable in my opinion. So thank you. And Sharon said, what year did she divorce Seth, and what year was it when Chris moved in with her? And with the cat. I'm not exactly sure on what year it was. Excuse me. I'm not exactly sure on what year it was. Let's see. I could probably figure that one out. We might have to talk about it on the next live, but what year? Because I know it was when, well, kind of going back, it was probably about probably 8 or 9 years ago now. Something like that. So Sebastian was about 7 or 8 at that time. And Star says, I don't truly believe they ever wanted to work together with Seth. That was just for show, in my opinion. Just like CP trying to act like he treats Sebastian like his own and portraying a great relationship. Yeah, absolutely. And that was the thing too. And I could be wrong. I know that it was said that nothing was said during the conversation. It was all a nice, friendly conversation. But from my vantage point, I did not see that. When Seth came back onto the scene, he looked like he was, angry, upset, maybe even a little bit fearful. I don't know what the conversation was exactly, but he was, acting out of character from what I've ever seen, from what I've seen from him up until that point. And that was because, you had basically you had Chris coming to the vigil and demanding that they, work together, in my opinion, allegedly. And Forrest says, well, Seth said that the Foots wanted to get their story straight. Yep. And Seth wasn't having it, and that's another thing that's so odd to me. We need to get our story straight. How do they need their story straight when Chris is in Memphis, allegedly? We have Seth at work in Clarksville, in Nashville, Tennessee, and then we have Katie, who's at home with Sebastian, the only one supposedly home allegedly with him. What's to get the story straight? There is no story to get straight unless all three of you were together, which you shouldn't have been, if that's what so that's so odd. So thank you for bringing that up for us, because it's just odd. You don't have a story to get straight. And Star says, I recall something that KP cheated on Seth with CP. I do recall that too. And I remember somebody was on Queen Bee. It was one of their friends. I forget her name. But she was kind of really neutral. She knew them in California. She was one of Katie's friends, but she also, kind of identified as Seth's friend as well. And she said the same thing, like, there were some cooking classes, and then it was like somebody gave them to her, and she's like, oh no, that wasn't who gave it to me. It was this person. I think it was Chris, in my opinion, allegedly. That's just the way it seemed. And again, it just, I do see a totally different dynamic. I see Seth trying to talk in a good way about Katie, and then I see Katie talking in a bad way about Seth, and kind of trying to still say things to make him jealous. And then, in my opinion, we can say kind of what we want about Seth being still in love with Katie, but then if Katie is saying those things and trying to make him jealous still, then that's even more of a twisted dynamic, right? That we can't make sense of that, guys, because we're trying to think logically. That's not logical. So we do have to keep that in mind. And 5D says, I will be putting up tomorrow a video about Tony explaining the CPS reports and the reasons for Seth not being able to get Sebastian, and about the toes. They never let Seth know about the CPS reports. Yeah. I can't agree more with that. 5D. And see, that was one little key piece that I found in, and I think you're talking about when Tony was on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crime Cast. It really bothered me that Tony had said that Katie was scared, and she was telling the CPS, the social workers, that she was scared, and then they were saying, that she was putting Sebastian in danger, keeping him in a dangerous, toxic situation. Yeah, it was a lot. It was really something that was kind of eye-opening to me, because again, we're not hearing that Katie was really doing anything wrong besides not getting Sebastian out of there. And then on the flip side of that, she was saying that she was scared. You know, I just can't overlook. I just can't overlook it. No matter what I feel like about Katie, it doesn't matter to me what I feel like. Do I think that she's, not a good person? Sure. But do I think that even, bad people don't deserve to be hurt? I don't. And so it's just a real double-edged sword for me. It really is, because I can't overlook it. And Mountain Mama says, I will never understand a woman who puts a man before her child. I dated a man for 2 years, and he got comfortable and started downing my youngest, who was still home. He was gone. My kids are always first. Always, always. And, that goes for men too. Don't ever let a woman come in there and tell you what kind of kids you have. You know what kind of kids you have, and if they're not willing to love those kids unconditionally, please don't allow them around, because we see what happens. Look at poor Sebastian. If he was loved unconditionally by his stepfather, I think that this would not even be a thing, if there was any type of care whatsoever. He didn't have very much longer in the home, but yet here we are. He's been missing for a year. He was supposed to go live with his dad when the school, when summer came, and he didn't make it that long. So there had to have been such a dislike, major, even to the point of a hatred, for this to have happened. It's like he couldn't wait, but then again, we remember, and Chloe brings this up too, and I agree with her 100%. We know that the CPS, let's see, it was February, or excuse me, I think it was sometime in March. Let me look again, because I know I have that one pretty close here. But either way, we see that. We see that. Let's see. No, it was before that. Okay, here it is. So that's right. Okay, I almost said 3-6, but let's see. Motion, temporary custody of a minor child, 3-5. Right? And this has been going on, guys, since Faith was a baby. But yeah. So we had this, upcoming custody hearing on 3/5/24, so March 5th, 2024. Something had to be done before then. They couldn't wait till summertime, in my opinion. And Chloe brought that up earlier, and I just think it's so right. And Mama, you're so right. Thank you for saying that. The more moms that are willing to come up and say, hey, Chloe, and the more moms that are willing to come up and say this, yes, if you guys could drop 5D's channel. I'm sorry, I don't know where my brain's at. It's mushy right now. But yeah, definitely drop 5D. It's just one of those things where it's the only logical thing that makes sense, right? How come they couldn't wait any longer? It just points to that, And Forrest says she filed for divorce the same day Sebastian went missing, according to Jen. Yeah, retired FBI. Yeah, Jacoff does say that. She says that basically it was February 26th was the same day that Seth and Katie divorced. Not sure 100% on the year. Very curious. And then, of course, historically in true crime, we know that coincidences are not just coincidences. So it really speaks a lot, Yeah, same thing. Detroit Rock City. Exactly. Same thing with the cats. Yes. Me or the cats, F you. Cats stay. You go away. Absolutely. I mean, why allow for that? And see, those are the little things that people do to test the waters, right? Oh, all of a sudden I can't be here with the cats. Oh, all of a sudden I can't do this. And that sort of thing. And things like that. And so it's just the little things that they see if they can get away with. And I know cats aren't humans and stuff like that. I'm not a crazy cat lady or anything like that, but I do believe that, like, they're part of your family, right? And so if I'm dating somebody and I find out, I mean, even getting to know somebody and you're like, oh, you have cats? Well, I hate cats. I'm allergic to them. That's going to be a deal breaker. But for some people, they like that challenge. They want to see if they can push that envelope. And, unfortunately, he pushed the envelope and she let him, not victim blaming or saying anything like that, but it's just part of it, Um, and Jen says, yeah, that's quite the coincidence, Forrest. Yeah, yeah. Poppy Love, good to see you. 5D, really want to see that. Yeah, I know. I'm excited about it too. Mom It Up says 5D Seth would never have been awarded residential without tons of evidence as to why. So I can't understand anyone judging that. Had to known about the reports or had he known about the reports, he could have tried. And see, and that's the thing. It's just unacceptable for CPS, in my opinion. I understand that it probably is Katie's responsibility, but we can't just only pass the buck there, in my opinion. I think, and I'm not defending Katie, but I do believe, in my opinion, that CPS has a duty to both parents, and that when Sebastian has two parents who are involved, who love him, his father should have known about this. It's like crazy to me. And I know Mr. and Mrs. E were like tripping on it too, because when I was watching it, um, I believe Katie did. I do. I believe Katie did. Mama. Mama and Up says 5D, such a shame you have a highlight things people should be able to find out. It's so sad. Yeah, and I think it's a good thing. You know what I mean? I do. I think it's a really good thing that that we do bring it to light, because sometimes those little things that people don't think of, it's a good thing, it is. It's a really good thing. And the comparisons are one of the things that I really like to do, like the interview comparisons, or like the Texas Roadhouse photo. That blew my mind, and I got so much hate for that, right? People were like, nobody said that that was from that night. And I'm like, well, it's kind of implied, right? And so I was like, okay. And then people were like, no, that's not from that night. That's from the Red Robin. I'm like, no, that's the Texas Roadhouse. And so then I go and look, because you never know. So I go and look, and I find just that little sliver of a menu, and I say, oh, okay, well, this part does match with that part. That is the Texas Roadhouse menu. And lo and behold, it was very deceptive, in my opinion. A TBI logo, and they're sitting at Texas Roadhouse. And then, what was it? 8.5 months later, 9 months later, all of a sudden we see the actual Texas Roadhouse video, and Sebastian is sitting there wearing a completely different shirt. Katie's hair isn't all pretty and done like it is in the one photo. It's deceptive. It just is. And all of those things have caused so much controversy and turmoil on the YouTube streets. Because, one thing that I have to say too, just it's human nature and just the way that our brains work, is that we will take a series of events, and if we don't understand them, we start inserting our own speculations into the blanks, right? Like, if somebody says, I went up to the corner store and, well, here, let's just frame it like this. Somebody comes home and they're bloody, they have their hand is all bloody, right? And you're like, well, what happened to you? And they're like, well, I went up to the corner store for a pack of cigarettes. Okay, went up to the corner store for a pack of cigarettes. Well, we're missing a whole bunch of stuff in there. So my mind assuming, I'd be like, and you got bit by a dog, somebody hurt your hand, you got stabbed, something, you know what I mean? Like, our mind will start filling in those blanks to make logical sense of it. And that's what we've all been trying to do, because we're only getting part of the story from the people who know exactly what happened, in my opinion. And so we can't fault each other for that. It's just part of what our brains are going to do naturally. It's called logical thinking. We don't just take people's words for it. If we do, then we're not thinking. We're just following like a sheep. And Butter Biscuit says, it's got to be hard to let everyone have an opinion and to voice your opinion without knowing the truth. Yeah, it is. And also, it's very hard to sit back and listen to speculation when you know the truth, and I respect anyone who's willing to be like, whoa, hold on, let me tell you what happened. I totally, because that helps Sebastian. People that don't, and that are staying silent when they know stuff, that's what really bothers me, is the people that are just sitting back and like letting it all happen, and like, well, I know. Well, it's good that you know, but everybody else really needs to know too, it's just one of those things. So yeah, very interesting for us. Thank you. Force, what was that CP in my opinion? Yep, break the case a bit ago. Yeah. Yeah, and Jennifer Koppendorfer has done a lot of videos on Sebastian. Sorry guys, I had to get that piece out of my face, but yeah, done like a lot of really good videos on Sebastian, and she kind of doesn't put them out. Like she'll do it sporadically too, because like I'll see like break the case with Jen Koffendorfer, and I'll be like, oh, it's another Sebastian, you know. So she's very dedicated to the case, you know. And Butterbrisket says, I'm honest with my feelings, and in the end, I only want the truth to be told. Exactly, and that's the only way we're going to find out what happened. And Detroit Rock City says, the thing is 5D, let's tell them, or let them tell them on themselves. They hate that, in my opinion. Exactly, exactly. Potty break, Detroit Rock City. 5D says they are trying to they are trying to invent something, many things. It's sad, and it's because they are running interference. Exactly. I agree with that 100%. Whenever people are trying to run interference, they definitely will bend the truth to their just to fit whatever they're trying to accomplish, right? And it's important to not let either side do that, because it does a great disservice to Sebastian, in my opinion, you know. I put long lives on 2 times. I'm on replay, fun stuff. Star, tonight's was like way longer than expected. Detroit Rock City says we always have each other's back here, and we can talk it out amongst each other and still be civil. Thank you, Detroit Rock City. That's the most important thing ever. Like seriously, I couldn't say it better myself. I'm glad my mushy brain, you're here, because my brain's so mushy tonight. Absolutely running interference, 5D, Chloe says. Yeah, and we have to look at every aspect. If we're not, we're doing a disservice. And Star says someone who shall remain unnamed is in Bishville has a heinous laugh that even more terrifying on 2.0 speed. Oh my goodness. That's funny. I don't know, Star. I get to cackle and you should hear me. Oh my gosh, I'm worse than, 10 hens in a hen house. And Mountain Mama says, I like this chat because there doesn't seem to be drama that other channels have. I am not a drama person. I'm here to talk about the true crime. Yeah, I love talking about true crime, and I also love hearing other people's perspectives, even if it doesn't align with what what I believe in. Because sometimes I might believe something completely different, and then they'll say something and I'll be like, what? Okay, tell me more. I'm interested. It's yeah, we have to do that. Aw, thank you, Star. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I love you guys. Yeah, trying to keep out the haters so we can have a decent conversation like big people do. We're big kids now, Detroit Rock City. We're big kids now. Well, and hey, I don't like to upset anybody at all either. And I know that's never the point, that anybody has. It's just more or less, we all got to speak our piece. We all got to speak our truth. That's the biggest thing, right? We can't be afraid to do that. Because otherwise you feel icky inside. You carry that around, you feel icky. I do. Go to the church is so taunting. Yes, it is, Jen. It is. It is. And it's kind of scary that somebody would like be that sinister, right? Especially to somebody who's missing their child so bad. Chris likes that though. He is, I do believe in that, him being a sadist of sorts, in my opinion. Aw, thank you, Mountain Mama. You guys are so sweet. Detroit Rock City says Jen, what in the actual F did he mean by that? It really bothers me. And people have been it's bothered a lot of people, and it really bothered Seth. He tried asking him that on Web Sleuths, and of course Chris deflected. And I really would like to hear an actual answer for that one too. Um Okay, so 5D says, if you haven't checked the exhibits out to hear everything that's going on about Rico, the video name is Mr. E's Crimecast. Credit to them. Check it out. You know what? I've read the whole Rico. I did. I looked at all the exhibits. I have them all. I thought about possibly, now I did read Seth's statement, but I was thinking about possibly doing a deep dive into it, because there was a lot of information pertaining to the case, but I did watch a little bit of um, the reading of it, and they're amazing. I love them. I just haven't had a chance to go and see them. They're live lately. Um, Yeah, that's right, Jen. And we need to have, thank you, because we need to have a good, safe place for everybody to be able to talk. That's one thing that I really want to make sure that we build a nice community like that. And we're not always going to get along, right? We're just not. We're not always going to agree or see eye to eye, but it's just about being respectful to each other. And 5D says, months ago, I thought Sebastian Rogers would be found right away. But as time went by, it's more than that. And we can clearly see the vendetta that they have for Seth and Nina Gomez. I agree. I agree with that. It's just, and it's jumping to conclusions without having the facts. And I really, just especially with everything happening lately, I just can't. Um, Ooh, Star, that's a good point too. Church to me would imply talk to God, angels, afterlife, etc. I mean, yeah, it would imply that to me too. I'd be like, what the heck? And I'd also be like, what do you mean our stories need to get straight? And also, what do you mean about what if this goes south? Those are other things that are very just not something a step parent would say to another co-parent. And expect to get out of the situation, unscathed. Um, but yes, Mr. E's Crimecast, and he has his wife and Aunt E. They're wonderful, smart people. They are. I love Aunt E. She cracks me up. She really does. She makes me laugh. And yeah, what an a-hole. Exactly. And Forrest says, just a bit of spiritual wisdom. It is said, spare the rod, spoil the child, and the rod symbolic means God's word. So teach the child about God, in my opinion. Absolutely. Show the kids the right way to be. You take that time. And that's what we were talking about too in the beginning of the live, just showing the way other parents handle children who are differently abled, and on the autism spectrum. That is the biggest thing for me, that I've just seen it lacking, and it makes me sad because Sebastian would have done so much better, and they would have had so much more of a happy, healthy household had they just showed him that kind of care and compassion that he deserved and needed. So thanks, Forrest, for saying that. That's absolutely correct, in my opinion. It's well said. And Detroit Rock City said she should have kept going with Matt conversation like TL did with CP instead of being a sellout. In my opinion, she would have gained more respect instead of turning everyone against each other, in my opinion, allegedly. Very well said. That's one thing. There were, well, Smiley and TL, I say, held the Proud Feet's feet to the fire, better than anybody that I saw. Keeping on to him when he's trying to deflect. That's the biggest thing. I think I will say I could feel the vibe from Matt that he wasn't really wanting to be more forthcoming than he already was. because I think he was getting scared himself, but I think it was just like kind of that gnawing thing where when you know something, you have to say something. When you are in that position where now this child's missing, but you know all of these things, it's like you can't not say anything. So he was really brave, but I get it. I get what you're saying, because that wouldn't have that wouldn't have flown over there. Definitely. And 5D says Lady Freedom about the Matt guy. And Jay, I agree with you 100%. Now that Jay has joined the evil forces, there's no telling if Matt ever sends her those emails. Well, yeah, or if we'll ever see them, because I bet you he probably did. And now they're like with her, so we're never gonna be able to know about it. And that's what's really, again, a disservice to Sebastian. So anybody that's thinking that they're helping anybody out when they're shielding the parents from anything, just remember who's really missing, who's the one that we need to be like. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't even matter who we thought before. It doesn't matter if I got up here and said, the Proud Feet did it, every single day, and allegedly, in my opinion, I believe that. At the end of the day, if it turned out to be somebody that did take and say sex traffic or something like that, it would be a disservice if I was like, oh no, the feet did it, the feet did it. No, because there's still somebody out there that could be doing that to other kids, or Sebastian could be out there and we didn't know about it, right? So it just, either way, we just really have to follow the facts and kind of stick to the facts. So thank you, 5D, because it's important. It's important to stick to the facts, or we'll never get the truth, and that's what we need desperately. We desperately need the truth. And Momming It Up says, in my opinion, I wish there was a way to prove the danger that surrounds this group. It's so hard. They skirt the legal lines. Yes. So it's very hard to show how much they follow people, intimidate in an organized way. Exactly, Momming It Up. Thank you for saying that. And I agree. Even just, and again, not victim blaming. There's been times where I haven't followed through with an RO. I'd get a temporary one and I didn't follow through with the rest of it. So I've been guilty of it myself. But if every single person who has dealt with Mr. Foote and his abusive ways was to make a paper trail, we would have had that paper trail to go off of. But since we don't have that, they walk around and say, prove it, like a bunch of assholes, instead of, because they know what they've done. They definitely know what they've done. And it sucks, Aw. Yeah, Star. I like Forrest's rendition better. I do. I do. Because sometimes we do hear that, spare the spare the rod, spoil the child. Like, if you don't hit the child, then you're doing them a disservice, type of a thing. But I really do. I think that's a way more beautifully put version of that. And Sharon says, in my opinion, Katie, he's not clapping his hands, y'all, but he really sounds like it, in my opinion. Oh, he was totally clapping his hands. He was like going like this, and he was going like this. You could hear it. You know what I mean? Like, hear it in my microphone. This is what he was doing. And then every time he'd be like, let me tell you something. And then this, and he's doing that, one of those, like clapping back, you know what I mean? And showing his frustration, which is okay. It's not wrong to show your frustration, but in the same way, it's one of those things where it just kind of shows his real self. And then for Katie to, again, go behind him. And we see this a lot, guys. I did a lot of comparisons on this, where Katie will do damage control for Chris. He'll be over there doing something. She'll be like, oh no, y'all, it's not him clapping. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, those people. And he lies on top of it too. Then he'll be like, oh yeah, I know you guys can hear they're clapping back there. Like, his coworkers are sitting there giving him an ovation. Like, we're supposed to believe that nonsense or something. But he thinks we're that stupid, because he does think he's the smartest one in the room. Um, yeah, Detroit Rock City says, you know in your heart when something is wrong. I've had that feeling from the beginning from both of them, and I'm pretty good at picking up vibes of people. I haven't changed my mind at all, in my opinion. Excuse me. Me neither. And that was the thing. You know, when I started my channel was like, you know, I was gonna start with Harmony Montgomery's case, because that was a case that I had been following, and again, like CPS and how they did this poor little girl, um, putting her with her dad, knowing, you know, they could physically see Adam was one of those people that just, you know, you have a teardrop tattoo because you want somebody to think you red rum somebody, or you did. And that's kind of, you know, one of those things that is kind of like on the streets. We know that, right? So judges should be keen to that, in my opinion. But instead, they just give her over there. But then I realized that these parents, and like I said, I didn't even see Duchess's first interview. I thought the first interview was in the kind of greenish blue shirt or light blue shirt that Chris is wearing up in the photo up there. Um, you know, and that was even just the weirdest thing. They're laughing, they're making fun of Sebastian, like blatantly making fun of him, and it was just like, whoa, there's something completely wrong here. And I got that vibe too, Detroit Rock City, and it was just something that I could never shake. Um, yeah, if they need to make Seth look involved, they will provoke, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. You know, and they did do that. Sharon says timestamp 207:59. Smiley, I can tell you from personal experience, I would never do that to a child. I vowed never to do that, in my opinion. Well, and even, you know, and Terry Lynn took it a step further. She said, did somebody do that to you when you were little? And he's like, yes, they did. And he admitted it. So, you know, Chris is saying he was mistreated when he was little, and so it's okay for him to mistreat Sebastian or to discipline him using corporal punishment, for lack of a better, you know, way to say it. Um, Mama said it was said on a channel earlier that Steve Fisher was leaving the case. Does anyone know if that's for true? If that's true, you know, someone asked earlier about that, and I didn't get back around to it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but it would really. I think that would be the best help that he's ever done in this case, in my opinion, because I think he's just really come in and screwed the pooch. Just, you know, just my opinion. And 5D says exactly, more and more will continue to come to light. Yes, and the more people, the more it bothers people, and the more they see it, they're going to come up and be like, okay, this is what I know. You know, and if it has to come out, and people are more comfortable with talking to YouTubers about it, more power to them. Do I believe that law enforcement is the best place to go? Absolutely. Probably even, and this isn't to disparage, you know, TBI or Sumner County, but probably even the FBI would be the best place to go. If I had information, that's where I would go. You know, if I had some solid information, say somebody emailed me and they said, you know, this is my account, and they told me their statement, you know, no doubt. And there was something that I thought that needed to go to the authorities, I would take it right to the authorities. But, um, you know, sometimes people feel more comfortable talking with somebody else other than the police. So I understand that, especially in this case. Sometimes people think that they're not going to look at these leads and put everything they have into them. And honestly, I can't fault the people that think that. I really can't. It makes me wonder myself. Um, Mom Ended Up says, I think Chris guilted Seth, so is how his daughter would be affected, and was lying to Seth. So um, lying to Seth and Sebastian for a while, making Seth think Sebastian was to blame, using it as, you don't want people to know. Yeah, I think that they blamed a lot of things on Sebastian. And also, I know I've brought it up before, and this is one thing that I myself did bring to the authorities, but they, I don't think, took it very seriously because it did happen on um, the YouTube streets. But when Chris talks about exposing Sebastian to that dingaling song and playing with his dingaling and stuff like that, you don't show that and expose that to your stepson, period. But then I mean, it's completely inappropriate. You don't expose that to a child who has had that type of trauma in their life, period. You also don't expose a child to who is very literal and expose that to that child and then turn around and say, well, he was acting inappropriately. Of course he was acting inappropriately. You taught him to act inappropriately. You showed him that this is acceptable. A child that gets in trouble for every single little thing he does. I'm surprised he didn't get in trouble if he farted. I mean, that's how bad it was, in my opinion. But yet you're telling this kid to go off and listen to this song, and then you're wondering why he's acting out in this way. I mean, that is the sickest shit I've ever heard in my life. When I heard that, I was like completely surprised and shocked. I mean, as if I thought I never could be more shocked about anything that came out of Chris's mouth. That was the thing that shocked and disgusted me the most, because of all of the stuff that we heard in the beginning. How come nobody will, how come no one will say why Faith is not allowed around Sebastian? Well, apparently that was one of the reasons why, because there were some inappropriate activities. Why do you think there was that? But then Chris tells on himself. He tells on himself. I didn't say it, he did. He was the one that sat there on the whole, for a whole, probably a good 5 minutes telling on himself. And what does Katie do? She embarrasses Sebastian, talking about how he was looking up Taylor Swift and whether she likes, blonde boys or not. I mean, instead of embarrassing her husband and telling her husband, you know what, you're a real jackass for saying that. What are you thinking? But instead, let's disparage Sebastian some more. So obviously we can see that dynamic play out. If they're doing that in public, where the whole entire world has access to YouTube, except for I think probably Russia now. I think I saw something about that where in certain territories, whatever. Either way, back then it wasn't like that. If he's exposing his own self to the whole entire world, I mean, come on. But again, it's my understanding that law enforcement is refusing to take anything seriously that is said on these internet streets. And in my opinion, that is another fail on their part if they're not willing to do that, because that's where they're going to, that's where Chris is coming to expose himself and tell on himself. So why aren't they taking it seriously? It doesn't make a damn bit of sense to me. Yeah, Butter Biscuit, I do think Chris and Katie are dramatic. When Katie said, I can't find him, I can't find our son, it sounded rehearsed. Sure did. And then it sounded really, really hurried too. And then also we hear, this whole other drawn out story on Chronicles of Olivia. So, and Poppy Love says, that's interesting what you said about the rod being shared, the word of God with our children. I've not heard this before. I'd like to learn more of my Bible. See, that's sweet, Poppy Love. I love that. Thank you, Forrest, again for that beautiful sentiment. That really is lovely. Thank you. Well, guys, I think that we should wrap this up for tonight. Hey, Fred, good to see you. I have no idea. I don't check on their work stuff, guys. I really don't. Just because I think it's a little bit intrusive, but that's not to say that if I stumbled upon information, I wouldn't, share it. Hey, sweet Sativa, good morning. Thank you for being here. But you know what I mean, guys. It's just one of those things where it's just kind of not in my, hey, Judy, good to see you. it's just not in kind of what I'm trying to kind of gather. But I hope that he is. I hope that he can get back to some sort of like his own routine. I think that even though when we go through traumatic experiences, or I mean, in Seth's case, hell, hell on earth, it's still good to keep our routines about ourselves to get back into a normal type of some semblance of normalcy, right? Whatever that looked like before for him. Sometimes putting ourselves into work is good. Sometimes if we can become advocates for others, it can really help. And things like that. So I think that's important, and I just pray for anything he can have that will help him achieve that, and I pray for that for everybody involved, really. It's not only just for Seth, but for me, I still just really, I don't know, I just see it, I see his pain, I feel his pain. Um, because I do think it comes from a place of authenticity, which is lacking in the other side, in my opinion. But Star says the Eye of the Tiger song was reported in the news as having been blasted on loudspeakers as they were searching for him. Yes, it was. They were trying to coax him out. Um, so. And Judy says that Taylor Swift comment KP made was unnecessary, in my opinion. It was a normal teenage boy thing, in my opinion. Absolutely. I mean, it's just kind of like, and I'll show my age right now, but it's just kind of like, the boys that I used to grab out of the Teen Beat magazine, put them on my wall, and I'd be like, oh, here's Kirk Cameron, I like him. And and I put him on my wall. The last thing I want is like my parents to sit there and tell the whole entire world that, though. I'd be so embarrassed, my face would be red, I wouldn't even be able to handle my life. So I can't imagine how Sebastian would have felt, but instead of, you know embarrassing the one that needed to be embarrassed and taught a lesson, let's embarrass Sebastian. Why not? Sad. Mom and Up says, I think they lied about what Sebastian was doing and making it into something it wasn't, in my opinion, to have people defend them, to dehumanize him, in my opinion. Absolutely. Yeah, they were disparaging him. And like I said, whether they're lying about the whole thing, and because I can definitely see that, Mom and Up, I really can. But at the end of the day, if we think about it, if there was inappropriate behavior, he learned it from Mr. Foot, and then Mr. Foot can turn around and get him in trouble for it, oh, you're in trouble, and by the way, I'm going to see if your dad will ground you over there too, or whatever. Just, really piss poor behavior from someone who's supposed to be a stepdad. And Mom and It Up says, what show was it that discussed this? I would like to re-listen. Yeah, so it was on Queen Bee's Live. It was the very last one. I do have it on my playlist. Let's see. It's the last time Katie spoke, so it was May 27th, if I'm not mistaken. But forgive me, guys, it is late or early. But it was that very last interview where it was Chris at first, and then Katie comes on panel. So if you kind of want to watch the short version, you can watch it on my channel, but definitely go over and check it out on Queen Bee if you want to watch like the whole thing, because he is up for a while, and then all of a sudden Katie kind of like is listening the whole time. Nobody really kind of knows. Maybe they do on the show. I'm not sure how that was structured, but all of a sudden she kind of pipes in and talks about like Dolly's soap or something like that. But that's when she comes in. Into the interview, but that particular part is going to be towards the end. I think Chris was, you know, a little sauce that night, and was giving up a little bit too much information. You know, which is totally fine. We're all adults. And we all have that right. But I do believe it was probably like the last 20 minutes of that live. So, because they got off pretty quick after that. They couldn't really save his ass from that one because it was just so wretched and, you know, gross. I know. Detroit Rock City says, "Gosh, lady, we ran to a marathon tonight for sure. Blessings to you and looking forward to our next conversation." Aw, thank you. You stay safe too. Yeah, guys, I will be off tomorrow, but I will be back on for Monday Night Raw, and we are going to talk Crystal and Sebastian for Monday night. So I'll have a good show planned for you guys. But I will miss you all because you guys are all so wonderful, and I really appreciate everyone. I hope everyone knows that. You know, we're just kind of trying to build a safe community here. And I understand that some of the things we discuss aren't always going to be something that we see eye to eye on, but we all love each other, right? And it's good to get truth out there, you know? Yes, Sharon, it's a good one. It's a good one, you know? Um, Thank you, Detroit Rock City. Thank you. Forrest says, "I'm wondering if anyone knows where Sebastian used the excavator to learn how to do that." You know, that's a really great question. That is a really great question. I don't know. I do know that he did a really great job on it, you know, so I know that um, it looked like somebody other than, you know, Chris was helping him with it. It looked like Big D was the one, or Danny was the one helping Sebastian and kind of guiding him, which at least somebody was, you know. So, oh, great. Thank you, Mountain Mama, and thank you for all the beautiful green hearts for Sebastian, guys. We love our machete. We sure do. We love our star. We love everybody. We love all you guys. And thank you all so much for being here. I will see you next time, and stay safe. And 5D, I look forward to seeing your video. All right, guys. Love you all.